People want to feel known.
Really building technology fast.
The lack of personalization and consumer trust cost businesses $756 billion last year.
Email itself is going to evolve into something very different.
Automation,
messenger and SMS, business process optimization,
customer experience,
inventory planning.
Be more visual, be more tactile.
What's the future of e-commerce?
The heyday's just beginning.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me all right? Let me know in chat, which should be a little bit below my head. Right here, you're probably watching on the microsite, which is black21.ecommercetech.io. We are streaming this from YouTube to the microsite, and therefore the chat box is kind of slightly below you. But I'd love to hear if you can hear me all right, where you're watching from, and even tell us a little bit about your store, what you're up to, what you'd like to learn from us today. We've got 2 days of jam-packed sessions. Over 24 speakers will be with us over the next 2 days. And yes, all of these sessions will be available for free on demand on our YouTube, which I have dropped a link in chat. So you can go ahead and subscribe over there and you'll get all the sessions on demand. And yeah, we'll send you a follow-up email with some details on that as we release the sessions. We have to cut them all up and launch them. And, it takes a couple of days, but we'll get them over to you. I'm so excited for these sessions today and tomorrow coming up just in a few minutes. We've got Chris Snyder from Shopify in the background waiting patiently for us. I'm going to quickly share my screen with you so that we can scroll through today's event and show you what to expect. Before we get into the schedule, let me make sure you can see this all right. My team says 122 people watching us live right now. Over 1,200 people have registered. I love it. Awesome. Just can't chat that in. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm with you. I need to give a special shout out to our sponsors. This is how we're able to keep these events free for you in perpetuity. And yes, I am sad to say this is the last event of the year for us for 2021, but we will be back with even bigger events next year. We're going to be doing 4 events throughout the year, virtual, with over 50 sessions per event. And it's going to be really, we're doubling the size, and it'll be kind of like multi-tracked, on demand, choose your best kind of thing, with more engagement and interaction so that we can actually talk to each other a little bit more, network and engage, because I know that has been a challenge for us over the last 18 months. And total sidetrack, I just got back from SaaStr yesterday, which is an event focused on the technology space. And it was really just amazing to see how many people in the industry were kind of excited to get back together and talk and network and promote each other and think about ways to do business together. And in all honesty, I think e-commerce can learn a lot from the SaaS world and what they do with data and growth strategies and retention strategies and things like that. And that's really good news for us over the next 2 days, because we have a lot of technology providers speaking on their kind of topic specific expertise, right? So they're not just going to be pitching you their tool. They're going to show you things like Peel will show you the data insights that they've been able to collect and how you can use data insights to kind of further the business. And, the list goes on. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to each one of these sponsors. We've got 9 here that I want to highlight really quick before we get into the schedule. And then Chris, I'll bring you on in just a second. First up, one of my favorites and one of our kind of lifelong partnerships, Gorgeous, the help desk for e-commerce. They're truly streamlining customer service for you. You will 1/3 of your customer service workforce will be moved over to live chat. You'll actually have so much free time when you implement this tool properly that you'll be able to do more proactive customer service and sales oriented activities with your team, which means more revenue and the less cost per ticket, less cost on your cost of goods sold and margins, right? That's perfect. Rewind, hugely important tool. One of really the only tools that will back up your Shopify store and make sure that you don't lose all of your data in the event that you do something stupid, like delete 100 blog posts or get hacked by a malicious developer, which I saw in one of these Slack groups, somebody saying that they had their whole Shopify taken over by somebody pretending to be a developer who just wanted to steal and basically ruin their life, which is just a nightmare. I can't even imagine. Recart, the messenger marketing tool for e-commerce. They have the most advanced messenger marketing functionality, abandoned cart, fancy chatbot sequences, advertising, click to messenger ads are hugely powerful and can incorporate quizzes into messenger campaigns. And you'll be hearing from them later. OmniSend, the omni-channel marketing tool and automation for e-commerce. They've got the pop-up, they've got the web push notifications, SMS and email all in one place. And you're going to hear from their team on something really dangerous happening over the next couple months, which is the iOS 15 update, where you're actually going to lose a lot of data around your email opens, and it's gonna make you look like, if you're an email marketer, don't tell your boss your email opens are gonna go through the roof. But at the end of the day, it's not gonna change how you actually perform with your audience. So you can be like, boss, look at these opens, I'm doing so great. But really, it's not gonna be good. Peel Insights. This is plug and play data analytics designed for your store. So you can immediately import these dashboards and see things like retention rate, repeat purchase rate, top selling products, things that Shopify Analytics just doesn't show you, and ways to slice and dice all of that in the back end of their tool. It's really quite amazing. Help Flow. If you can't manage live chat yourself, then you might want to outsource some of your customer service or all of it to the Help Flow team. They specialize, especially in that pre-sales moment. So adding chat to your abandoned cart, abandoned checkout sequence, especially powerful for Shopify Plus, proven to increase conversion rate and just really helps customers kind of grease the chute to purchase. And I've chatted on live chat. You can go into the YouTube library and look up my talks on that. Live chat is kind of like my jam. It's my bread and butter. It's really important for e-commerce. And not enough people are doing it or doing it properly. Do not just put the little live chat widget there and then it sends you an email and then you respond to them tomorrow. That's not live chat, right? That's email, that's pop-up collection and like customer service emails that are slow and antiquated. Live chat, real time. All right. Anyways, Grin. Really love what Grin is doing. They are really innovative in this space. So first, they've got a influencer marketing tool that enriches your existing database to understand the influencers that are within your existing audience and existing customers, and that might trigger you to reach out to some of them and ask for some posts and kind of get some good user-generated content back from them. And then on top of that, they've got this whole influencer marketing platform, so you can go find medium and mega-sized influencers, pay them money for a product placement, and win and make new partnerships that are genuine, last a long time, and grow your store. Next up, on the flip side of influencer marketing, we've got Beam City DNA. This is amazing for kind of centralizing your advertising across channels, right? So if you've got Google, Facebook, maybe even a few other channels running, Beam City DNA automatically optimizes ad spend based on what's performing and what's not. So you just put one centralized budget and they're going to choose which campaigns are performing across platforms so you can better spend your advertising dollars. If you're spending over, let's say, $10,000 or $20,000 a month in ads, this tool could immediately make you money. It'll make you more than it costs. So that's a tool worth checking out. And finally, Story Pop. I love this tool. I can't wait for you to see it. It's taking your Instagram stories, which typically live on Instagram, and kind of transforming them to a different way for people to engage with your website. And then the products that are displayed in those Instagram stories are shoppable, so they can click right through to the product detail page and buy. You gotta love it. Okay, that was enough with the sponsors. I'm really looking forward to today. I guess I should give one final shout out to myself, right? So really quick, if you are looking at all of these tools going, those are amazing, that's so great, I'm gonna go install them all today. That's probably not going to, magically make the business work. It's a lot of work and execution behind that. What we do here at eCommerceTech.io is we help you build a roadmap, usually for the first time ever for a lot of brands, on which tools are going to be most beneficial today and what you should be looking at over the next 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. So right now that consists of an hour-long consultation. It's completely free. We map out the landscape for you. We look at your existing tools, the stage of your store, and we say, okay, you don't have, it looks like you're going to need a help desk soon, like Gorgeous, right? We're going to look at Gorgeous. We're also going to look at some other competitors in the space and make sure that it is in fact Gorgeous that is the right fit for you and not one of their competitors. And Gorgeous honestly is typically the go-to in this space right now, and so forth and so on. So we analyze the landscape and try and give you a short list of tools so that you can go find the ones that are best for you, saves you a bunch of time, and helps really, I'd say, with the confidence of execution on installing tools and making them work for your store and actually ROI for you. So you can book a consultation with me. I'll drop a link in chat here in just a second, or you can go over to eCommerceTech.io and click the Get Advice button in the corner. And sneak peek, we are turning our manual consultative process into an entire stack management platform. So in a few months, I will be having some beta testers. If you're interested, you'll be able to look at all of your tools in one place, see the spend by tool, see who in your company owns that tool, and you will get recommendations of tools in an automated way from our recommendation engine. Really looking forward to releasing that in a few months, but that's enough. Okay, we've done enough of this. Let me bring on Chris. Chris, are you ready to go? Hit the unmute button and come on in. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good morning. How you doing?
Doing great. We got some hellos here, by the way. We got Stephanie from Detroit, Michigan saying hi. Hi, Stephanie. We've got
Hey.
Pam from North Dakota. We've got West Indy from Dubai. Awesome.
Nice.
Amazing. Great to have you. Matthew says, where can I find the show notes for today and tomorrow? Great question. I'm going to plug these show notes in chat right now. It is ecomtech.link/black21-show notes. Those are the show notes here. Bookmark this page. We've got a team member taking notes from Chris and all of our presenters so that if you miss a link or if you miss a screenshot or something like that, it's going to be in our show notes and you'll be able to take some action items away. You know, the goal of the next 2 days for everybody here, it's not just to absorb the content into your brain, it's to take action behind that. We're trying to make that as easily attainable as possible. All right, Chris, I'm really looking forward for your session. I'm going to add your screen here. I'm going to pop out. If you want to hit the hide button on that StreamYard sharing your screen thing, just so it's gone. And I'll let you take it away. Really looking forward to your talk.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for joining, getting up nice and early. Hope you're all caffeinated and ready to go. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Well, hell, we're going to talk more about the season because I don't think we should limit ourselves to just these 2 days, right? I mean, we're not just here to sell on 2 days. We're here to make as much money and do as much as we can across the season. And over these next couple of days, you're going to hear a lot about marketing and ad spends and all these different strategies surrounding ways to maximize sales and maximize ad campaigns and all these things. That's kind of what the direction you typically hear. I wanted to take a different road. I wanted to go to a bit of an overview of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, the holiday season, what it all is, what it all means, what it's all about, and maybe challenge you in a couple things that we don't typically think about. So we're going to take a look, first of all, some dates. There are some dates in here that we don't always think about. We know about Black Friday, we know about Cyber Monday, but there's a lot. There's a ton of these little holidays and pseudo holidays that pop up that can actually be opportunities for businesses. Let's dig into them a little bit. And we're going to talk about some ways to analyze and set some goals that maybe are, not at the top of mind as you go into it, especially this time of year. And it's still a little bit early. And then website preparation, and then we'll talk about some post-holidays. And hopefully you all stay awake. Everyone's not, nodding off during this whole thing. Got the glare on the head. I'm nicely shaved up, so we're ready to rock and roll for this thing. So let's take a look at some 2021 dates. Last year was a bit of an anomaly. Last year was kind of crazy. We all know it was COVID in 2020. They say, well, we can't compare last year to this year and apples and oranges and all these kind of things. I don't know if that's entirely true. Last year, what I think Adobe Analytics says between Thanksgiving and Black Friday, online sales was 188.2 billion with a B in sales and online sales. That's a big, giant number, right? And I don't think we can dismiss that in any way, regardless as to what COVID was going on or whatever was happening. However, we know that these weren't temporary adaptations. I mean, we're almost 2 years into this whole COVID thing. I don't know if we're post-COVID or in the middle of COVID or coming out of COVID, but this isn't a temporary thing. People ordering groceries at home, shopping online, curbside pickups, these are behavioral changes. And we're still seeing these. We're still seeing this in e-commerce. We're still seeing these in retail. We're seeing these everywhere. There's no reason to think that suddenly, October 1st is going to come and all of a sudden all this is going to change. That somehow this holiday season is going to be different than last year's. It's just going to magically change. So I think we have every reason to believe that this year, a lot of these trends will continue to carry over. So we can kind of rest assured that we can look at last year. We can take some of that, take comfort in some of that is carrying forward. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel this year again. So some important holidays. See what I did there? It took me a while to think about that. I'm not that bright of a guy. But Black Friday coming up. Black Friday always starts to kind of mark of this holiday season, that kind of Thanksgiving weekend and all that kind of thing. But even though that's kind of the focus and most people talk about that BFCM, and, there's really a lot of smaller holidays and smaller dates that you can take advantage of. We're going to dive into the significance. We're going to look at a couple different opportunities in here that might be right for you and your business, and some different things you can do to capitalize on these. But some of these, you might have to do a little bit of planning. And that's why we're talking about this now, because, we're actually coming up on October 1st. And it seems kind of crazy to say that because this year's gone really fast. But unfortunately, in a month, it's really going to be almost too late to take action on some of these things. I mean, if we're talking about getting SEO ready, that's not something you can decide, on November 14th, you wake up and think, I should probably take a look at SEO today and get that all ready for Black Friday. That's not really how this works. So some of these things we really need to give some thought to today, start getting some planning in place if you haven't already. And hopefully you are, hopefully you're well on that road already. But, let's dig in a little bit here. So Black Friday, right? Thanksgiving, all these days. There's a couple things happening this year we need to talk about, and we got to kind of set the tone and keep things in context. Traditionally, this first part of November, that 1st through the 25th or whatever, the days leading up to Thanksgiving, everyone's out there and they're just eagerly awaiting the start of the holiday season, right? They're not really spending a lot of cash, doing a little bit of shopping, kind of tinkering around, trying to kind of peek and see what sales are going to come up. But it's not really translating into a big sales, at least not generally. A lot of retailers, a lot of small businesses are using these days to really build up excitement in the customer base. You're teasing out leaks, you're teasing out previews, you're getting some email campaigns going and VIP access, and that kind of thing. You're just really letting people know what to expect over this season. But what's happening this year? I mean, everyone's following the news and hopefully looking at trends and things. I mean, Port of Los Angeles, and you got container ships stacked up and supply chains having issues, and talking about cell phone shortages and chip shortages and toy shortages and all these kinds of things. I saw a stat over the weekend that said 1 out of 6 shoppers has already completed 90% of their holiday shopping. That's kind of crazy. I mean, we're still in September, and 1 out of 6 has completed it. There is that sense of a bit different. So this whole first part of November being no sales, just kind of kick back and slowly tease things out, that might be a little bit accelerated this year. We might need to take action a little bit earlier to capitalize on any, I don't want to say fear because that sounds terrible, but any, shoppers who are a little bit nervous about shortages. And, if we are in business and we're in business to, make money and capitalize on, the availabilities in the marketplace and seize opportunities when they come, well, that might be now, that might be in October, and that might be in early November versus waiting to the last minute when everyone's already got their shopping done. So then you come up on Thanksgiving, right? This is one of the big controversial ones. People don't want to talk about selling on Thanksgiving and having, big sales on Thanksgiving, being open on Thanksgiving and all of that. I get it. It's really what you have to do. It's right for your business, for your family, and, along with what you believe. However, Thanksgiving does continue to be that unofficial start of the holiday season. And we'd be remiss not to talk about it today. A lot of retailers offer special promotions on Thanksgiving. There's a lot less competition than there is on Black Friday. And as a small business, there's not as much competition online. You're not competing with some of these giant ad campaigns that are out there dominating Black Friday. So it can be a decent strategy to go out there and try to grab some sales on Thanksgiving. It's just not everyone's cup of tea. Then you dig into Black Friday, all the madness happens. This was always a big day for brick and mortars, right? Huge day. We see it on TV, people getting in fist fights over the flat screen TVs at Walmart or whatever. It's all kinds of mayhem. But Black Friday is evolving, and it's been evolving over the last few years. In-store foot traffic still strong. It'll be strong this year. It'll be stronger this year than last year, of course. But shoppers, they're still turning steadily to e-commerce. They're just doing it in a different way. What we see is people going out midday. So they wake up in the morning, they get online, they have their coffee, they check the sales, they see what's going on. They might do a little bit of shopping, super early, 5, 6 a.m. Then they get in the car, they go out to the Best Buys and the Walmarts and the whatever. They take advantage of Black Friday sales. They get back home midday, they get back online, and they do some more online shopping. They're in that shopping mode. They're in that buying mode. They're ready to spend. They have their list. Whatever they didn't get out there in person at the mall or whatever, they're going to go online and try and finish that up as best they can. So the savvy e-commerce seller, the savvy business online is really going to know that there's an opportunity early morning and late afternoon to capitalize on these sellers, on these people, on these buyers who are really in that buying mode. However, if you wait and try and drop your Black Friday ad at 9 a.m., well, you're going to miss that early morning crowd, right? So it is a bit of a strategy that goes into place. And I think understanding this behavior is really, really key to winning on Black Friday, if that's part of your strategy. Now, the next one up is this Small Business Saturday. And this is a shopping holiday that's really kind of a U.S. thing. meant to boost awareness and support for small businesses in the U.S. And it's a great thing. I think everyone would agree that it's a great thing to raise this awareness. Numbers vary, definitions of small businesses vary. It just depends on who you talk to and who's got that definition that day. But as much as 99% of all registered businesses in the U.S. somehow fall into that small business category. And let's be honest, the big retailers still dominate the holiday selling season with their ad campaigns and, their billion-dollar marketing campaigns. But this day offers a opportunity for small businesses. But there's a bit of a caveat. There's a bit of a rub to this. I mean, I don't know any of you, and I haven't looked at any of your websites, but I would bet that all of you have done an incredible job and worked really hard building terrific looking websites and terrific looking businesses, to the point where a lot of times I don't know if you're a small business by visiting your website. Looks great, works great, functionality is awesome. We've gone a long way to really make this look and feel as perfect and as smooth as possible. But it doesn't really scream small business, right? I mean, small business is not really a mom and pop shop feel. You've got this really kind of sexy, pop and sizzle, sleek website that you worked really hard to build, and that's a credit to yourself and your team. But if you want to really capitalize on Small Business Saturday, you're going to have to let people know you're a small business in some way. Whether that's a banner, whether that's changing some of the imagery, whether that's creating some copy, updating that About Us page, whatever that might be, you're going to have to let people know if you want to capitalize on that. Otherwise, people land on a page and it looks terrific, but you don't know if it's a franchise, a corporation, a big company. You really have no clue. And when people are shopping like that this time of year, they're shopping in a hurry. We have to keep that in mind. People are shopping differently. Most of the year, people are, we think, optimizing for mobile, right? We're mobile-based, mobile optimization, build for mobile. But this time of year, people are shopping on laptops and desktops a lot. They're sitting down at home with a list. In fact, we see conversion rates go up to close to 7%, I think, last year on desktops, whereas mobile stayed around 3%. More and more people shop on laptops and desktops this time of year. They sit down with their list and their coffee, and I'm going to buy a T-shirt for Susie and, a printer for Johnny and a guitar for Timmy or whatever. And, that's kind of how they go about their shopping. So they're in a hurry. They want to go through these websites as quickly as possible. They're not going to click through 14 links on your site to figure out who you are, what you're about. Is this the right place? So you got to make it a little bit evident if you want to capitalize on this kind of thing. And, so you might want to plan for this, right? These are things you would want to plan for now. If you're going to capitalize on Small Business Saturday, that's something you want to start baking into your planning and your strategy at this point, rather than wait for November 26th and think, maybe I should probably do something tomorrow. It's probably not going to be as successful as you hope if you do that. And then Cyber Monday rolls around on that Monday, the 29th this year. This one always kind of intrigues me. Cyber Monday generally has the best online deals, and consumers take notice. Buyers are aware of this. Sales on this day continue to grow. However, in my experience working with, a lot of the smaller businesses especially, they overlook Cyber Monday. They focus on Black Friday, and Cyber Monday is a date where they're just like, I just run the same promotion that I did all on Black Friday. I just run it all weekend. They don't really treat these as separate events or offer something unique or special or do any kind of campaign unique to this date. And I think that's really a big miss. I think each of these provides an opportunity to grow customers, get new leads, achieve different goals, certainly grab different sets of data from different types of people, run different promotions and campaigns. Each of these is a different opportunity and really can be treated as such. And then there's a few more. We're not going to go through all these at depth. I mean, there's 1,000 of these things. It's like Hallmark holidays that pop up constantly. But Giving Tuesday is a great one. It's Day of Charitable Giving, follows that holiday season. And some companies choose to donate a portion of profits, or even sometimes entire revenue, which is kind of a unique thing. If it's right for your company, it's a great thing. Free Shipping Day. This is one that I think more and more people take advantage of in a couple of different ways. This year, December 14th seems to be about that magic day. And this is kind of a lesser known day that usually occurs, right around the middle of December, the 14th, the 15th. Generally, it coincides conveniently with that last day you can get an order shipped and get it before Christmas. So, we all know that, right? We all have that deadline date. So what people do is tie in that kind of, hey, if you want this to come before Christmas, today's your last chance. And, oh yeah, we're running a promotion as well. And then, of course, Boxing Day. Boxing Day, big thing in Canada, not so much here in the States. However, Amex, American Express, did an interesting survey. And this year, more people than ever plan to shop after Christmas to take advantage of post-holiday sales and newly received gift cards, which is kind of interesting. More people have an intent to go out the day after Christmas or to get online and shop the day after Christmas than really ever before. So you really shouldn't forget about attracting customers, perhaps setting up a post-Christmas campaign or post-Christmas sale. Maybe you want to sell through some product that you just didn't get a chance to sell through over that holiday season. But again, these are things you'd have to start to plan for now. You'd have to think about now, the campaigns and create the content and all this kind of thing, rather than wait till December 24th, look around and say, I should probably do something about this stuff. It's not going to be that successful. A couple other dates I want to talk about that are definitely important and probably not on top of mind. Production delivery deadlines. This year, this is going to be a biggie. With all the shipping and problems and all the different supply chain problems, everyone has things coming from somewhere. Whether you get products sourced from overseas, whether you're getting custom packaging, whether you order stickers from someone and you have them shipped in, know your deadlines. Start talking to your suppliers. Yeah, USPS and UPS, they always have delays at the holiday time. We know they're kind of a hot mess anyhow sometimes. But so if it normally takes 2 weeks, maybe it takes 4 weeks this year. But given everything that's happening with cargo ships and planes and shipping and production deadlines, I just saw that, China shut down a bunch of factories and things. So you might want to start having these conversations now to understand how this is really going to impact you now and start planning for it so that when November comes and suddenly it's November 14th and you're out of product and nothing is coming and they're telling you it's going to be 6 weeks to get it to you, well, that's after Christmas. That's not really going to help you out much, is it? You need to know these things now. And if you don't start having these conversations now, you could be too late to really act on it and find any alternative means. A code freeze. This is something that every year, if without fail, someone reaches out to me on Black Friday or Cyber Monday or Christmas Eve. Someone reaches out to me every year and, is in a panic. They're sweating. They're, flopping around and they're really upset. They've gone in, they've tweaked their code that day, that morning, and something's not working. They don't know what to do. Please don't go in and start tweaking around in your code. Don't make code changes anything closer than 2 weeks before these key dates. Give yourself time to make sure your code is stable. Make sure everything is functional and optimized. And leave yourself time to have things corrected if there is an issue. Leave yourself time to test things and check things out and then make changes if things aren't, working well. Now, I'm not talking about uploading a picture, changing adding a keyword here and there, uploading a blog or something. I'm talking about going into your actual code and, getting a little bit creative in there. If you're going to do that now so you can really make sure everything is working and functional and stable and works the way you want to across all platforms and all mediums and all devices and all these different things, rather than calling me on Black Friday at 5 p.m. and say, hey, people can't check out all day. What do I do? Well, that's not going to be the easiest solution for anybody. And then last, but certainly not least, I mentioned it earlier, but shipping cutoff dates, got to know them. And you got to communicate it early, communicate them often, and tell customers, what is that last date where you can get standard shipping? You need to have this in your shipping policies. You need to have it on your product pages. You need to have it communicated all over the place. Maybe a banner, maybe a pop-up, but it needs to be communicated and over-communicated. Otherwise, people are going to be really pissed when they order that product on December 16th and it shows up on December 26th. They're not going to be happy. You're going to be dealing with returns and upset customers, and it's really going to have the negative effect, the reverse effect of what you really want to have for this holiday season. And that kind of takes us into this next point here about analyzing and setting goals. Because we know some dates and we know some opportunities that are out there, and it's really a matter of just picking and choosing which ones we want to dive into. But by using some of this data, we can best set some of these goals. And in this section, I want to challenge you to really do something a bit deeper, to dig a little bit deeper than just, I want to make some cash. I want to get to have some good sales and good revenue. And to do this, there's a couple things we need to do first. First of all, whether it doesn't matter if it's your first holiday season or you're a veteran, you've been around the block for a few decades, you kind of need to get prepared, right? I mean, a couple things I always take a look at: top products by units sold and online store searches. These are just a couple simple examples of reports that can really help you figure out, essentially what products your customers are interested in. And this really gives you an idea of how much product you should stock and what kind of inventory you need. There's no reason to go big on every single piece of inventory in your store. Take your top five movers, top 10 movers, and go big on those. But you got to know what those are, right? What are people searching for? Get an idea. The top online store searches. Don't just look at the searches with results found. Look at the ones with no results found. What are people looking for in your store that they can't find? Maybe that's an item you need to start carrying, or you need to change your verbiage. Maybe you need to change some of the tags and things you're using. But start doing that now. Take a look at what's trending. Start looking at your industry. Look at your competition. Do some research. Figure out what's happening in your industry. That's also going to be pretty interesting, and that's also going to be pretty useful in terms of your buying plan and things like that. In terms of viewing industry reports, like we talked about earlier, you got to know what's happening out there. You got to know about shipping delays and cargo ships being lined up and all this kind of thing. You got to know what's happening with COVID. You got to know what's happening in the environment, political, business, all these things. You got to be aware of what's going on out there. If you're not, you're going to miss the boat. And if you miss the boat, you know what happens? It's gone. And by the time it's gone and you catch up, you've missed all those sales and all that opportunity. So what happens then? Well, this is where I want to challenge you a little bit. If I asked everyone here, what do you want to get out of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, holiday selling season, all that good stuff, you're going to say, I want to generate more revenue, right? Put it in the first bullet point. I want to make some more money. I want to have good sales. But, I'd really like to see everyone challenge themselves and dig a little bit deeper. Do you have some old product laying around that you can turn into cash? Maybe some old, product from last year that didn't really sell well. Want to clear it out. Maybe you want to generate, new leads for your newsletters or get some new email contacts. Maybe you want to get 1,000 new followers on Facebook over this holiday market season. Set yourself some goals beyond something that's financial and obvious. Dig a little bit deeper and think about 2022. Because if you think about this holiday season as a springboard into 2022, into the next year, it really changes the way you think about this season. It's not about making as much money as you can in 30 days. It's about setting yourself up for the next year with data and leads, because you're going to have all this increased exposure and traffic and people coming to your site for the first time. It's a great time to get new subscribers, right? It's a great time to sell product to people that, maybe your old customers didn't like this product, but you can mark it down, sell it at cost. The new people will buy it at cost, and you get out of it, and you don't wind up losing cash on it. You can put it back into something next year that makes a profit. These are also really easy things to set a metric on, right? If you have 40 cases of t-shirts that didn't sell last year, and you turn around and at the end of the season you have 35 left, that's a pretty easy metric to measure, right? These are the kind of things that if you really take a look now and give yourself a good, honest, deep dive into your business, what do you have that you can set as a goal? What do you have that you can really try and accomplish beyond making some money? I mean, the end result's going to be similar, right? The end result is going to point towards revenue and profit. But can you dig deeper? Is there more than just, I'd like to make some cash? Is there something a little bit further in there that you can think about? And maybe that is understanding customer behavior. Maybe that is, even more subtleties in there. But dig deep. Dig as deep as you can to find some things that are really, really important to set you up for 2022. Because as we think about your website, as we think about building your website and preparing your website and getting it ready to rock and roll for this, optimizing it, getting it ready, and then keeping that in a state that's ideal for this next year is also key. This is a time where you're going to get so much extra traffic. You're going to be able to collect so much data, get a lot of insight into your website and your brand and your business and all this stuff, that it's really, really valuable from that standpoint as well, not just about making cash. I mean, majority of traffic today comes through mobile. We know that already. So obviously critical to test your site on mobile devices, but don't forget about desktops, laptops, and everything else. People are going to be sitting down at laptops at home to buy, with their shopping list to do all their shopping. It's got to look good. It's got to work well for them. You can't have broken links. You got to make sure your website is in good shape for your visitors. Nothing is going to put people off faster than a website that doesn't work, links that don't work, something that's slow and sloppy and broken. And I'm sure none of you have that, but be honest with yourself. When's the last time you got on a cell phone and you went into your store as a customer and you actually went through as a customer and clicked on links added something to a cart, went to the checkout, all the way to the point where you entered your address and looked at shipping prices. I mean, how often do you do that? Or how often do you go into Chrome incognito and go into your website on your laptop and go all the way through all that and check it out? Probably not very often. I was with a merchant 2 days ago, last Friday, and her conversion rate came to me because her conversion rate was low, sub 1%. She was all panicked. So we started going through her website, and simply that's what we did. We went incognito, just kind of walked through to see what was going on. Well, her background was silver and her fonts were white. Looked great on some screens. However, when you get to the checkout and the add cart, you couldn't see the add to cart button because the font was white. Nobody could find the add to cart button. So why do you think her conversions were affected? But she never went as a customer and looked, right? She was just looking through the admins and, looking on the back end. She never went through the front of her store in that way. And that happens more often than we want to admit because we're busy building our store, working on our store, thinking about the back end. We don't see it through a customer's eyes. Also, you can consider maybe having an all holiday optimized theme for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and all that. That might be a simpler version to optimizing and converting your customers. Make sure your search function works. And then next, ask friends to test your site. Don't dismiss their opinions. Our stores are like our babies, they're like our kids. We're very into them. We are very much, attached to them. So if someone says, hey, man, this isn't working good, don't take it personal. Give it some thought. Have them test on different devices and take that feedback. Another thing else would be site speed. And I want to put this in context as well. It is important. However, keep it in context. What is important is the customer experience. If it loads quickly, it loads smoothly, everything loads like it should on mobiles and desktops, don't panic. It'll be okay. If it doesn't, then you should panic and get something done right away. But if it looks good for the customer's perspective, you can take a breath and put it in a bit of a back burner. A couple other things we'll go through really quick. App audit. Go through and make sure all your apps work. Delete any of these old apps kicking around, or maybe you have 4 random email marketing apps in there that you just never got around to using, or you chose one and never deleted the others. Get rid of those things. Just make sure there's no code or anything like that you need to remove and install it. Don't run any barrier to entry apps. What I mean is everyone positively, absolutely should be collecting email addresses during the season. You should have a pop-up, a good one, something that pops up. It's branded. It looks like it belongs. Time somewhere in that, maybe 7 to 10 second range to start. You should absolutely have that. What you shouldn't have is something that is, a full screen, something where I can't find the damn X to get out of it. Something that has clowns and balloons and, plays a video and, pops up in 1 second. So I can't even figure out what the business is, what the brand is, or what I'm looking at first. Don't do that, right? Keep it simple, keep it classy, keep it easy, but do it. Absolutely. Sales channels are another. I know we're burning through these pretty quick, but sales channels are another thing. Make sure they work. Make sure you're connected. Make sure you've decided which channels you're going to sell on, and then have a strategy for each one. Maybe you're going to sell last year's stuff on Amazon. You're going to drop a little card in each box saying, hey, check us out, check our website out, and subscribe to our newsletter, get that little omni-channel deal going, and then sell your regular stuff on your website to kind of keep those intentional shoppers on your main store. But give some thought to your channels and that strategy for channels. And then shipping and packing. It's a biggie. It's a really biggie. I mean, unboxing is a huge thing, right? People spend a lot of cash on shipping because they don't have product weights that are correct. People don't think about custom shipping rules. So they're just trying to squeeze everything into the same, box, into the same kind of, shipping rule. Doesn't always work. So do you need these kind of custom shipping rules? If so, let's set it up now. Shipping strategy. Are you doing free shipping? Are you doing flat rate shipping? Are you doing, custom carrier shipping? What about international shipping? I can use custom packaging, custom inserts or swag. If so, you probably need to order it now. It's time to think about it. And then certainly last and not least, people love these unboxing videos. I'm a 48-year-old guy, don't quite get it, but man, people love these things. What would happen if, you sent a box to someone's house, they open it up on the video, got 1,000 friends watching it, and you get some dirty old shredded up newspaper shoved in a box and your product is just kind of tossed in there. It doesn't look so good, does it? But you get something like this, maybe it's got a nice little card in there and a sticker, and it's kind of nice and tidy. It gives a good impression. It's really your last chance to give a really positive impression. It's really important. Google Analytics is another biggie. Make sure you have it. If you don't have it, do it after you leave here today. It's free. Set it up. Even if you're not going to look at it after the holidays, collect that data. Get gift cards enabled. Heat maps are great. And I'm sure Derek could probably suggest some. Lucky Orange is a pretty popular one. But setting up a heat map is a great time of year to do this. If you want to understand why people abandon carts, or maybe get a little more insight into how people use your website, it's a great time of year with this increased traffic. So if you don't have a COVID response page, another good suggestion. It shows people that you're real, that they can build trust, that's a real person who gives a damn about other people. Just a great suggestion to add to your page. These are just other little kind of key things you can think about dropping in to kind of maybe give yourself just that little bit of extra. And that's what this is all about, a little bit of extra. And then as we think about wrapping up the holiday, hopefully you get that little bit of a gap between that kind of final shipping madness and Christmas. You can have a glass of wine, sleep for a couple of days, catch your breath, and then you go back into analysis mode, right? We're never done. We go back to analysis mode. What did we learn from the holiday selling season? What can we take away from it? I'm going to be looking at sales by product and what marketing campaigns worked, what discount codes were working for me, traffic by referrer reports. I'm going to be looking at billing countries for selling internationally to understand, where traffic was coming from. These are things I already have bookmarked. I've already kind of gone in and kind of flagged some of these custom reports and kind of identified what I'm going to be looking at. I'm going to be breaking down first time versus returning custom reports because I want to start figuring out cost per acquisition so I can start thinking about future sales planning and marketing budget allocations in 2022. This is all stuff that I'm going to be grabbing as soon as this holiday season is over because I want to use this increased data, this increased traffic as a bit of a source or resource to start building on for that next year. I want to have 2022 be better than 2021. And I can't really do that if I don't start using this information to make better decisions. And then last and certainly not least, top online store searchers report. What are people looking for in my store that they can't find? If people are searching for a red t-shirt and they're not finding a red t-shirt, maybe my verbiage isn't right. Maybe I need to add red t-shirts. Maybe I don't have red t-shirts. Maybe I need to create a different collection. Maybe I need to make changes in my store, right? It can be just a really simple, quick, and easy and dirty way to figure out how to make some changes in my store that can immediately impact conversions and sales and better meet the things that customers are looking for. Just a couple of the really, really, really simple things that you can bring to the table very quickly to really even make January sales pop a little bit because people are tight. People are a little bit, broke, and it's a little sales tighten up. So if you can give them what they want, if you can meet the expectations, you're going to be in that much of a better place. Now I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but I want to go through a quick review real quick. And then as always, I want to, I do have a bit of an announcement I'll make, Derek, and I won't get fired this time. But I do have a bit of a good one. In fact, I'm going to skip the review. I'm just going to go right to this announcement. So Shopify Los Angeles, for those of you who are in LA, we will be reopening. There's a fire inspection going on today. So provided we pass that, we'll be reopening next week. And I'm going to send Derek a couple of codes you can include in the email I'm going to offer all the attendees here, our podcast studio and our photo studio, for 2 hours fully equipped for $50.
Awesome.
So anyone wants to use that. So you can share that out in the emails and things. So if you want to do podcasting or book the photo studio, welcome to do that. Use $50 and you can go in there and go crazy with it.
Awesome. For all our people in the Los Angeles area. Yeah.
I could do the same for New York if they're in the New York area as well. We have a space there as well.
Oh yeah. Awesome. So we could, and that's right. I hear the New York, the new office there is amazing. A lot of people were talking about it actually.
Nice.
So yeah. Awesome. Share that link with us in chat. We'll be sure to put it in the show notes and give everybody that opportunity. The Dragon of the West says Shopify LA is a great resource. So it's so awesome to see, Chris, you're making a difference for merchants all across the world, but also, of course, at home in the LA area. Chris, that was amazing. Thanks so much. We got one question from you. Where was it? Where is it? So the question from Amy is about this last day to ship / the free shipping day. concerns. What are your thoughts on when this deadline is going to be? I think last year is because we had so much e-commerce. There was a big delay, but this year I'm thinking we will be ready for it. But what do you think?
Yeah, when I went to USPS and they said the 14th, but again, it is USPS, so that's all subject to change. They're saying the 14th. I think I would probably build in some cushion. I would probably be looking at telling people the 10th or 11th or something like that to allow for, it also does depend on the business. If you only ship once a week in your business, you got to build in that date too. If you only ship on Thursday and someone orders on Friday, you got to build in those extra days on that as well. So it does depend a little bit on your business.
Yeah, absolutely. I've shared the links for everyone here in chat. We can put them up here. And Antonio quickly says, should we be running Google Analytics even if we're not using Google Ads? Yes, Google Analytics is like just everyone installs this tool in their store thing. It's pretty important. Now, it's not going to matter too much for earlier starting stores, but over time, you're going to learn to use it as a way to track acquisition sources, user behavior through the site. And then at one point, you'll upgrade into a tool like Peel Analytics for additional insights into the store. So that's my quick note to Antonio there. Chris, thanks so much for your time with us. We're going to go right into our next session.
Yep.
Awesome. That was a great way to kick off an opening, broad kind of look at all the things you need to do to prepare for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Now we're going to get a little more specific, bringing on John from HelpFlow to talk about live chat. John, how's it going?
It's going well, Derek. Glad to be back, man. This year went by quick. It feels like we were just doing this presentation last year.
Yeah, man, I bet you're ramping up right now with staff and training and really preparing. And probably you have to talk a lot with your clients about what they're doing for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Make sure you're aligned with them, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we got a whole process. This will be our 6th or 7th Black Friday. I think technically 6th. And our process is strong. It gets stronger and stronger every year. And the team is just ready for it. The agents are ready. The ops team's ready. So we're ready to rock.
That's awesome. All right. I'm going to add your slides to the screen. I'm going to let you prove to everybody why it's so important to be using live chat at the right stages of the business. I'll let you take it away, John.
Awesome. So I'll jump straight into it. Black Friday is hard every single year, right? It is competitive. It's difficult. It's complicated. And so it's just a difficult time of year to make work, but it's also super important. And the reason why it's hard, I mean, part of the game is traffic, right? You need to drive traffic all year, but traffic's expensive. Facebook this year, Facebook with iOS 14 is a whole nother story. It's hard to drive good traffic, right? At any time of year, but Black Friday in particular, it's even harder. But if you look deeper, abandons are really a huge part of the problem. 50% of the people that start the checkout process, if you look at your data, are going to abandon, right? So like 1 in 2 people that start the checkout process are going to abandon. And some of those happen really, really deep in the checkout process. I'm going to be digging into some of that today. And you're probably already doing, cart recovery emails. Maybe you're doing some SMS stuff in your recovery efforts. But those just aren't enough to really save abandons because those people already left. They're already gone, and you're trying to get them back, right? You're trying to pull them back into the site, literally with emails and SMS. But if you can predict abandons before they happen, then you can save a lot of those people. And that's what we're going to dig into today, is basically how to do that, how to predict abandons. The case study that we're going to use today, I want to walk you through some details about these guys so you can understand, for your own site, how serious the problem of abandons really is, so you can see what's possible when you save them. So this particular site is a makeup and skincare brand, relevant to a very similar business model to most e-commerce stores, nothing fancy with what they're doing, but it's a makeup and skincare brand. They do a lot of sales. So they do $750K a month in sales, so significant revenue. But the reason why I use these guys as an example in these types of sessions is they have a lot of data throughout the whole funnel. And so the stuff that I'm going to share with you today scales down to smaller numbers as well. I just wanted to make sure we have the blessing of, a ton of data here to be able to know that it's valid. And then overall, the site performs pretty well already. So the conversion rate's pretty good. 3.9% is what I have in my notes. I think that's on the screen too as well. So 3.88%. Healthy average order value. Metrics are overall pretty good, is what I want you to get out of this. But if we look at the abandons, it's got a lot of abandons. So looking at this data, 22,000 people a month start the checkout process, but don't complete, right? That's what's on the left-hand side. 700 people a day. That's a lot of people that start the checkout process, but don't end up completing. It's actually more than the number that actually ends up purchasing. The number that ends up purchasing per month is at the bottom, 19,000. So more people are abandoning than are buying, right? So this data is based on analytics data, Google Analytics specifically, and we're viewing it in this way because we want to slice and dice this data to be able to look at it in different ways. So I understand that there's different views in Google Analytics. I understand that Shopify's got a pretty killer checkout report that goes through the whole funnel. We want to be able to slice and dice it in a number of ways. So we're using Google Analytics in a specific way. But bottom line here, lots of people abandoning, right? 22,000 people per month start the checkout process, but don't abandon. But what I want to show you also is that a lot of those abandon deep in the checkout process. And that's going to be the same as you slice and dice your own data. In this particular case, 22,000 people, I've got it over here on the screen, so I'll be pointing over there, but 22,000 people start the checkout but abandon. 6,600 get all the way to the payment page, but still abandon, right? So 30% of the people that abandon get to the payment page and then end up abandoning. And that can happen for a ton of reasons. It can be unexpected shipping costs. It could be, an objection that just kind of surfaces on the payment page, even though it was there before. There's a ton of reasons why people abandon. We'll get into how to save those in a minute. But a big chunk of people abandon on the payment page. In this case, it's $250,000 a month worth of sales abandoned literally on the credit card screen in Shopify in this case. So again, this is a big store. So you're probably not going to have $250,000 on the payment page abandoning, but you'll see 50% of the people that start checkout will abandon. 30 to 50% of those will be on the payment page. And it's really important that you focus on saving those. With that said, typical cart abandonment strategies aren't enough. You're probably sending cart abandonment emails. You absolutely should. And by the way, I'm going to go into at the end of the session a way that you can supercharge these emails. So if you're already doing cart recovery emails, great, you're ahead of the game. There's a way that you can supercharge those, which I'll get to at the end. But those aren't enough. Retargeting ads aren't enough. But you should be doing them, right? I know retargeting is different now with Facebook, but you should still be doing retargeting ads. But again, none of these address the fact that people abandon because they have questions. They don't abandon because they forgot that what they were doing on their screen, they had a brain fart. They don't, forget to buy, right? In most cases, they abandon because they had a question, something slowed them down. There was some friction, and it caused them to leave, right? They said, I'll come back later and deal with this, right? It can be a ton of types of questions, but that's why people abandon is questions. And live chat can be a really good way to answer these questions, both in, in the website, in the purchase experience, but also as part of abandoned cart emails and as part of your other cart recovery efforts. So I'll get to that in a second, but key thing I want you to understand is, people think of live chat as a customer service tool, which it is, but you can also use it to drive a lot of recoveries and save people from abandons. And so that's what I want to really show you the possibility of today. You can use it to drive a lot of sales. And so in this particular case, so this is data for what we see happen with actual clients. You could do a lot of the same yourself, maybe not all of it, but you don't need to use our service in order to save some of your abandons. But let's look at their numbers, right? There were 6,600 people per month that abandoned on the payment page. They already convert 3.88% of everybody, right? So all traffic that comes to the site, 3.8%, pretty solid. If you can save 20% of those payment abandons by engaging with them on chat, then it turns into a lot of sales. And 20% is totally reasonable because remember, these are people all the way at the end. They already picked the product. They already put it in their cart. They already said where they want it shipped. They already, in this client's case, they saw the shipping time because they have that as part of the flow. And they're on the payment page, right? So can we save 1 in 5 of those that for some reason abandoned on that screen? Probably so. In this particular case for this client, that turned into $50,000 a month, right? So 600 grand a year of additional revenue just by saving people that almost completed the purchase, right? So the scope of sales you can drive is super, super significant if you get it right. And that's what we're going to dig into today. Brief intro about us at helpflow.com. This is basically what we do. We provide 24/7 live chat teams to over 100 e-commerce stores. That means our team of agents actually answers visitors' questions and moves them through the purchase process and helps them to overcome whatever objections they have. We also can do a lot of customer service, but ultimately we're driving sales. And we're able to drive a lot of sales. We've driven millions of chats with these approaches, and we've driven over $100 million in tracked chat revenue over the last almost 6 years. We're coming up on 6 years now. So we've been able to use this stuff to drive a lot of results. And what I want to be able to do is just show you how to be able to do that. I want to show you how to be able to get similar results. So digging into it, there's really 3 places where live chat can drive a lot of sales and 3 places where you can use it to drive sales. One of those is the checkout process, which I already touched on. I'll go a little bit deeper in a second. Second one is product and category pages, right? And then the third one is in your email flows. So I mentioned I'm going to come back to that, and I will at the end. You can use live chat in emails to drive a lot more results. So I'll get into that. But let's start with the checkout process, right? We talked about some of the numbers earlier, but the overall goal of what you want to do with live chat is basically to predict if somebody's going to abandon and then engage with them automatically before they abandon. So predict they're going to abandon and then engage with them automatically before they abandon. And it sounds like rocket science to how are you going to predict people are going to abandon? It just requires use of your Google Analytics data and doing some modeling and triggering live chat greetings, which to me is simple because we've been doing it for 6 years, but you can do the same thing. So what you want to do is you want to identify patterns of the people that already abandoned in Google Analytics. So in Google Analytics, you can filter it to say, only show me the people that abandoned. And then for those people that abandoned, analyze that data. What pages do they look at? How long do they stay on those pages? Where do they go back and forth between different pages? That's the key giveaway that somebody's going to abandon. What's the change in velocity between different pages? So how do they slow down as they go through the purchase process? Basically, what you're doing is you're looking at the people that abandon and saying, okay, this is what they do before they abandon. With that data, you can then track that for people that are actually on the site, track that somebody's starting to have that behavior, and then trigger a live chat greeting based on that. It's a little technical on how to do that, but the high level, if you want to nerd out on it after, is you get that data from Google Analytics initially. You track the data within Google Tag Manager and run some analysis in real time as they're on your site. And then once those rules get tripped in Google Tag Manager, you fire a greeting over to your live chat system and say, hey, do you have any questions I can help with? I just want to let you know I'm online, right? So that's essentially what you're doing, but you want to predict that somebody's going to abandon and then engage, and you can do that directly within the checkout process. I already talked about some numbers of what you can drive by saving people in the checkout process, so I'm going to go straight into the next section, but that's one place where you can drive a lot of sales. If you're on Shopify Plus, I'll go back real quick. If you're on Shopify Plus, then this is super easy to do. If you're not on Shopify Plus, you're on normal Shopify, it's a little more complex. You're not technically able to do it in the checkout, but I can tell you for most sites that have a good baseline of revenue, this process alone pays for the additional cost for you to upgrade to Shopify Plus. So it's worth it to upgrade to Shopify Plus if you get this part right, because you'll save all those abandons. But the checkout process, that's the first place where live chat fits in. Second place is in highly engaged product viewers. So people that are super interested in the products, but not moving forward into the cart, right? How can you save those people? And so again, I'm going to use a different client in this particular case. And I want to be crystal clear. Somebody asked me this on another session. This is not the client that we showed data with earlier. So I want to be clear on that particular part. But imagine somebody looking at makeup and skincare products on this particular site, right? They've got a lot of categories, reasonably wide range of products. So they've got a lot of products here. And if you dig into a specific category, think of the visitor's experience, right? They're going to filter based on different criteria, based on color, those types of things. And they're scrolling up and down the page. You can track that stuff. And they don't move into the product page. So again, essentially what's happening in the background is you're tracking how long they're on the page. You're tracking their scroll depth. You're tracking the fact that they have not moved into the other product page. They haven't actually clicked through on anything. Right. And you're also tracking, inner page activity. So you're tracking the filters they're applying and all that type of stuff. You can invite them to chat here and offer to help them to find the right product, right? So you can track that they're starting to get confused and have them start a conversation with you, or you start with them and help them find the right product. one step further, if they do get to the product page, they're going to be looking at information. They're going to be configuring colors. They're going to be kind of looking at like, okay, maybe this is the right product, right? But they don't move into the checkout. So if they don't move into the checkout, but they're super engaged, you can track that by looking at the engagement in the product page. So for example, clicking on ingredients in this case, right? That opens up that section on the page. You can track those types of things. You can track scroll depth, like I already mentioned. You can track the engagement that they have, but the fact that they're not adding it to their cart or they're not saving it to their wish list. I don't think these guys have a wish list, but you can track that type of intent stuff as well. And again, engage with them and invite them to chat and save those sales. So there's a lot you can do. If you look at the data from the client that I shared earlier, again, these are not the same client, just to be crystal clear. But if you look at this data, they've got 350,000 visits per month to the site. 163,000 of those viewed a product but don't get to checkout. So it's good engagement, but it's not enough. It's one product page, right? 87,000 view at least 3 products but don't move into the checkout process. So they literally get to a product page, go back, get to a product page, go back, get to a product page, click to another product page, right? 3 separate product pages and they don't move into the checkout process. You can save a ton of those before they abandon. And so basically, if you've got 87,000 people that view 3 products but don't check out, and you say, look, can we convert 2% of those, right? You're already converting 3% of everybody on the website. So can you convert 2% of people that look at 3 products but don't actually move into checkout? Probably so. I think that's fairly conservative. That turns into 1,700 purchases a year or $66,000 in additional revenue per month. So again, it's big, big dollars. This is 800 grand a year for this particular customer, right? And so in this case, again, in the product pages, super, super engaged people that are interested in products that don't move forward. If you connect with them, you can get a lot of them to buy. So there's a lot of good revenue opportunity here. Last place I want to touch on is email flows. So cart abandonment emails. I mentioned you can supercharge your cart recovery emails and your other email flows. And so I want to walk you through how that works. So for cart abandonment emails, most people, if you have a cart abandonment email right now, a sequence or just an email maybe, typically what you're going to see is it's a reminder and then it's a discount and then it's a Hail Mary discount, right? It's 3-part sequence, 5 days maybe, and it's a reminder, a discount, and a Hail Mary discount. That's basically what most of the flows are. You got to remember, like I said earlier, people didn't forget to complete the purchase in most cases. A discount is not necessarily needed to have a move forward. A lot of people do get conditioned to discounts. So I'm not saying don't offer a discount, but it's not solving the problem. People abandon because they have questions, right? And so one of the things that you can do is you can add live chat as a call to action in these emails. So rather than just saying, hey, you left something in your cart, you can still say that and show the product and do all those fancy things, right? But you can say, did you have a quick question? Click here to chat with our team. We're online 24/7. Or our agents are online now. If you have a quick question, click here, right? So they click that button and then that opens up the live chat box on the website, opens it up automatically. The agent's already there. They're connected to the agent. The order's already there too, just like a normal abandoned cart email. And that enables you to basically answer those questions and get them to ultimately buy, right? So essentially what you're doing is you're turning these cart recovery emails into live conversations. You can do the same thing with SMS. If you're doing SMS and just sending out a message that's a broadcast, right? A reminder, discount, you're missing the boat on SMS. You want to turn those into conversations. That's also something that you can do essentially with live chat. And we haven't shared this with Derek yet, but that's something that we have ready for Q4 as well. Continuing the live chat experience from before they abandon to when they're abandoning on the site to the cart recovery emails and to SMS, making it real-time responses, lightning fast for all of those types of situations. And so again, if you're not using cart recovery emails, use them. But if you are, focus on answering visitors' questions by sparking up conversations. Then as you start to see what those objections are, you can feed that content back to the website. You can use that in your cart recovery emails because not everybody's going to chat, but the insights you get from chat can be super powerful. So you want to use those to spark up conversations. That is the places where live chat fits in the checkout, the product abandons, and the email flows. I want to touch on real quick though, some things that you want to be careful of if you're going to do live chat yourself. So we run 24/7 live chat teams. I mentioned that earlier. The cart recovery stuff I just mentioned, you can technically do it if you don't have, a team online 24/7. It just gets messy because you kind of need to, you need to change the strategy. I'll go into that in Q&A if you guys are interested, but you kind of need a 24/7 live chat team to make this stuff work. You can run it yourself, but I want to make sure that you're aware of a couple mistakes that stores make that ultimately hurt your conversion rate. Live chat is a unique thing that it doesn't just, if you do it poorly, it doesn't just not work. It actually causes your conversion rate to go down, causes your conversion rate to be worse if you do it poorly, not just flat. And the reason for that is people that would have bought without the live chat being there get frustrated. They have friction in their purchase experience because of the live chat, and then they don't end up buying. So if you're going to do live chat yourself, super important to avoid these mistakes. Number one, don't use pre-chat forms. Most systems default to a pre-chat form. Most marketers want to get a bunch of information, but you don't want to use pre-chat forms because it doesn't make it easy for somebody to ask questions, right? You can get their name, you can get their email, you can get an understanding of what they're interested in, or pre-sale versus post-sale. Like, you can get all that in a conversation. But if you put a form in front of somebody, then you're going to cause a lot of people to start to want to chat by seeing the chat box. They click it, they see that friction, they go, oh, I don't want to give my email because then I'm going to get on the marketing list, right? And then they don't move forward, right? So you introduce friction with forms in any case, really. You don't want to do that in a pre-chat form. Also, I didn't mention this earlier, but when you chat with somebody, their conversion rate is going to be anywhere from 4 to 9 times higher because you had that conversation with them and you can have that personal experience. So you don't want to be blocking certain chats to happen. Every chat is worth your time if you actually measure it and look at the entire life cycle of how somebody experiences products and when they buy. If you chat with somebody at some point, that conversion rate is significantly higher down the line. So you don't want to introduce friction to bring down volume. Second thing is you need to respond really quickly. If you respond in more than like 10 to 12 seconds maximum to those messages that come in, it significantly drops the conversion rate for those people that engage. And so if you're using greetings to invite people to chat, which you absolutely should, because that's where most of your chats are going to come from, well-timed chat invites, then you want to make sure you're responding lightning fast, because the worst thing that can happen is you predict abandons, right? You configure the chat greetings to show up at the right time. That chat greeting shows up and somebody goes, oh yeah, I had a question. I'm trying to buy this for my wife for anniversary or something. And then nobody responds, right? It's perfect timing. It looks like a legit chat message. They're happy it's not a bot. They're happy there's not some form fill they have to do. And then, oh my God, there's nobody here, right? That is the worst thing that can happen. It'll destroy your conversion rate. So super important to respond really, really quickly. And then the last thing, and then we can get to some Q&A if we have time, or dig into a resource I want to share with you. Nights and weekends. Nights and weekends is when 50%, 40 to 50% of your traffic and sales is going to come outside of business hours, regardless of what niche you're in. Even B2B stuff, 50% of the sales, 40 to 50% of traffic and sales comes on nights and weekends. So not being there on nights and weekends 24/7, right, causes you to miss out on a lot of potential chat opportunities to save those sales. So I wouldn't necessarily say that's going to cause your conversion rate to go down because the chat's not there on nights and weekends, but it is super important to have that there. So if you're going to do live chat yourself, totally doable. I'd highly recommend every site have chat. Obviously, I'm biased, but hopefully for the reasons I've shown you here, like chat drives sales, you should do chat. If you're going to do it yourself, just make sure you don't make these mistakes. That's the most important thing. With that said, I know we covered, a lot of different things in this session. We put together a resource for you. I mentioned that this is our sixth Black Friday. We've seen a lot of ways to make Black Friday successful. Part of what I talked about is, predicting and saving abandons. That's the key part that goes in. We go into that in the guide. But one of the things we put together over the last couple of years is this Black Friday Cyber Monday blueprint, which is basically the result of seeing all of our clients' financial data over the years and saying, okay, like what do the stores that do well on Black Friday seem to do? They have a certain timing for their ads and their email campaigns, right? So that's a key part, is like, when do you send out which offers and how do you sequence it all together? You don't just turn on the ads and send an email. Second, what's the right offer, right? Like, depending on the brand, what should the offer be for Black Friday? How do you do it in a way where it's going to entice people and, enable you to sell more product, but it's also not going to kill your margins, right? Or degrade the price integrity of the brand, right? So what's the perfect offer? We talk about the email and the ad sequence to use leading up. We talk about, upsells and retargeting and how to really maximize the sales. And then there's some moments that people have on their first couple Black Fridays where they go, oh my God, we will never do that part again. We've listed some of those in the guide as well. So it goes through those things. And then the last bullet point on here is the customer service part. Like I mentioned, we do live chat teams for a ton of stores. We also run customer service operations for a ton of stores. So that's a whole separate part of the business, but we run entire customer service teams for a lot of brands. And we've covered how to make sure customer service is done well during Black Friday and the time after that. So you can see the link on the screen, helpflow.net/BFCM 2021. Great resource, and it'll enable you guys to get what you need to make Black Friday successful. For anybody else that's interested in digging into live chat, we're happy to have a conversation with you guys. Our sales process is super, super simple. We do with your data essentially what we just did on today's session. We look at where people abandon in your purchase process, how many people abandon, what the best approach is to save them on live chat. You could implement some of it yourself, and we make sure the ROI is a no-brainer. So if we're going to generate, if it's going to cost $2,000 a month to run with our service 24/7, we want to make sure we're going to produce, 10 grand a month, 12 grand a month, 15 grand a month, and we can guarantee that up front. So we always make sure that sales process is really, really good for clients. If you're interested in going into it, it's helpflow.net or helpflow.com. They both go to the same site. Happy to dig in and make it a good Black Friday, guys. Make sure you're predicting all your abandons. Use live chat and make it a good year. It's going to be a competitive one.
John, you give us undeniable proof on how we can make more money by implementing live chat. And it makes perfect sense. Talking to people and being human is kind of supposed to be part of business. We just forget that when we're online sometimes. I've shared the guide here with everybody. And I think it's also very respectable, John's process. He literally, he will just look at your data and say, we can make you more money than we cost, or he'll look at your data and say, no, we can't make you more money. We shouldn't do business yet. Maybe you have to grow or change things like average order value or margin or something to make it make more sense in the business. But, anybody at, I'd say a stage of kind of scaling, like probably around that 1 million, 3 million, 5 million revenue mark. If your customer service team is bogged down on the post-purchase side, John is like the perfect add-on to that pre-purchase. You can sit there right next to the team, work with them on understanding, how they typically answer questions, but alleviate what's about to be a giant, increase in inquiries over the next 3 months. It's going to be, fun, hair pulling out, late nights for CEOs trying to jump in and put out all the fires. I've seen it year over year. And John, like you said, it's your 6th year. So you're no stranger to this.
Absolutely. I saw a question in here from Dragon of the West. How do we learn the business? If you visit the site, we've got a pretty good video on how we do that part, but no, we do not just look at your product pages and answer questions. We've got like a super methodical intake process where we put you through our onboarding wizard to gather a whole bunch of information. We get access to your help desk and any other customer communication you have, and we pull all that in. And then we basically build a knowledge base based on that and constantly iterate that. So from day one, 6 years ago, we knew if we could learn any e-commerce business, then we could provide a great chat service. And we've done that. We are not the only live chat provider in the marketplace. We are also not the cheapest, but we are the one that actually learns the business the best, because that's all we focused on from day one, and we can prove the ROI. So there's more details on the site, but yes, we can learn any business, whether it's medical device, t-shirts, or industrial parts. We work with all those brands, and we trust all of them.
I love it. And they are a good partner of Gorgeous as well. So if you're on the Gorgeous help desk, it's easy for them to import. But I think you'll import from pretty much any help desk, I think, to get.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of our clients are on Gorgeous. So we work with a ton of clients where, we're on the chat side, the company's using Gorgeous, everything meshes really, really well. So we're platform agnostic. We can work with any e-commerce platform, Shopify, BigCommerce, all the stuff, and then any help desk as well, to be able to get the tickets in there and collaborate on tickets. So super, super simple.
Awesome. John, thanks again so much. Always a pleasure to have you. Look forward to having you back in 2022. And yeah, crush it at Black Friday. You're going to make millions for your brands, which is really exciting.
Super excited. You guys take care. Have a great event.
All right. With that, we're moving from the exciting conversion rate optimization and kind of profit building side now to the a little bit scarier way to avoid losing a ton of money. We're going to bring on Mara from Rewind. Are you ready to join us? And I think if you can unmute yourself.
Hello there.
Ready. Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you doing?
Doing great. I'm so excited for your session. We've kicked it off in a perfect way, kind of cohesive Black Friday, now going into channel activities and ways to button down the hatches and make sure we don't explode or implode perhaps in your case. So I'm going to add your presentation to the screen. I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I'm delighted to be here. And at Rewind, we often have the difficult job of talking about protection and talking about risk and talking about how to avoid something going wrong, which can be a bit less exciting than having a presentation on all the upside that we can potentially capitalize on this time of year. But it's a really important discussion to have, and I'm really pleased to be here today to cover off this side of the discussion heading into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So my presentation is on how to protect your store this BFCM season. So on the agenda today, I'm going to start off by giving you an introduction to Rewind in case you're not familiar with who you are. So I want you to know who we are, where we're coming from, and who I am. Then we're going to talk about what can go wrong. There's a lot, unfortunately, that can go wrong on an e-commerce store on a good day or a bad day. It's really important to zero in on understanding what risks are out there, especially in Black Friday, Cyber Monday season. And then I'm going to provide 6 tips for how you can protect your data, your online store, and your bottom line. Okay, so kicking off with a bit about Rewind. So Rewind is a backup application. We exist to be able to automatically back up your data and allow you to restore anything from a single image to your entire store in just a few clicks. So we do backups, and we started off by offering our backup and restore service primarily to Shopify merchants via the Shopify marketplace, but then expanded what we offer to cover BigCommerce and other SaaS applications where businesses are saving critical data, GitHub, Trello, QuickBooks Online, and we have big plans to expand beyond these in the near future. We're very proud to be a well-reviewed app. We have over 1,300 5-star reviews across the platforms that we support, and we're trusted by over 80,000 businesses. We're a Shopify Plus certified app. We're one of the top reviewed apps in the BigCommerce app marketplace, and we've also won some awards for our work directly with BigCommerce. So to understand why Rewind exists, it's important to understand what can go wrong. I've been working with Rewind for the last 2.5 years. I'm a product manager. I work on the product team, and my specific focus is our backup and restore applications for BigCommerce and Shopify. And I regret to share that a lot goes wrong. So every single day, we're busy helping merchants get back on their feet after some type of mishap. And I can bucket these mishaps into 3 categories. And the first category is human error. And this is quite simply mistakes. And mistakes happen all the time. There's a huge range of people working on e-commerce sites, from beginners on the technology to agencies with a really full plate, to kind of like that mid-stage business that's looking to mature their operation and add some sophistication with some new apps and some new workflows. Unfortunately, things don't always go according to plan. It could be a CSV import that goes wrong, or something as simple as a misclick can result in a lot of pain. I'm going to give you some examples here. This is one of our customers, Whisker Seeker. They manufacture and sell catfishing tackle and gear. And the man in this picture, his name's Matthew, and he's the owner of the store. They operate on eCommerce, actually. And I had the opportunity to interview Matt and understand how he came to be a Rewind customer. And he told me a story that really struck me. And it's actually a sad story because they suffered some pretty tremendous data loss on their store in the days leading up to Black Friday. They had so much going on at this time of year, lots of, refresh campaigns and new tactics and promotions. The whole team was really busy, but then 4 days before the event, they were doing a CSV import to adjust some prices, some sale prices, and they had an instance where the columns were misaligned, and it resulted in 300 products being totally wiped from their store, including product images. And my heart went out to Matt as he told me this story, because they had to just immediately abandon a lot of the work they had been doing to make Black Friday as optimal as possible and just go totally in on repopulating that store with all the products and all the correct product details. And this was so dire that into the nights, they were retaking photographs of some of their products because they didn't have it saved, and they didn't know that something like this could happen. So they were not a Rewind customer when this happened, but they are now, and they would never risk again losing data at any time of year, but much less at around the sale holiday season. Another example of human error, this is our customer Crossrope. They sell weighted skipping ropes and workouts that go along with them. They were doing, this wasn't related to Black Friday, Cyber Monday, but they were doing some fairly regular theme code edits, updates, trying to improve some visual aspects of their site. And a series of changes were made and pushed live, and things seemed okay until it became apparent that customers were no longer able to add their products to the cart. And it was really unclear how the theme changes or the work that had been done had resulted in this add to cart button being disabled. In this case, what they were able to do is restore to an earlier version of their theme that they had manually backed up 1 month ago. And they were able to reactivate that button and get customers moving through their site again. So this was good that they had that manual backup that they had run a month ago. It was a bit suboptimal though, because a lot of changes had happened on that site in that month timeline that they had to sacrifice in order just to be able to correct this major mishap and be able to sell again. So is just the number one reason why we are busy every single day helping people recover from mistakes on their store. Another way that things can go wrong, though, is through our integrations with third-party apps. So the app ecosystems that surround Shopify and BigCommerce are extraordinary. They give us superpowers. They close gaps. They let our stores become more like custom, more sophisticated, more powerful. And we're an app. We're working in this zone as well, and have been able to build a business for ourselves, connecting to many different Shopify stores. But it's really important to acknowledge that every time you make a connection to a third-party app, you're opening a door to your store. You're giving this software and the people behind that software the ability to access your store data and potentially update it, delete it, manipulate it. And sometimes that doesn't go totally according to plan. Sometimes there are apps that are less mature than others that don't have really well-realized Q&A processes, and data is changed in a way that it should not have been. And sometimes there's just not a clear understanding of what the app is going to do and how it's going to manipulate your data in a way that can be really, really harmful to your business if you're not properly anticipating the changes that an app is going to make. Let me give you an example of some things going wrong with app integrations. This store is Revival Rugs. They're a company that works with us as well, a store that works with us, and they were integrating with a third-party app to kind of they were changing some processes around shipping and logistics, and integrated with an app that resulted in all of the inventory on all their products being set to zero. This was not the plan. This was not supposed to happen, and it was a huge issue because that immediately blocked them from being able to sell anything. So this, we've got a quote here from Ben, the co-founder of Revival Rugs, and it's a real reflection on how much time, how much work we're investing into these stores, and how when you're opening your doors to third-party apps, a lot can change very quickly, and it's really important to be very careful when you make those integrations. This store is called It's Juliet. It's female apparel, and the co-founder of this, the founder of this business, her name is Tiffany, and I spoke with Tiffany fairly recently, and she told me about her journey to starting to back up her store, and she had a problem also with a third-party app. She was looking to improve her discoverability. She was connecting with an SEO app that was going to make a lot of improvements to her product page, her product images, specifically compressing her product images, but it wiped all her product images. So in this case, it wasn't a misunderstanding of what the app was going to do. It was a really kind of immature app, and the app behaved in a way that it was not intended to behave, and resulted in big loss for It's Juliet. Now, she was able to cover a little bit quicker than some of the others. She had her ducks in a row in terms of being able to reload in her product images, but it was horrifying. It's a really scary spot to be when you've dumped a lot of work. Shouldn't say dumped, when you've invested a lot of time, a lot of work into your Shopify store, to have it suddenly looking out of sorts. Okay, the last category of things that can go wrong is the one that we see the least, but it does happen, unfortunately, and that is when an ill-intentioned employee or ex-employee or a hacker gains access to your store and intentionally corrupts your data or deletes data with bad intent. We had a customer of ours who had an ex-employee who still had access to the store, log into the store and delete products, delete pages, delete blog posts. It was pretty vicious, but this customer that we worked with had us there on their side, and we were able to quickly put that data back because we had an up-to-date version of it and the means to quickly restore it. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, what can go wrong. And in acknowledging that some stuff can go wrong, it's helpful to reflect on what is at stake. And I bet this slide is not a surprise to this audience. You know that there's a ton at stake. So if you do lose data, or your store gets kind of fussed up, there's going to be a lot of time that goes into manually recovering lost data. You may have a few different strategies in place, or a few different apps that you integrate with, or ways that you store your data that could impact how long it takes for you to do a manual recovery. But one thing is, it's just going to take a lot of time, and a lot of there's a lot of anxiety and heartache and fear that kind of plays into one of those moments. Lost revenue from downtime. So in a lot of these scenarios that I described, the ability to sell was absolutely compromised. Losing the add to cart button, not having product images, inventory being set to zero. These have bottom line implications. Totally, we should be trying to avoid this at all times of year, but especially in this Black Friday, Cyber Monday season and that event. It's just an unbearable thought that you wouldn't be able to maximize your sales at that time, especially with all the work that's going in to the event in these months. And then the third category here of what's at stake is loss of customers and credibility. So if you're losing customers, you're losing revenue. That makes a lot of sense. But I know from speaking with merchants very regularly and getting to know merchants that earning that customer trust and credibility is so important for the long-term success of your stores. You need customers to be coming back again or referring your business to their community and their network. And if you are delivering a disconnected, incomplete, confusing experience because you've suffered some data loss, it's really going to impact your ability to make that long-term relationship with the customer. So stuff can go wrong. A lot of stuff is at stake. So why on earth is there no undo button? So this was my very question when I was coming to join Rewind over 2.5 years ago. At that time, I was new to the e-commerce world altogether, and I kind of learned about this business that was doing backup and restores. And my first question was, why isn't this covered by Shopify or by BigCommerce, or for that matter, by QuickBooks Online, by GitHub, by Trello, by all these businesses that provide the software that we operate on? And I came to understand why this is through learning about the shared responsibility model. Now, the shared responsibility model is a very common, I guess, posture or best practice that the SaaS platforms that we rely on have adopted and enforce. And it essentially establishes that protecting the operations of, in this case, an e-commerce platform of a SaaS software is both the responsibility of the provider and of the account owner. And in this case, the account owner are store owners or merchants like you. So we'll just kind of walk through this a bit more. So the e-commerce platform, let's say Shopify, is responsible for providing the platform infrastructure and security. It is Shopify's job to make sure that Shopify is always running, is always up, is always ready to support our businesses at any time of year. And they have huge teams that work on this. And they absolutely themselves have a disaster recovery and backups procedure. So if anything was to ever happen to Shopify that compromised their ability to provide Shopify to us, they have contingency plans in place to be able to offer us continuous uptime. And we absolutely benefit from uptime from these platforms. But where the line is drawn between Shopify's responsibility, and our responsibility is the data that we actually put into our stores. So merchants in this case are responsible for store data and the security, so access to your store. Store data covers everything from orders to customers and inventory, your theme code, the assets, the product catalogs, content, blog posts, the list goes on. And we're responsible for protecting our store. So that making sure that only people who need access have access to our stores, tight management of roles and permissions, and a backup and recovery procedure of our own. So I'll get specific here, and I'm going to zoom right into Shopify's terms and conditions where this is expressed. So you, the merchant, are responsible for all activity and content such as photos, images, videos, graphics, written content, audio files, code information, or data uploaded, collected, generated, stored, displayed, distributed, transmitted, or exhibited on or in connection with your account. That's a mouthful, but it is to say that it is your job to protect all that you have created inside of your Shopify store. Shopify is going to keep your store there, but everything that you put into it, it's your job to protect that. So now just going back to that realization that data can be lost, I've fleshed it out here on a scale of likely to unlikely. So that's the center blue line on this slide. So very likely on the right there, as I mentioned, human error is the most common reason data is lost. And then there's the unlikely end of things where there's a meteorite lands on the Shopify servers, or there is a massive data breach. And then the kind of gray and orange lines here show you how the shared responsibility model comes to interact with these different types of data loss. So we have some cover from the platform backup. So from Shopify's security team is going to cover us and make sure that Shopify is always up and running, or for that matter, BigCommerce. But it is the merchant's responsibility to make sure we're giving our account, our store, that extra level of protection. Okay, so now I'm going to provide to you 6 tips these are things you can actively be doing heading into Black Friday, Cyber Monday to protect your store. Number 1 is password management. Now, I think I think we all know that we should have good passwords, strong passwords, secure passwords, random passwords of sufficient length and variety. But it is really, really hard to do that because we're not robots, we're humans. It's super difficult to have all of our passwords be as strong as they should be. So we at Rewind use a password management application, and we strongly recommend that merchants use a password manager. It's called a password manager to help generate and store secure passwords. 2 that we recommend are 1Password and LastPass. This software is actually some of my favorite software because it's very easy to use and is extremely convenient once you get up and running with it. And if you can adopt this solution, you've just leveled up your protection of every software, every application that you use, including your e-commerce store. And it's a great way if you work with a team to kind of make sure that everyone's taking those steps. If you enforce that all your collaborators have to use this password manager as well. The next step is we recommend that you embrace 2-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. So this is the next layer. This is like the next line of defense beyond the password. You can think of a password as something you know, whereas an authentication code as something that you have. Upon sign-in, you'll be prompted to go 1 level deeper and provide the code to get into your store. Now, BigCommerce has 2FA automatically enabled for all merchants, whereas in the Shopify world, we have to enable it for ourselves. And it's very easy to do. All you do is you go in, let me just think if I can think of this on the spot. It's under your account, so that when you're logged into your Shopify admin, you have your, it's in the right-hand corner, you have your account settings. It's not in the store settings, it's in your account settings, and then you navigate to security and you'll have the option of enabling 2-factor authentication. I think the way that they offer it is via SMS verification. So upon a sign into your store, you're gonna use your unique password followed by filling in an authentication code that is sent to you on your mobile device. So add another line of defense. A level up from 2-factor authentication is multi-factor authentication, where rather than relying on the SMS as the channel to receive your codes, you use an authenticator app. But at the bare minimum, consider enabling 2FA on Shopify and on other applications you use. Number 3 is adopt the principle of least privilege. This is a software best practice, and it means if you don't need access to do your job, you shouldn't have access. So thinking about what you work with or who, like the applications that you and your colleagues or your teammates have access to, we want to make sure that we don't have an overextension of access. Only people who are using the application or the software or the store should have access to it. So if you've got a lot of extra collaborator accounts on your Shopify store that they don't need to be active right now, it's a really good time to examine those and pull back some permissions. Same thing with staff members. Should everybody have access to every app? We recommend that they shouldn't. So really just peeling through all the tools that you use to operate and making sure that you've managed the scope from a human perspective. There's only we only have the people on these applications that we need. And this is so important because the most common way that data is lost is human error. So by just reducing access, you've mitigated that risk very significantly. Number 4 is manage app access. So the same way we want to put what people have access under the microscope, it's important to put the apps themselves under the microscope. I know that each Shopify store is bound to have a lot of app integrations. It's a really good time right now to go through, review what you have. Remember, I described integrating with an app as opening a door to your store, to the outside world. Like, how many doors do you have open right now? Are there any that you can close? Even if you're not actively using an app, if it's installed on your store, it often has permission to write data to your store or update resources or even delete resources. The hope is that would never happen without you knowing, but it's very responsible to just go through and make sure that you don't have any apps running on your store at this time of year that you don't need. Number 5 is watch out for phishing attacks. Now, this is something we've actually just recently kind of added to this. We used to have 5 tips, and now we have 6 tips. We're learning a lot about phishing attacks internally at Rewind right now. We're experiencing a lot of people trying to gain access to parts of our business, and have learned that this is becoming more common for smaller businesses, not just kind of enterprise level. So I encourage you to familiarize yourself with what a phishing attack is. It's someone trying to gain access to your business, to your applications, to your store, using false pretenses. So this often plays out in the form of an email of someone masquerading as someone you know, encouraging you to click a link. The name of the game here is to be critical and suspicious of what's coming in to you via your inbox, in terms of requests without context. Really think about, was I expecting this email? Does the sender typically reach me in this way? Can I verify with the sender in another channel that this is a safe flow to follow? Just be critical of what you're seeing and what you're clicking, especially when it comes to clicking links, clicking attachments. Okay, final one. I bet some of you might be able to guess it, and it is back up your store. So this is what we're all about. Even with all of these levels of protection kind of in play before that point, it is so valuable to have a backup and restore procedure in place or plans in place. There's a lot of different ways to do that. There's options in the App Store. What I encourage you to think about is what is complete coverage. So you want to be able to have a backup of your blogs, your collections, customers, pages, products, product images, things that aren't even on this list, product meta fields, and all your variants and your SKUs. And it's important for a backup to be the most powerful and the most comprehensive. You want a backup system that's going to run on a recurring basis. It's going to be automated. It doesn't depend on a human to go and say, okay, now is the time for the backup. And you want to have flexibility in terms of how you restore. Do you have to put back the whole store? Can you put back just a portion of the store? Can you put back just the page that you lost? That's what I encourage you to look for as you consider a backup and recovery solution. So that is it. Thank you very much for having me here today. Here's a quick little recap. So what we talked about is risks, what can go wrong, acknowledging that human error is often a way that things go wrong. Third-party apps can also cause problems, ill-intentioned employees or hackers. And then I provided our tips that I think I encourage you to take going into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Manage your passwords, embrace two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. Only people who need access to applications should have access to applications and software. Manage app access, prune back your apps, be wary of phishing attacks, and lastly, back up your store. Thank you very much.
Yeah, awesome. And I agree completely with on the app side. I talk with a lot of merchants about this. I say, look, they'll say, oh, I'm not using that app. It's like, well, you still have it installed. So it's got access to your account,
Yeah,
which means it could accidentally like sync the store at some point. So we want to clean up the code base, get it out of there, uninstall it, and make
absolutely.
sure that they're not whether they have a malicious attack on their end, which, doesn't happen that often, but it happens enough to warrant, doing something about, or whether it's just going to do something accidental, or it's got a JavaScript snippet that could go down, or it's just bogging down the site. If it's not in use, don't
Yeah.
keep it around. And that's just like, maybe a quarterly process of cleaning up the code base. And on two-factor authentication, it needs to be mandatory on every major channel that anybody's using: email, SMS, anytime you have customer data. So of course, platform, Slack, your project management tool. People are, like you said, fishing for this information.
Mhm.
I've gotten, spoof emails from team members saying, hey, Derek, I need the credit card number and stuff like that. Like, those people are out there. They're
Yeah,
hunting.
we're getting a huge increase of that into our inboxes as well.
Yeah, and it's really scary because there is not a lot that that like we can do to prevent the initial, attack. We can definitely prevent it from affecting us, but those messages are just gonna increase over time because the hackers are getting really smart. So yeah, so the doom and gloom side of it, but
I
guys,
know.
if you don't have Rewind installed right now, just install it before Black Friday. Make sure that you have as much uptime as possible. You don't lose any of your content, whether by human error or malicious attack, and definitely follow the other steps here to secure your store. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Yes, thank you, Derek.
Awesome. We're moving right into the next session. Now we're changing up from maybe the doom and gloom of protecting the store to the doom and gloom of being so overwhelmed with your data that you don't know how to use it. And we're going to get the solution to that problem right now, right, Yasmin?
Hi. Yep. We're going to
Yeah.
talk about it now. Cool.
I do think the same way that this event happens, and we've done so many of these events, and I was telling somebody yesterday, an event is often you're kind of selling hope to people, because often people register, they don't show up, they don't attend a session, and then even if they attend, they don't change how their business operates. And if you don't make any actual changes in the business, then nothing's really moved forward because you attended or wanted to attend an event. And I think that happens with our data a lot too, right? We can look at the data, we can report on the data, we can have meetings about it, but does it change what we do? And do we take actions from it that benefit and impact the business in a clear way? That's a tough part.
Yeah. And there's a lot you can do. It's not as overwhelming. You could just make small little changes and see how the numbers move. And I'll show you some ways to look at it.
Yeah, awesome. I'm going to add your presentation to the screen here. We'll switch out the banner above my head here, and I will let you take it away.
Great, thank you. So I'm Yasmin. I'm the co-founder of Peel. And for those who don't know, Peel is an automated business analysis system for any e-commerce team. So we take, you connect to us via the Shopify App Store, and the software that we've built starts automatically downloading and processing all the analysis, so you don't have to do it and you can stay away from spreadsheets. And these are a few of the brands that we work with. And exactly. So Peel delivers data insights to grow your e-commerce revenue across new and existing customers. And we have over 100 different metrics. And we give you all the metrics, but then we compute it across all of your dimensions. So what products people purchase, what discount codes, where they're coming from, payment gateways, and sort of always tell you the types of the things that you should be looking at, since there's so much to look at and it could be really overwhelming. But we try to make it accessible and easy for you to just sort of dig into the data instead of learning how to compute it. I'll skip over all of these because everyone sort of knows that data analysis is tedious and technical and time consuming. And we're here to try to solve that. So let's just jump into the presentation. So when we think of Black Friday, Cyber Monday, people think of high CAC, a lot of competition to acquire new customers, and start stressing out on the acquisition side. But I'm not going to focus on that. I'm here to talk about retention strategies, because we have acquired and people throughout the time with our businesses, and they are waiting to come back and purchase again. So there's so much that you can do, and especially with the data that you already have on your customers to get them, to encourage them to come back. So let's talk about that. And the way people sort of do it is they look at a cohort chart. And I'll do a quick overview of this now. So people are added to cohorts when they first make a purchase with your brand. So if I first purchased in June, I'd be in this line. This is where my activity would be. And the analysis will essentially look to see, okay, when did I come back? Or depending on what the metric is, but when did I come back and purchase again? Was it in June? Was it in July, August, September, October, November, December? So the pink and the purple this is party time, and this is what we're here to talk about. So what we're saying is in months prior, you've acquired customers and you're trying out different advertisements, different ways to get people in to come and buy your product. And all these customers they happened. So what we can do is focus on strategies to get them to come back and buy again. And we can try to get these lines in this chart, in this diagonal chart, to be pink and purple. And I'm going to talk about 3 metrics to go over that type of information. So we have repurchase rate, we have average order value, and the combination of those this is not the actual formula for LTV, but these are the 2 sort of windows into how you can increase the lifetime value of your customers and your brand. And so we'll go over those now. And there's actually a lot more metrics to go over, but these, if you stick to just 2, you can make so many gains and improvements. So the whole point is to not overwhelm anybody. So repurchase rate. So this is a type of metric that tells you, when do the customers that you acquired come back and purchase again? And so what you can do with this type of data when you're thinking about a strategy for the holiday season or for any type of promotion, if you do something in March for March Madness, or something in the summer, depending on your type of brand, this is sort of the way you can look at it. You can look back at previous sales and seasonal events. So you can look back at last year's Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and see, oh, what happened here? How many customers did we acquire? And what was the repurchasing behavior? You also can look at those diagonals that I showed you. So in looking previous months to see what happened then. Did those customers that we acquired in previous months come back in the holiday time to purchase from us again? And those are sort of your goals. So you can use this type of chart and look at periods of time and see what happened, and also to understand the characteristics of the customer. So does the repurchase rate change if people buy a specific product, or if they came in on a specific discount code that was attributed to a specific campaign, or if they came in from a specific location? Like, is California trending for some reason? You would know because you've been running different campaigns and acquiring customers in different ways. And this type of analysis can show you where there's been bumps, and if efforts that you've been taken have increased either acquisition or repurchasing behavior. And then by looking at this, you have benchmarks to say, okay, well, maybe we now know what our repurchase rate is now on a whole, or what it was last Black Friday, Cyber Monday. What can our goal be for this coming season? The next metric is average order value. So the more money that people spend with you every time they make an order is better. So what you want to understand is, what is our average order value and what does it look like over time? And this will allow you to sort of plan, how do we increase it? So maybe we should offer bundles. Everybody talks about bundles to increase your average order value. So maybe we should start talking about those, or seeing if we can execute on those and they would make sense for our brand, to see if they could bump our AOV. Are there gift guides or different ways that we can package our product to get people to buy more when they make an order with us? And there's lots and lots of creative approaches within those 2 big buzzwords, bundles and upsells and cross sells, that you can do to think about how you can get people to buy more. And then also there's so many different UX strategies, and there's lots of tools out there to help, make recommendations of, oh, I put this in my cart. Maybe you should offer these other 3 products that complement it. And we've all experienced this ourselves as consumers. So experimenting with those to see if those can bump the AOV, especially when people are shopping in the holiday season, is a great way. Now, so all of this stuff, you can tell stories with it because there's so much around the brand that you're creating to get people to come back and buy again. And so I would say, looking at the data, now you sort of build your storytelling of how you're going to get all these customers to come back and buy again from you. And the ways you can do that and things that we've seen, which is pretty obvious, but it's always a good reminder, are email marketing, like increase your campaign outreach, and you can target to specific customers. So if you know what the benchmarks are for customers who bought a specific product or came from a specific location, tune your marketing towards that. Increase your campaigns, start telling stories, get people to be more involved with your brand or remind them of the brand, even now before the holiday season comes, so that when Thanksgiving and Christmas and Hanukkah and everything comes about, people think, okay, these are who I'm going to go buy my presents for. And it just becomes top of mind. People love brand stories. So understanding, like, how do we get them hooked in the story of our brand and why our brand sets apart from other brands? And all of this types of stuff of email, increasing your emails and campaigns, of sort of getting people involved in the story before you're even asking them to purchase, can be very, very helpful come November, December. Same with SMS. Like, you can start this now, or you can plan for it to re-engage these people that bought months and months ago from you to come back and buy again. And then also on the social side, like, what are you doing on social media to get to remind people of the brand? And this is not for acquisition. This always helps acquisition, obviously, but in terms of engaging with people to remind them of who you are. And if there's more touch points of, okay, remember us, you bought from us 6 months ago, come back and buy again at holidays, that's the general theme. And the last bit, which I sort of always need to touch upon, is the big question of to discount code or not to discount. That was supposed to be funny, but it sounds really stupid when I say it. But there's so many different discount code strategies. And the best way that you could really understand if it was valuable to your brand, because every brand is a little bit different, is to look at the historical data. So and that we've all used discount codes before. So you can look, especially in Peel, or to do your own analysis to see if using a discount code in general, regardless of what it was, is that valuable to the repurchase rate and to the lifetime value of your customers? Do people that you acquired on a discount come back and buy again? And how much are they buying? And what's their value over time, after 6 months, after 9 months, after 12 months? So those are really important numbers to know. And then also, what does it look like on a specific discount code? So you might have tied a promotion 6 months ago. Like, use that data to sort of strategize what that will look like for the future. And then again, by specific product. So if a product was, discounted or not, just understanding what the lifetime value of those customers are who bought that specific product versus didn't, or who bought that product when it was on a discount by looking at the specific code. All of this type of data is so informative to help you understand what to do next and whether it's a good idea or not. So if the LTV of your customers who used a discount code is actually high, then maybe you should use it because you acquire a lot of customers with it and they come back and buy more and more and more. But if it doesn't, then, that's just because it's trending doesn't mean you should do it, because it's not going to help the value of your brand. So in summary, I've talked a lot about a lot of different things. You should use data from previous seasonal events, whether it was the past 6 months, last Black Friday, Cyber Monday, to know where you stand. Like, what does the data tell you? What is your repurchase rate? What is the average order value from all those different activities that you took? So you know where you stand. Then you can use that to set goals. It's like, okay, that was our repurchase rate. We want to get it to X percentage, especially in November and December. And so what can we do to get that? How do we get people to come back and buy again from us? So we're going to increase our email campaigns. We're going to start talking to them through SMS, just reminding us who we are, what our brand is, what our offerings. Maybe we'll do some new product bundles and tell them about it. But we're not really asking them to buy, so that when they do come, when everybody's buying, they'll come back. And then track these numbers. So track, like, lifetime value is not just a thing that you look at every 3 months. It's something to really, check and understand what the components are that are moving the LTV and the repeat purchase rate and the AOV, because there's so many different experiments that you can do to get them to move. And we've talked to brands who've, tested out one type of email campaign and they immediately see a bump from the previous month in repurchase rate. And that's very reaffirming that just little experiments can really help you build the playbook and make a very long-term strategy. And that's it for me. So if you want these metrics and you can find them really quickly with us, all you have to do is just do a one-click install from the Shopify App Store, and we automatically populate all the metrics that I spoke about, plus a bunch more looking at retention behavior. And there you go. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Absolutely loved it. And yeah, we've got the link for everybody in the show notes to head over to check out Peel Insights, download, install, and start making adjustments using data on your Black Friday, Cyber Monday strategies. Thank you so much, Yasmin. We're going to move right into our next session. We'll see you later. Perfect. Brian, are you ready? How's it going? Hey, are you muted? I don't hear you yet. Could be. It's funny because you're not muted, so it could be an audio issue.
Hey, can you hear me now?
There it is.
Great. There we go.
Awesome. I'm really looking forward to this tool, guys. We're going to do a quick demo showcase of Wonderment and all the amazing things that you can do in mitigating where's your order tickets and improving that post-purchase experience, which is going to flood your store right around, I'd imagine right around the beginning of December, right, Brian? That's when business really picks up for you.
Yeah.
And you can see, like, problems starting to really go through the roof. So I think anything we can do first to mitigate problems, and then second to kind of just improve that, like, anxiety moment that customers have about, like, where the order is in the process, and, like, is it going to reach me? Is it going to come damaged? Like, what happened? I have a personal story, totally unrelated, but I sent I'm getting my watch fixed. It's a nice watch. And separately, I had to send them a bunch of the links. I had extra links. They're going to swap out one of the links on this watch. So I sent it via USPS, and the tracking notice just says out for delivery September 23rd. And I'm like, okay, great. Did it get delivered? Like, I have this product insured. It's expensive. I want to make sure that it gets there. And so I talked to the company, and they're like, yes, in fact, we did receive it, and we have the links. But I didn't know otherwise. And so I'm, like, over here, like, biting my nails. Am I going to get the insurance money? What's going to happen? So, all right, that's my story from it. I'm going to add your screen here to the presentation. I'll let you, maybe you don't want to see this one.
Nope. Here we go. We're here.
Ready.
Let's do it.
Move over to it.
Last minute changes always.
Yeah.
Awesome.
To the flows and sequences. All right, I'll let you take it away from here, and I'm looking forward to this.
Great. Thanks, Derek. So I'm Brian. I'm one of the founders of Wonderment. This is a company, a lot like the story Derek was just telling, that was born out of talking to merchants who are having issues with shipping and trying to figure out better ways to solve them, get ahead of any kind of post-purchase weirdness where people are writing in and haven't received their package yet and already are unhappy, and turns it into just a uncomfortable situation and really expensive on your support team. This is a company that's just born out of COVID shipping issues. Last summer, I was working on a new app with my co-founders, and we got a bunch of feedback from merchants that were like, hey, we're excited about what you're working on, but we're starting to have a lot of shipping issues. And nobody can really help us or tell us where our packages are or what's going on. We think we might have a lot of lost packages out there. Can you help us identify, like, where these packages are before we start to get lots of messages from our customers? And learning that there wasn't a great solution for this really opened my eyes to the world of fulfillment and shipping issues and everything. And discovered that shipping data is kind of a black box to a lot of people today. Where you don't have access to knowing what really happens to a package after it leaves the loading dock at your warehouse or at your 3PL, and it makes it really hard for you to communicate proactively with your customers so that they know what to expect about when's it actually coming, what's going to happen if it's late or doesn't arrive, and helping give them more comfort about it. And so that's exactly what we built with Wonderment. We wanted to build the order tracking that would give your customers lots of confidence about what's coming, when is it coming, and you the data that you need so that you can manage your business better. We're a Shopify native app. And so our customers that come in and are using the app every day start off with a dashboard that's just like this, where we can tell them, hey, here's the shipments that you have that are, have gone for days without an update from the carrier. And so they're either lost somewhere out there or in some long-term delay where you might want to be able to communicate with those customers and be like, hey, it is on its way, even though it looks like it hasn't moved in a few days. And if it doesn't start moving soon, we're aware of it, we'll take care of it. And what we found was that stores that communicate with their customers in that way see dramatically fewer support tickets around where's my order type topics, because the number one thing customers wanted to hear was that the brand was aware of this and not just firing packages off blindly and never hearing about it. And I think we can relate to this as consumers ourselves. Anytime you order something, if anything goes wrong with it, you're like, how much of a customer service hassle is this going to be? How many emails or calls do I have to make to get my money back or get the product that I wanted or get this problem solved? We want that to be easy and efficient. And brands are finding that if they do this kind of proactive communication, it really solves a lot of pain and struggle for their customers and gives them much better conversations this way. And so we wanted to start proactively finding all the types of shipping issues that customers might complain about or be concerned about, and making sure that brands had the data to proactively solve those problems as they go. So we surface the shipping data in a bunch of different ways. First of all, through a dashboard that helps a brand understand exactly where are my packages out in the world right now and which ones are running really late or might I want to look into more, and be able to work with those and follow up maybe on a one-by-one basis, or if they get a specific complaint from a specific customer, being able to check into it and getting the complete history of what's happened to that package, where it's going, etc. And then we also surface this into a bunch of roll-ups that can help you identify, hey, which of my carriers are doing really well with right now and which ones aren't, or might be falling behind on a specific service level or something like that. And so this can give you a good understanding of like, what is my actual typical customer experience like for somebody who orders and says that they want USPS delivery? How often are they getting a really great level of service and things are being delivered in just a couple of days? And then how many of them are seeing results where like, oh, they might be waiting 2 weeks for a package, and when is that happening or why is that happening? And so being able to surface that for both the carriers by the carrier or by the service level that it was shipped on, to be able to understand, hey, how good is like my parcel select service versus my first class service? How much better performance am I getting? And where am I seeing these delays? Or how real is my 2-day shipping? If you offer 2-day shipping at a certain level, how often is that actually hitting in 2 days right now? Or is it actually taking 4 to 7 days for some of those to hit? And so you can be really confident in what kind of customer service experience you're delivering today. And then being able to click into any one of these and understand exactly which packages are in that bucket. So if you want to follow up with these customers or understand the whole journey of like, well, maybe these all left on like one day and that was the bad day when the truck left the warehouse and then things didn't get scanned in on time. They sat at a warehouse for a while. This can be a really nice reminder of, hey, here's what packages are taking a long time and here's what happened. And so you can really dig in and understand exactly what happened in these situations. And then beyond that, we realized that this data was a black box and people wanted to use it to communicate and not just in like one-by-one methods. We wanted to take this data and make it available in all the other platforms or systems that you might want to use it in. And so we've built a lot of really powerful integrations so you can use this shipping data with any of the communication platforms that you already use, whether that's like the Shopify native fulfillments and the native communication tools that Shopify gives you, or apps like Klaviyo, Postscript, Gorgeous, and Voyage SMS. And then for other tools that you might want to bring it into that we don't have an integration for yet, we also support webhooks, so that you can take this data and send it out to like Zapier or Slack or Google Sheets or something like that. And then over time, we'll continue to add more integrations, especially on the communication side. But this gives you a really nice way to take this data and put it into any other system that you want to have it in, so that you can build your own custom reporting or answer questions, or flag things for follow-up by like a customer service team by putting it into a Google Sheet when a specific error occurs or something like that, or notifying a team on Slack when there's a delivery error so that someone can follow up and find out what happened right away, rather than waiting a couple of days and then finding out that the customer is complaining, and then needing to manage that situation. And through these, we also integrate with a lot of, through the Shopify fulfillment events, we also integrate with a lot of reviews platforms like Okendo, Judge Me, Stamped, Luke's. And so you can use this data to make sure that you're only requesting reviews from people that have actually had a delivery on their order. So no more of the reviews that are like, well, I was asked to leave this review, but I haven't actually received my gift yet or my package yet. That's a really frustrating review to ever get. And so this way you can make sure that it was scanned, delivered, and then you waited 2 days, and then the review was left at that point when they've actually gotten to have the package and get it from there. So a lot of flexibility there with different platforms and being able to take your data out into any other systems you'd want to see it in. So for Klaviyo, this is definitely our most popular integration in the ways that people want to see it the most. We also have a library of example workflows and email templates that we give to our customers when they sign on. And so we found that this also makes it a lot easier for them to get going by providing a really good default flow that helps them understand this is exactly how to use this data. And so in this example, this is for a stalled shipment, a shipment that hasn't gotten a scan in a few days. The event will come into Klaviyo saying, hey, this package hasn't been scanned in a couple of days. And in this example, it waits until daytime in the person's time zone to say, all right, wait until early afternoon in their time zone to make sure that they see this message, and then send them an email that's like, hey, here's the update on your order. We've noticed that it's running late, but we'll get it out to you soon. And then you can also then check and see, hey, is this going to my home country, or is this a domestic package or an international package? And flag for further follow-up from there. We see a lot of issues like with customs where something might be getting sent overseas, might sit at a customs office for a week. And so it's good to be able to flag and watch for those packages that are going overseas and say, hey, we'll have a little bit more allowance for time to be late on those. But if a package at this point is, several days delayed and is going inside of the domestic US, we want to elevate a notification to our customer support team saying, rather than just messaging the customer over and over again, elevating a message to the customer support team saying, hey, this hasn't moved in 7 days. Something's probably wrong at this point. Let's make sure that we are on top of it and resolving it however this needs to be handled, whether it's a reship or a refund or anything else at that point. And so this gets to really illustrate like the real power of like Klaviyo workflows and those systems that way, and the interaction there. And so this data is available for all of our shipping events, from everything from when it's first picked up or the label's printed at your warehouse or at your 3PL to when it's out for delivery or delivered, and any errors that can happen along the way. So you can completely customize this messaging for every step of the journey, whether it's good notifications or bad ones. And the same data is also available for other platforms. And so we have some other examples of like how to configure this for PostScript or other platforms that you might be using for customer communication this way, and can be really helpful because we want you to be able to use whatever platforms you prefer rather than trying to send it all out ourselves. And that way you can use the SMS consent list that you've been building. You can continue those conversations that way and have a complete record in all of your other systems about how you've been interacting with these people over time. The other big resource that we've been giving to a lot of our customers is branded tracking pages using this data. So being able to give an order lookup page that can be linked to either from a website or from email or an SMS or something like that that brings someone directly to a page with the updated status on their order, rather than sending them out to like FedEx.com or USPS or somebody like that, where they're on somebody else's website. There's no customer service information there. There's nothing that can really help them. It's just, here's the status of your package and no next steps from there. And so this way you can keep people inside of your branded experience on your website and give them a really rich experience that communicates your brand, your messages, your customer service information with the updated status on that package. And these are really fully configurable, so you can make it look and feel like your brand rather than it being like a page that we host on our website or something like that. We wanted to make sure that this really felt like a Shopify native experience and something that really felt like a part of an extension of your store, but on your store's domain and your theme, your header and footer and everything else, so that your customers really feel like they're still interacting with you as they do this. And there's a consistent branding and messaging. And so here's an example of like one style of this page where you can have like large highlighted lifestyle messaging, the history of the package, the contents of this order, and the abilities to like add upsells or other messaging here. It's like these folks are using this to help build their SMS consent list this way. This is a Klaviyo form that's embedded on this page, and signing up for this puts them into like their Klaviyo consent, which is a really nice way for them to be building this list up and expanding that as like a marketing resource for themselves. We've seen from a lot of these folks who will put this page in their navigation and link to it from their email, say that it becomes one of the top traffic pages on their website, especially because of returning customers, and becomes a really valuable tool for retention that way, being able to position upsells or other messaging, product offers, things like that in front of an audience that's already engaged and interacting with the brand. It's a great marketing resource this way. So, and to illustrate just how different these can be or how much control you can have over the styling and appearance and look and feel of these. So this is one page that we're hosting for one brand. But then this is another one, still a Wonderment hosted page, but a completely different look and feel, where they have this like beautiful pastel palette that they love to use for their brand and their styling, and wanted to make it really feel like a native part of their website. And so like gorgeous styling, upsells and referrals to other products, a referral block to their customer referral plan, and then like a little video that they wanted to host from Wistia, and a link to their like VIP Facebook group. And so having this feel like a really like native, natural part of their website, an extension of their marketing presence and their brand, but something that we can help power the tracking technology behind this to make this really functional this way. So that's Wonderment at a high level. This is what we're working on and continuing to build more tooling, more carrier support, and more power into, so that brands on Shopify and eventually e-commerce brands all over have really great access into their shipping data and the ability to use it as an asset, whether for improving customer retention and customer success, helping more customers have great interactions up front, and as a marketing asset to help retain customers, do post-purchase sales and surveys and things like that. And understanding what your customer's experience really is like through your shipping, and what the typical customer sees at the end.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think turning shipping and logistics from what is like typically a worry into a marketing resource. I love it as a concept, and we're seeing this, being adopted more and more by brands today. So I think you're on the leading edge of it, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Brian,
Great.
thanks so much for showing us the tool. I'm excited to see the growth of Wonderment. I would place bets on you if I could. I think we're going to see this firmly adopted by thousands and thousands of e-commerce brands. So thanks so much for showing us where you're at today and what we can look forward to when we're using your tool.
Thanks, Derek. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Awesome. And of course, everybody here, you can check out Wonderment. We have the link to their tool in the show notes, which I have linked a few times. If you don't have them, say something in chat. I'll make sure you've got a link to the show notes, and we'll also put a link to Wonderment in the chat for you, just in case. Thanks again, Brian. We're moving directly into our next session.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
All right. with that, we're going to move into one of our favorite and most neglected, I'd argue, channel tool providers. Messenger marketing has been around for years. It's changed in a few different ways, shapes, and forms, but it has always been one of these, what's the right way to say it? Optimizations on top of your existing strategy. You're making great money with email. Maybe you've also got SMS, and then you add a layer of Messenger on top, and conversion rates increase. Abandoned cart rates go abandoned cart recovery rates go up, abandoned cart rates go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's good. And there's also ways to even cross-sell and upsell right there within Messenger. Plus, it feels like good two-way communication, and it doesn't cost you an SMS penny for a message. So there's all sorts of good things that happen with SMS. So we've got Bridgie here from Recart, who's going to explain the process and blow your mind with some amazingly powerful strategies for messenger marketing. How's it going?
Hi, Derek. Thanks. I'm doing well. How are you today?
Doing great. We are in the middle of it, in the thick of it. I'm already learning some things that I haven't heard before from Wonderment and Peel, especially because data insights can come from like every which kind of angle that you just don't expect, you know. And so it's really can be powerful stuff. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll add that to the session, and then we'll let you take it away. Here, I'll switch the logo in the corner as well. I know people have gotten a little quiet, a little complacent in the back there, but tell us how the sessions are going for you, what your favorite takeaway is, what you're going to change in your business. I'd love to hear in the chat. All right, adding this to the screen looks great. I'm going to let you take it away, and I'm going to disappear into the background.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Hi, guys, and welcome to the BFCM Best Practices. My name is Briggy, and I'm the head of marketing at Recart. And thank you, Derek, for the quick intro of Recart. And I'm also very happy today because now I will talk about what the proper messaging strategy looks like. And I will also give you 3 tactics that you can guys implement right after the session ends, and something that will help you smash Q4. And I will also talk about not just about Messenger, but today I will also show you some interesting SMS features. So overall, I'm very happy to be here for a quick 15 minutes video where I will talk about BFCM predictions and for mobile marketing this year, and how to best prepare for the BFCM craze, and generally just what to do to stay top of mind of the customers, what to avoid to maximize the BFCM success, and of course just a special surprise. And I didn't put it here, but each slide and strategy will show you our SMS features and how to marry SMS and Messenger together. So first of all, for those people who are unfamiliar with Recart, Recart is one of the most comprehensive mobile marketing platforms, helping 13,000 e-commerce brands drive additional revenue through Messenger and now SMS as well. Basically, we help you build your list and drive purchases on autopilot and generate LTV. And right now, as you can see it on the picture, we offer these capabilities via Messenger and SMS too. So now we have Messenger and SMS pop-up that you can customize to your brand look and feel. And we also have the major e-commerce workflows and automations such as the welcome flow or the cart abandoned flow to drive the first purchases and to engage with shoppers at scale. And using Recart, you can also send any kind of purchase or more brand-focused campaigns such as birthday to flash sales or just a simple product launch demo. But before talking too much about Recart and giving you a quick intro of our features and what we would like to, what would be our advice for the BFCM, why does mobile marketing matter and what is it? So consumers sheltering in a place during the winter surge of COVID-19 actually didn't stop shopping. Instead, they turned to the online and mobile channels, subverted expectations about the convenience, and looked for generally a greater experience and a stronger connection with retailers. And experts say that today, not just the share of e-commerce will continue to grow from year to year, but according to the recent statistics, mobile sales are going to reach 54% of the total e-commerce sales, which is huge because it's half of it. And also, if you look into the numbers deeper, what we experience in the e-commerce industry is that today more than 60% of US consumers research and complete their purchase on mobile. And also Shopify statistics show that in the last 2 years, at least half of the traffic and the sales came from mobile devices during the BFCM. So with the acceleration of e-commerce and with these statistics, the ways consumers interact with the businesses will continue to shift. And also nothing indicates that the relevancy of mobile marketing will stop anytime soon. And SMS and Messenger, one of the two most popular channels, will get you closer to the consumers on-the-go shopping and, let's say, mobile-first habits as well. And just to think about and frame where the technology is, it's also important to see what channels we are using right now and how they are connected to each other and to mobile marketing and customer experience in general. So email has a fantastic experience, and you can customize and make very beautiful and on-brand emails. And also there are tons of use cases available, so you can easily get started. However, we also know that email has only a 15% open rates and around a 2-3% click and reply rate as well. And you can be sure that your message can easily land into the promotional folder as well. Why SMS can offer you a 90% open rate, a higher CTR, a 15% CTR actually, and given the nature of it, usually 45% of the shoppers reply to SMS marketing, so you can easily connect with the potential shoppers and start building relationship with them at scale. And using Messenger, a minimum 80%, it offers you a minimum 80% of open rate, which is also great, and a 20 or 30% click-through rate as well. And you can also be sure that your message won't go into someone's promotional folder. And when it comes to the experience, so yes, email will remain the backbone of e-commerce businesses, but mobile marketing channels, even when we are talking about apps or SMS or Messenger, they are more reactive, effective, and immediate channel and kind of more accessible as well. And generally, with many shoppers exclusively online, the brands will need to change their interaction with potential visitors, because the one way, let's say, the mass-produced traditional channels won't build a relationship or establish trust anymore. Because right now, today's customer expect an exceptional and seamless and personalized experience, and SMS and Messenger is one of the perfect channels that can give you that. So the pro tip, or just to frame where Ricard is right now, don't just run SMS, use Facebook Messenger for a comprehensive mobile marketing strategy, and use multiple channels under one platform. And the reason is, so winning during the BFCM is no longer about who offers the biggest discount. It's about who plays the smartest strategy and reaches their audience where they are most active. That's why we started developing and improving our features to offer a cohesive mobile marketing strategy that includes the two most commonly used channels of communication to be more professional and personal as well. So with Ricard, now you can get started with SMS marketing and use Facebook Messenger under one platform. And one of the biggest, let's say, advantage of using this platform is that consumers are familiar with these channels and brands are also prioritizing them too. So today, more than 80% of people prefer to receive offers via SMS. But the issue, or also the opportunity, is that only 30% of customers actually receive SMS messages from their businesses they patronize. And why, or compared to email, you can be sure that 100% or close to 100% of your SMS will reach its recipients without ending up in a promotional folder. So it's a very, very huge benefit compared to email, which still remain the backbone of the e-commerce businesses. But the new channels, you will have more, not the new channels, but you will have more opportunity on mobile channels as well. So SMS is a kind of, let's say, the next big thing that brands and consumers started to focus. And also with Messenger, we basically give you one of the biggest opportunity to reach out to people directly and the opportunity to create one-on-one valuable conversational skill by giving them a really strong, one of the best customer experience given the nature of these channels. So yeah, Ricard is known its powerful capabilities to set up Facebook Messenger campaigns, but now we are going to work with brands with you this season to help you get started with SMS too. So now as we know the importance and relevancy of mobile marketing, let me show you how you to stand out in the crowd during this BFCM, because yes, it's still one of the biggest season or biggest quarter. So one of the best tips is to start early, stay consistent during and continue after, but how to do that? So just a very, very small and quick intro with Ricard Mobile Optimized SMS pop-up. You can make the mobile subscription experience really seamless, because basically with just to tap on their phone, they can subscribe to your SMS list. And here's a good example of how Mama Says does this with the SMS welcome pop-up for the mobile visitors. So since most of online shoppers visit websites from small screen sizes or devices, they are more likely to convert and subscribe on these pop-ups. So use SMS welcome pop-ups and start early to grow your subscriber list. And to make it more enticing, you can use offers like early access, additional discounts, and product wishlist to appeal it to the buyer. And I know it can sound, let's say, a little bit fluffy, but to end well, you need to start well as well. So make your BFCM SMS marketing campaign a success and start with the basic. So just when we are talking about big brands or more mature brands, they usually start planning for BFCM in January. And the point is, it's never too early to start planning. Your priority should be to start early. July and August are the ideal to begin the preparations, but better start soon than never. And secondly, brainstorm to find and make differentiator items relevant. So these could be things like free or discounted shipping, return or exchange policies, or you can make use of your reviews and testimonials for campaigns. I'm sure you also note how you will be using the different kind of segments and automations as well, and ensure that your sign-up forms and other marketing automations are kind of aligned this strategy. And one of the other advice that we would love to give everybody is to relook your segmentation before you send out any campaign or set up campaign, because the better you segment, the better results you will be and you will get. So after having worked with thousands of online stores, also when it comes to Messenger and right now with SMS, some of the winning segments include based on purchases and purchase history, and the campaign-based, such as clicked or didn't click on certain items or call to actions or campaigns, to understand the consumer motivations. And always try to put together strategies to increase your SMS list through other channels, such as Messenger or social media platform or an email. The goal is to drive as much traffic to your BFCM pages or your storefront in general, as well as to focus on the early acquisitions. And also, I know it sounds a kind of very, very basic advice, but still a lot of brands sometimes forget to review their journey and the technical readiness of their storefront. So make sure that your page speed is up to the mark and no plugin or feature is breaking. It's also a good idea to prepare your site for quick browsing using different kind of product category pages or BFCM categories, filters or pages. And lastly, it's also a good idea to make sure that all your links work and there are no type errors. And lastly, one of the things that I would like to highlight is also focus on the acquisition traffic and use a kind of blended approach. So get more people to opt in while being able to drive the first purchases. And what we suggest to every brand is to 2 weeks before the BFCM, switch your marketing and sales copy to get early access to the BFCM sales. So when the BFCM actually happens and starts, you should not focus getting more subscribers, but making sure that these kind of subscribers will proceed to the funnel and will buy something from you at the end of the day. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, the mobile version of your website should work seamlessly. And this especially includes your pop-ups. They need to take into account how your audience in a specific location is more likely to respond and to what. So, for example, if you take a look at the pop-up strategy below, the one on the left is less likely to get the conversions, as the BFCM shoppers are in too much of a hurry to fill out long forms or type in their email addresses on the mobile devices, while on the contrary, changing the strategy to target US-based visitors with a two-tap SMS welcome pop-up and the rest of the world with the Messenger pop-up, you can make it faster for mobile shoppers to subscribe to your BFCM list. So basically, based on the geolocation of the audience, recommend altering the pop-up strategy to collect subscribers. We break the strategy into two parts: use SMS pop-up for the US audience and Messenger for the rest of the world. And if you want to make the most out of your Messenger pop-up, provide a site-wide discount and add the extra 5% if they are subscribed to your email and SMS list. This is because firstly, people will subscribe to your messenger list, which is a real gateway because you already have one list. And in order to get that extra discount, they will also give you their email addresses or phone numbers. So you will subscribe them to that channel too. So basically this way, with 4 taps, you will get 2 owned channels, which is simply amazing because this way you can really grow your messenger, email, and SMS list very, 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 very fast, very rapidly. So just let's talk about a little bit about current SMS results and take a look at the Baxa plans that is a health and wellness brand. This is very little and a quick little case study that we had run. This was in the first 3 months of onboarding Baxa plans for SMS for Ricard. And since then, they have generated over 730,000 attributed revenue in 3 months and more than 90,000 SMS subscribers as well. And from that $730,000 attributed revenue, they generated 300,000 attributed revenue from the welcome flows and 200,000 attributed revenue from the abandoned carts and SMS campaigns. And one of the most, let's say, kind of biggest achievement is that basically one single SMS campaign of sales paid a full year of free cart, including the customer success management as well, the dedicated client strategy. So if you are a small brand without big budget, but you want to grow your store and start looking for a solution that delivers results with a great ROI while getting a dedicated success manager, Ricard is designed for you. And the second tip regarding to the BFCM is to don't forget to set up and double check the critical, the essential e-commerce automation workflows. This primarily includes 2 types of campaigns, the welcome flow or welcome campaign and the cart abandonment. The welcome SMS marketing campaigns will ensure the subscribers to start to gather even before the BFCM kicks in. Remain engaged with your brand and the upcoming offers. The goal is here to let them know that they are subscribed to the BFCM list and also what they should expect to hear from you. And the second is the abandoned cart recovery automation. And this is because in most industries, the cart abandonment rate can be as high as 80%, especially during the BFCM period when you are competing with way too many businesses. So you need to make sure that you have a foolproof way of reminding shoppers what they have left behind in order to capture it. And to be able to set up these e-commerce automations in SMS, you need different kind of platforms such as mobile marketing apps like Ricard. We help you set up these automations right from the point of collecting subscribers with the welcome pop-up that I showed you previously to sending out timely and very relevant messages on SMS as well. And lastly, my third advice is to don't forget to deploy your promotional calendar across the messaging channels. So kind of reflecting on how to marry and use these 2 channels in tandem is basically announce a new product and the upcoming sale or a company update across your contactable SMS audience, as you can see it here, and utilize sponsored messages, which is just really the technical name of what you're doing. So basically the same like an SMS, to complement SMS to ensure you're reaching as many eyeballs as possible. So for example, you can announce an early Black Friday sale via sponsored messages, or you can create a product bundle using 1, 2, 3 different call to actions to kind of personalize the experience and route to customers to the most appropriate place, or just simply send a simple birthday message to show you how you care about them. Generally, BFCM is one of the biggest opportunities for online stores to boost sales. And we also know that there are many ways to do it, but we have to think creatively. The reason why, because today customers look for more than just discount. And so it's a really good idea if you can think of how your brand can add more value to the customers, to the potential shoppers, and offer them a better experience than you did it last year. And kind of try to based on the ways in which you can emphasize the shoppers you buy more. So you can run promotions, the birthday messages, product bundles, and you really need to deploy your promotional calendar across the different kind of messaging channel. And if you enjoyed this presentation, well, the good news is that we have a whole new guide listed in our website. This is the URL. And this guide is full of actionable ideas to help you stand out in the crowd with your SMS marketing strategy. And we also have broken down the strategy to 3 phases. So what to do before BFCM, what to do after, and what to do during the BFCM. And you will also get thousands of examples on creative sales ideas and how to distinguish yourself with a unique voice. And we also dig into tactics that drive the holiday sales as well. So if you're interested in how you can combine how you can combine these channels together, how you should use them to make the most out of your mobile shoppers or potential mobile shoppers, let us turn your store visit into valuable subscribers, and let us grow your revenue on autopilot through the automation generate TV through campaigns. We will equip you with almost a 100% delivery rate when it comes to SMS, and the average 13 ROI on SMS, and up to 20x more effective opt-ins compared to the standard solution, because it's really seamless. And you can customize it to your brand look and feel. And Messenger also, besides good and strong ROI and the good return on spend as well, you can actually achieve a 30% cheaper acquisition cost. And that being said, if you're interested in getting started with Ricard, we offer a completely kind of free 2-week fully paid trial of SMS and Messenger platform. So we will have a quick intro call with them. You will start the onboarding with one of our customer success manager, and we discuss what the account will look like or should look like. And then at the end of the trial, you can decide whether or not you want to move forward with this. And as you can, and if you check our Shopify App Store reviews, we have more than 6,600 5-star reviews, which is amazing. And if you review them, you will find that the vast majority of them are about how helpful our team is. And that's one of the reasons why I love Ricard. So we have a group of passionate people that are really here to help, because these are really crazy channels with a lot of nuances, especially when it comes to SMS. But Messenger also has its own policies and kind of rules, and we really love working with people to make them successful. So if you are interested how SMS and Messenger works together, what is Ricard SMS features, and you would like to give us and you would like to experience it with a free trial, go to ricard.com and /demo, book a call with us, and tell them you are from this event, and we can't wait to see you on this call. And that is it, Derek. I appreciate your time.
Awesome. So I was going to bite my tongue here because I wasn't sure how much I was allowed to say on the SMS functionality side of things, but here we are. So it's official. You're telling people.
Yes. It was also kind of very excited, let's say, last couple of months, because we also onboarded some merchants, try to figure out the strategy and what really works with them, and also our engineering team is busy. So yeah, we are really excited, and also we have a good kind of experience. I mean, the results that we are getting from SMS and really how to marry these channels together is, it's kind of really amazing.
That's so awesome. So bringing your like best in class like functionality, form building, flows, sequences, segmentation, and all of that stuff across channel is going to really make this an unstoppable force. I'm looking forward to seeing Recart continue to grow with this channel diversification. And if people aren't this is big news for real for those listening and in the audience today. I'm really excited to see how your existing merchants adopt SMS on your platform, and how new merchants have an integrated strategy specifically around what you showed, which is maybe starting in Messenger and from there grabbing their phone number and then doing a campaign across the channels. Multiple touch points means multiple opportunities to get a message in front of them and convert users in a way that is not going to be too aggressive. It's really about where they want you to talk to them and the best way to communicate with them. So I love it. Awesome. Here we will I've shared, by the way, the links here. You can install Recart at ecomtech.link/Recart. And if you'd like to book a demo with their team, go to recart.com/demo. Tell them eCommerce Tech sent you over, and they'll be sure to take extra good care of you. Awesome. Bridgie, thanks so much. We're going to move right into our next session.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate the time.
Always a pleasure. All right. We've had some conversations about this tool in the past, but most importantly, the team at Gorgeous are experts at streamlining processes in customer service that save your customer service reps. Hopefully, you as maybe the head of marketing, CEO, CMO, aren't in the weeds in your help desk too much anymore, but your customer service team will immediately recognize some of these pain points as, oh my God, I had to open up this new tab and then I had to go research their name and it was under a different email address. And then all of a sudden, it took 20 minutes. And we saw Wondermint kind of do that with some of the solving of post-purchase problems by having an order lookup and all that stuff to prevent that infamous "where's my order" question. But that question's still going to come in, and how your team deals with it is really important. And even more so, I think that this is kind of the forefront of customer service, is integrating cross sells and upsells. And I think the team at Gorgeous knows that. And so I'm excited to have Christina with me today. Christina, you're on mute. If you want to unmute yourself really quick. How's it going?
Hi, it's so good. It's so good to be here, Derek. And thank you so much for that introduction.
Yeah, of course. Always a pleasure to have one of our favorite partners here with us today. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, I'll bring it up and we'll make sure and get you ready to present. Things have been going very fast here. I will say that we change topics very quickly. We've talked about live chat already. We've talked about broader Black Friday strategies. We've talked about data security. We've talked about SMS and Messenger. And now we're going to go back back into customer service in a way, which ties a lot of these channel and activities and processes together. So I think you'll bring us together on a lot of this. All right.
Amazing, Derek. And can you see my presentation here?
Yes, I can. Looks good. I will.
Can you see, but you can't see this part? We're totally good.
Yeah, correct. Only this tab, it looks like. I can see the headline of the tab, but that's totally fine. Everything looks good. I'll let you take it away from here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Derek, for that intro. And it is so good to be here with you guys today. Going to be chatting with you all about turning customer service from a cost center into a revenue generator, just in time for Q4 and Black Friday. So just to give you a quick intro, my name's Christina. I'm a partner manager here at Gorgeous. Prior to joining the Gorgeous team, I actually oversaw e-com for a supplement and functional foods company called Keon. So been on the brand side for many years and excited to still be in the D2C e-com community and just on the tech side of things. And to just give you a little bit more of an intro on Gorgeous, we are the #1 help desk for e-com. So what we intend to do is basically take all of your customer service, every place that you're being reached out to by customers or potential customers, and bring that into one place. So that's email, chat, SMS, Facebook, comments, add comments, Messenger, Instagram DMs, all of it into our platform so your team can actually manage all of those channels just in one place. And we're fully integrated with Shopify, BigCommerce, and Magento, and currently work with over 7,000 brands. So what I'm going to share with you today is definitely some of the best practices that we've seen across all the different brands that we work with that are just our top tips to really turn your customer service into a revenue generating place for your business. So jumping in, just giving a little bit of the lay of the land of where we're at today for customer service, you can see that there's still some room, or a lot of room for improvement, honestly, in my opinion. There are some gold stars that are out there that are absolutely crushing the customer service business, and it's a reason why people choose to shop with their company. And honestly, for me, as I've seen companies scale, good customer service is just a pillar of a really strong business. So you can see here, there's still a lot of frustration happening. There's high contact time, high time to resolution. Just in general, people feeling like I've had to repeat myself across, different channels to different people on the team, and overall just a lack of personal touch and customer service. And honestly, the merchants are really paying the price for that. The longer time it takes for you to resolve a ticket, honestly, that's costing you a lot of money. Additionally, you're losing sales opportunities. If someone comes to you and has a question that's critical to conversion, you want to get on that as soon as possible. So you're missing out on opportunities to make sales, and then also just for someone to have a good experience with your brand and to want to continue buying, you really need to have this just in top shape, basically. So, to me, when I look at that, honestly, I'm like, wow, there's so much opportunity here to stand out and really be best in class with customer service, and to stop thinking about customer service as simply putting out fires or answering kind of routine questions, and really thinking about it as, okay, let's actually proactively make this a sales driving channel and basically like drive people back to our site, get them purchasing into our products. So how do we do that? So step one in my mind is really just understanding what your customers are asking. So what are your customers writing into your brand about? What's top of mind for them? Maybe like what are the holes or areas that we might need to shore up, especially prior to Q4, and to just make it a better experience for customers. And we want to look at this across all channels. So really just getting a sense for, hey, what are people saying about us? And as you can see here, we actually aggregated 10,000 support tickets from various Gorgias customers just to see, what are some of these trends that are coming in. And obviously, when you do this as a business, this data is critical because it can support you with what products to bring forward next, maybe how to change the structure of your PDP, or to add new content to your website so that there's less friction in the buying process, or to simply, improve on a product feature. But, also as I'm looking at this, and as Derek alluded to, like a lot of what we're seeing, a third are actually people asking, hey, where's my order? When am I going to get this product? I'm so excited to try. And, that is an incredibly repetitive question, and one that I'm sure your teams see a lot of. So when I see this, I'm like, okay, how do we make customer service more efficient and effective for your team so that, we can start automating some of these where's my order questions and have the team actually focused on those touch points that really need that one-on-one attention and interaction. So how do we do this? So something that a help desk can do to support you in this is, first of all, to start creating templated responses. So gone are the days where we're pulling up old emails and copying answers that we sent someone else as a template into, this template to share, or, opening our Excel spreadsheet where we have a bunch of copy. But using a help desk like Gorgias, you can actually create templated responses, which we call macros. So you can see here, we're sticking with that order status question. So this is a macro that we just wrote up for this example quickly, and you can make this in, match exactly to your brand tone. But the intention of this is to basically automate the answer to that question. So your team, basically all they need to do, if someone sent in a question about order, they would just select where's my order macro. This would automatically populate and they could just send that off. The other piece to take it up a level, especially moving into the holidays where you might get a lot of these, is you can actually let the AI system of a help desk actually auto send this out. So AI will auto detect, hey, someone asked, where's my order or order status? We know that's the intent of their inquiry. Let's just go ahead and send out this template already. Your team doesn't even have to select this macro. And the other big piece of this that you're seeing here, I want to point out, is again, the auto-populated Shopify data. So because of that integration with Shopify, if Michelle, inquired over Instagram DM, we can still match her data to that order and automatically populate with all of her order information. So again, we're starting to step into that personalization where not only is it automated and fast for the team, but Michelle gets the exact information that's catered towards her, and we're keeping it personalized even though it's quick and efficient for everyone. And as you can see, just kind of starting to talk about personalization, it's just critical nowadays as well. 80% of shoppers are more likely to buy when they feel like they're being talked to specifically and all of their needs are catered to. So we take this really seriously at Gorgias when we're thinking about, okay, yes, how do we automate, but still, how do we keep this very relevant to the exact customer? So I wanted to show you live a little bit about how that personalization looks. So you can see here, not only do we have Trista's, information auto pulled in from a nice macro too that was already created, but taking personalization up a notch. With Gorgias, for example, we have an integration with over 50 apps. So you can see here that one of the app partners that this was pulled in from is actually a points system. So you can see what we did was basically also include in the order status her number of points. So basically saying like, hey, also, did you know you have 230 points available? Feel free to use those. Try this out. You could even put in a specific product recommendation. And going into Black Friday, I know some of the brands and friend companies of mine, they're actually running Black Friday for the whole month of November or, 2 weeks. So you could even do this and basically, maybe Trista would come back and actually buy a second time during that period now that she knows she actually has these rewards to spend. So personalization can be really powerful here. So another big step is simply to be everywhere. We know for a fact that customers are engaging with you and your brand in 3 to 5 different channels before they make a purchase. So knowing that people are all over the place interacting with your brand, we want you to be present in as many of them as possible. And it's also really critical, not only are you present, but that you're responding as quickly as you can and really driving people back to your website. So in order to kind of do this as well, you got to be organized and have a place where your team can easily manage all these different channels. So you can just see a quick snapshot of help desk. This is kind of the back end of Gorgias where it's pulling in all of these different tickets from every channel. And now it's like, okay, we can actually prioritize these by intent. So maybe for your brand, it's important that, you segment off VIP customers. So maybe that's depending on your specific brand, maybe that's anyone who spent over $250 with you or purchased more than 3 times. And automatically those tickets can be filtered in and segmented off to that category from every channel. So again, you can be everywhere, but also have a system that organizes you so that you can respond, basically to the areas that you've highly prioritized. And so not only are people expecting you to be everywhere, but people are also expecting you to respond really quickly to you everywhere. And that is just a key in general response time. We'll talk about it again after this, but it's just key to good customer success and making as many, sales and conversions through that channel as possible. But looking at social media here specifically, you can see that people are expecting a less than 60-minute response time. So how do we do that? How can we, basically organize and prioritize the touches that are most important? So obviously a key here is like, okay, let's take the bulk of our load, see if we can automate that with, automating those order questions, for example. But beyond that, how do we take a channel like social media where, we have all these DMs, we've got all of these ads that we're running that are being commented on. How do we actually prioritize and organize those touches and respond back to people really quickly? So, one of the places that I just touched on was ads, and I feel like those are just near and dear to my heart from overseeing ecom. But I love to prioritize social comments. I think if someone is commenting on your ad or something organic that you posted, these people are opting in as being, medium to high intent in terms of, their potential to convert. And obviously, if if people are engaging with our ads, for example, that is incredible. We want that, and we want to respond back. And the more people that we can convert on our ads, obviously the better return we're seeing. So, a lot of our customers are actually basically organizing their different comments from these social channels in these 3 different ways, and seeing it be incredibly supportive to actually, making comments, turning people that are, reaching out to you on these social channels into buyers. So just some 3 quick examples. A lot of our customers are actually categorizing comments on social as potential social leads, which basically might be someone saying like, mentioning their friend and saying, hey, I think your mom would love this. This is what, you were kind of mentioning, check it out. So that's basically someone where, someone who's being mentioned is a potential buyer. So you definitely want to cater a specific response to them and prioritize them, maybe even sending them an offer. Another feature is kind of segmenting off negative comments. So in Gorgeous, you can actually choose to auto hide them if that's something that you want to just get them off of your ad or your post. You can also, just have them segmented off into another category so that you can, again, prioritize reach out to those people. Another group that we've segmented off are social questions. So important if someone has a question about your product, that you're getting that answered, and also that you're responding on that ad or in that thread, because other people might have that question. So this is something that it's definitely would go into my system as like very high priority to get the team anything that pops into social questions that they would see and say like, absolutely, let's respond right away. Let's use one of our, templated macros and get that out, because this is going to support actually bringing in more money off of, the ad dollars that we're spending, for example. And I also just like to put this in while we're talking about social and thinking about revenue generation through CS on these channels, is to use this as an opportunity to get your offers out. Not just engaging here, but seeing intent to, purchase with your brand and using it as the chance to say, hey, here's 10% off, here's $5 off your first purchase, use this to kind of get them over that hump of the purchase and into your brand. I've also seen some other brands like you can see in this bottom example, and this is, was a social comment. This is what it looks like in Gorgeous, but they asked if they can return it. And the CS team responded with, absolutely. But then they also included this PS that's like, hey, by the way, we have our Black Friday promo going on, use this code and take advantage. So basically use these touches as the time to get your offer out and support in making those conversions and getting people over into your brand. So this is another super powerful statistic, and definitely a testament to continue to drive home the importance of responding fast to people. So we're seeing 28% conversion rate on pre-sale chats. That means like prior to purchase chats or SMS that are replied to in less than 10 minutes. So, SMS is a channel that I'm sure most of you have, at least thought about integrating, if not already implementing. Amazing, omni-channel to support and just, being everywhere, as we discussed. Same for having chat live, but basically it's critical for these channels that, again, there's fast response. So how can we basically take some resources and use automation or use different resources so that basically we can allow the team to have more time and bandwidth to respond really quickly in channels where we know we're going to have a high ROI. So some places that I like to point out where it's basically like, okay, let's let some automation, let's let some systems free up our bandwidth, are both self-serve chat and also, basically chat that works a little bit differently depending on what page you're on the site. So on the left side here, you can see an example of our self-serve chat. So we actually found that you can see decrease in ticket volume by up to 30% by implementing self-serve. You can see in this specific example, it's someone showing, they're tracking their order, they're, potential have the ability to edit their order, all of that, and they're able to actually manage that themselves without talking to anyone on your team, which is huge. We're actually seeing that you're able to immediately deflect like 10% of calls through like chat in general. So phones, it takes up a huge resource that costs a lot of money. So chat is something to really look into. And this self-serve specifically, again, it's like if we can get 30% of our ticket bulk sorted out without needing to talk to someone, then we can save the team's resources for some of these other touch points that we've already identified as critical. And this other example I just love to point out was from another customer where they basically had chat pop up that was, different across the website. So one particular SKU of theirs, which happened to be their best-selling SKU, they'd had a lot of returns on and a lot of customer back and forth on because the sizing was just a little bit different than people typically expected. So basically what we did was when someone was on that specific product page, we were able to auto show this specific chat that just said like, hey, women usually go a half size up. And what we saw there was that it basically reduced people basically making returns, which costs a ton of money, having the back and forth feedback of the wrong sizing. So just really something to consider is that you can use chat differently on different places on your site. Self-serve in certain places, maybe something like this on a product page. And then of course, live chat to just have those real-time touch points and get those super fast response times. So just different ways to use to think about how to use chat and implement across your site. And then I just love to share, I love analytics personally, and I found them so incredibly impactful for the customers that we work with. Basically, when you have a help desk that aggregates all your different channels into one place, you're able to actually see like, oh, okay, what's the health of my customer success department in general? How many tickets are we converting? What does that look like across channels? Maybe we tried that, discount that we put out to responses on ads. How did that perform? We launched live chat. What's our conversion rate there versus on, SMS? How do those vary? And then how do I allocate resources based on that? You can even see like conversion per agent. So you could see like, okay, we've got, Scott here who seems to be doing incredibly well. How can he support the team with his knowledge? How can he maybe do some trainings? Or maybe you're under the gun, Black Friday is here and you say, okay, we know Scott's been doing so well lately. Let's filter, all of our VIP ticket customers or a certain type of ticket to him right now because we want him to be that first touch point with the customer. You can also really keep track of like our first time response rate. Like, okay, is that trending down with all these changes that we made? Are we getting back to people fast? Are we kind of fitting into, some of those metrics we talked about earlier where it's like that the shorter our response time, the higher the conversion. So you can actually track improvement and what the health is of your CS department. And then this slide, I just love. It's been, an aggregation of all of our different customer data, but you can see when people, use a help desk and use kind of the tools that we briefly touched on with the different templated macros, the personalized automation, having live chat and really being omni-channel, that we've actually seen, first contact time down from 12 hours 10 minutes, resolution time from 17 hours to 30 minutes, and just really like having this become, again, that sales channel, because all of this increases conversion and also, limits the cost that you have for, having people on phones and these multiple touch points. So just some really strong data for how you can make it a better customer experience, get your product out there, and again, turn, your CS department from an expense to just a channel that brings in revenue for you. And so, yeah, I hope that this was helpful. I hope this provided some insight and some ideas for you guys. And again, so excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me. We are going to have a special offer basically for anyone who saw this, that you try Gorgias, you pay for your first month, you get the second and third month free. So you could pay for October and have the rest of the year free to really try it out. You can email me to get that offer, or, if you talk to anyone else on the team, mention, eCommerce tech and this webinar or me, and we can definitely get that set up for you. So feel free to reach out too. I love to chat and connect with people in the space and in ecom. So yeah, so appreciate being here. And
Awesome. Thanks so much, Christina.
thank
And
you.
this is awesome. This is a better deal than the last one, I think, with just the second month free. So we get an extra month, which I love. Courtney here says, I'm starting to use Gorgeous now. Looking forward to seeing how my customers respond to it. That is
Oh my
awesome. And of
gosh,
course, just,
amazing.
yeah, with any tool, it's all about how you wield it, right? It's not just about installing it to the store. And Gorgeous does have, some of those setup times and kind of costs inside the business. So does Recart, actually, our previous speaker. Always worth kind of mentioning. It's one of those things where in e-commerce, sometimes you're moving so fast, you don't even want to you don't want to stop and build a system that will save you a bunch of time over the next 3 6 12 months or something like that. But that's exactly what needs to happen with Gorgeous and with a lot of other tools that you guys have seen here today. So I hope you can prioritize that tool, solve for it, build out. And I know that Gorgeous has a great customer success team. A quick question, do you do customer success with every store? Because you start at 60 a month or 50 on the annual, but
Yeah, yes. Yep. So 60 on the monthly, 50 on the annual. And it definitely kind of bumps up. You get a dedicated rep kind of the higher the plan is, but we make sure that you have all the support that you need. And honestly, to integrate your store, it's like one little kind of entrance of your Shopify domain, for example, one-click integration. And then we have so many YouTube videos, webinars, and our live chat. Like, people are there all the time too. So you chat them, get whatever you need solved for. But we'll make sure, regardless of the plan, that you're taken care of. Like, we've had massive stores that, have been concerned about, again, that time to implement. And it's like, even if they were huge, it was like they were, I remember a massive store last year talked to us, a few weeks before Black Friday, and we got them up and running in that time. And my personal experience, our CS head did it himself without any tech help in a week. So between, we've made it pretty darn simple, but we'll also make sure that you have all the help that you need.
that's awesome. That's exactly what everybody needs, because this is a tool that changes your whole customer service process around, so that it requires rebuilding of your business process optimizations, which we will have Ty Givens on talking about. I know she's a great, Gorgeous partner for when you need more than, let's say, the help desk can support from helping you get set up in that. So if you guys are around tomorrow, around, I think it's 11:25, we'll have Ty on with us. Christina, thank you so much. We are going to say goodbye and move into our next session.
Thank you so much, Derek. Bye, guys.
We are a little bit ahead of schedule, but there is no problem with that. If you guys didn't catch it, you can check out Gorgeous at ecomtech.link/gorgeous. And yes, that pretty much goes for every other tool, ecomtech.link/ whatever the name of that tool is. That's how you find one of the over 380 partners that we've partnered with in the Shopify Plus, and broader e-commerce technology landscape. One fun fact before we go into the next session, I wonder if a lot of people here are thinking about how to build inventory, because we're not talking about this problem yet, but it's just something that came up in a chat conversation while I was on the sidelines here, about how to make sure that you've got cash flow and budget to build inventory. If that's a problem for you, let me know in chat, because I need to go write an article on this, and I just want to make sure there's somebody out there listening to this that thinks that could benefit them. But all right, anyways, that was just kind of random thought off the top of my head. All right, Gents, are you ready for me? We're going to bring on Gents from Confect. Hey, good to have you. Good to have you on. Thanks for joining us. I know we're running a little bit ahead, so I'm popping you in instantly. We're ready to go.
Perfect.
I love what we talked just now about using AI to solve customer service issues in an automated way. Here, we're going to use AI to improve our visual display of our products across, Google Shopping and beyond. So I'm really looking forward to bringing it into ad strategy and channel strategy, and reminding people that, your generic catalog, product shots aren't necessarily the best way to drive traffic and convert. And if we can squeeze, an extra 10 or 20% from whether it's a retargeting ad or cold traffic Google Shopping ad, that's going to be major difference. But with large SKU stores, there's no, you could assign a creative team, 4 weeks of work to get this done. It's like, oh my God, this is never going to happen. So I'm looking forward to the secret sauce of Confect.io and what you do, and showcasing really even, beyond the tool, because of course we want people to be able to just use strategies, not tools, just how to improve their ads on social and Google. So, all right, with that said, if you'd like to share your screen, I'll put it up here and I'll
Cool.
let you take it away.
Just let's do a quick audio check. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sounds
perfect. Perfect. I can see that I'm like in a sweatshop or something because my webcam and the hour of the day is like not the best for it.
What time is it for you, by the way?
9:15 now.
Okay, thanks for
PM.
staying up late with us. We had people chime
no
in
worries.
from Dubai, from Paris. So we really have an international audience. We usually get a few people from the Philippines, Taiwan as well. So yeah.
All across the globe. Perfect.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'll just switch on my screen, and then maybe Derek, if you're still around, and if there pops a question, you just interrupt me, and then we can take it from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yes, otherwise I am ready.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and share, and I'll pop it up here. I don't see it yet.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yeah, I will push it forward from the back. So it'll appear in my green screen room, which is where I manage everything. I'm a mediocre producer at best, but we get through the day.
Yep. Okay. I was just a bit rookie here. Sorry for that.
Totally fine. This happens. It looks like it's popping up. All right, you can show us. Go ahead and swap over to your presentation. Canva, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks good. Okay, now it's full screen. If you want to hit the hide button at the bottom, that'll bring that away. All right, you're good to go. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Derek. And hey, everybody, thank you for joining in and tuning in to the secret sauce of how e-commerce and retail brands can prepare a successful Black Friday campaigns. So let's dive in. So a little bit about me. My name is Gins, originally from Latvia and currently living in Denmark, Copenhagen. And I work for a company called Confect.io. And I am a growth hacker, so I find creative ways how to sell better or get more customers to your business, essentially. And so what I'm planning to cover in these next 30 minutes is pretty much like going through a small warm-up session, just going through some statistics about Black Friday, what can we expect this year, what's going to be different, what should we prepare, and so on. Then diving a bit deeper into actually how can we prepare these campaigns and what are the things that we should consider, like offer, target, and our promotion. And we're going to take a bit deeper look into promotion, so into visuals. How can we prepare the visuals that resonate with our customers? What should we show? Should we slack off, or where should we slack off, and so on. And then I have also prepared a special offer from Confect for all the attendees and beyond. So if you stick around till the end, there is a little surprise for you. And at the end, of course, Q&A. I guess if there's any questions, we can take them during the presentation as well, while it's still hot, let's say like that. And if you want to get the slides, just write me an email and you can get them as well. Cool. So I'll tell you a little bit about Confect. So what Confect does. Basically, like Derek said, we automate creation of great visuals, and we do it especially for e-commerce and retail stores, where we take your generic pack shot and enable you marketing people or designers to actually create good looking ads, and then you can share them directly on your marketing channels as a Facebook, Pinterest, Snapchat, or your email. We work with all spectrums of brands, whether you're selling tools, electronics, or clothes. This product is for you. But yeah, not to spam you more, So I have a quick question towards the audience. I would just like to know how many agencies, retail brands, and e-commerce stores we have here. So where are you guys working? What's your companies? Are you an agency or do you have a small web shop? So I guess if you can just pop it up in the chat box, that would be super nice, just to know who you are. And and then Derek, you can share that with me so we could maybe steer the conversation towards one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got a few second delay on us to them, but when I checked at the top of the event, a lot of e-commerce merchants ranging from small and starting stores, but also, some mid-market, some that were e-tailing, so not even true retail, but selling in other e-commerce stores, and maybe a couple full retailers. The Dragon of the West says full e-commerce over here. Thanks for sharing. But yeah, that's how I think about it. One agency owner pinged me in Slack saying this event is going well. So we've got at least one agency in the house, but mostly e-commerce directly.
Yeah, we normally, how to say, like, our product is solely for e-commerce, but we a lot experience that agencies are the ones that manage e-commerce stores, and therefore they're interested in content that is for e-commerce stores. But it's also cool if we have, or it's even better if we have the e-commerce stores by themselves and the managers of ad accounts, because then they can see what they can do, and they don't have to rely on agency to do everything for them.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? You're in a lot of ways displacing the agency with this tool. And I know we haven't gotten into it too much, so it's one of those things where, and we've got other partners who actually can do really well targeted ad campaigns. So if we've got targeting and creative solved with AI now, that like agencies be warned, or agencies adopt these tools, and then you can execute like one layer on top of them with higher level strategies. But yeah,
exactly.
All right, I'm popping back out. I'm out of here.
No worries. Cool. So let's start with a quick warm up, some facts and stats about the Black Friday. So how I feel about this Black Friday is pretty much harder than it was or has been ever. We are living in some kind of strange time where all the cookies are being taken away from marketers. Basically, buyers are changing their preferences and are looking more for sustainable brands, or looking actually how you're producing, the products and so on. What are your values? This has never been at such a high level of thinking for the buyers. And then with all the Corona and COVID situation that we had happening, there's a lot of rumors of potential stock shortages, and will brands be able actually to fulfill demand? And who knows, maybe we hit another lockdown and brick and mortar stores are just closed and you have to go full in on online. So there is a lot of going on. Of course, not all of these things we can control as marketers, but it's quite exciting what is happening. So, and if there's things we can't control, then there's creatives that we can. So that is maybe the first key takeaway, that we should focus on what we can control. And another thing that, the Black Friday and all this madness that is about to start is not only one day. We have a Singles Day, then we have the Black Friday, which is essentially the whole weekend. And then we have right after Cyber Monday, and just around the corner there's Christmas campaigns and all that. So it's quite intense period for marketers. So you have to be prepared. And just looking at the stats every year, this is the single biggest day for any e-commerce store when they sell the most. So it's worth participating, so to say. And every year, this number just grows and grows and grows. And if you're talking just about the general sales online, then those have grown also just by 20% in the last year. So I think we have adapted the fact that we have to shop online as never before. So my question is, are you participating in, or are the audience participating in Black Friday? Are you launching some campaigns? Are you considering, are you working on it? that would be interesting to hear, because it can be an overwhelming experience for a lot of brands, and sometimes they just decide to look from the side and see what's happening. Yeah, so maybe write in the chat if you are in it. Are you preparing already, and so on? Just what is kind of your status or your take on Black Friday? So, okay, let's dive into. I think we had a nice warm up. So, how can you succeed with Black Friday? And the answer is sort of keep it simple. Don't stress yourself. Don't overthink it. Don't go too crazy about it. Find a nice offer. Find a nice way. One thing that you do, maybe two, maybe three, but don't go too crazy. Just keep it simple, and you're gonna be good. And prepare early. So it's good if you do things early. Don't push it, a night before the Black Friday to start creating ad copy, crafting emails, and so on. It's the best if you actually start to prepare now, and maybe start to advertise, slowly, top of the funnel content where you can stay on top of the mind for your audience. Maybe you can acquire a new audience that are not yet so aware of your brand. So you have some time, for them to get you to know them. So you kind of warm them up for the purchase that is coming in the Black Friday and maybe a bit later. So the good thing is that, or the data shows that buyers shop for the Black Friday, and the research phase starts even, like 40 days before. So, and now we are, I believe, 58 or 60 days before the Black Friday. So 40 days it just takes for an average buyer to consider, evaluate, investigate, understand what they want before they actually do a purchase on a Black Friday. So timing wise, you guys who are attending this event, you are in good hands. You still have time. You're acquiring all this knowledge, so you're gonna be good. Yeah, and you're not late. So Black Friday is in 58 days. So that's a good sign. So what you should do probably is to build an audience. So if you don't have an audience, then now is the time to build it. If you have one, maybe it's the time to expand it. Depends on, of course, what is your goals. Build awareness about your brand. Remind customers, hey, you are here. You will sell products. You want to sell products. And what you can do also, you can already start to prepare all the content that you will need for your Black Friday campaigns, whether it's emails, ad banners, ad visuals, ad copy. All these things take time. So start early. Start it from today, start it from yesterday, as soon as you can, basically produce this content. If you push it really to the last moment, you run into that chance that you're going to rush it and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be well thought. The last minute in general is not a great idea. So then if we move further, I think for me at least, or what I have seen in the past and also from our customers, the three things that always work or create this good campaign, whether it's a Black Friday, Easter, Christmas, birthday, whatever, there is three things that always go into a successful campaign. And it's an offer, which is very important in a Black Friday. So you have to be a bit more special than you are in the regular day. Target, so who are you going after, and your actual promotion. So let's look deeper into offer. So Black Friday, it has to be special. It's just the expectation of the audience, of the shoppers, that in Black Friday there's going to be a deal for them. So your your task as a shop or e-commerce store is to make this deal look good. And it's not always only about the price. If you're competing only on the price level, then you're running certain risks of devaluating your brand. So think about what else you could do. Maybe you can have a package deal. Maybe you can offer free shipping. Maybe you can extend the return window. Look for what is the thing that you can offer, what is unique. Maybe bring back some product that you had before and was not on sale for a long time, but was loved before. Or combine products together. So find this one sweet, maybe two sweet offers that your audience would just love. Of course, if you are, price focused brand and the price is where you win, then this is the time where your customers probably will expect a huge price drop. Just on top of my head, I think on average brands discount about 40% during these times. So be ready, but just don't go too crazy also about discounting your price. And one thing to know, don't use your default promotions as your Black Friday promotion. So if you're by default every time dropping the price by 10% or 20%, then it's no point on the Black Friday to drop it again for 20%. Don't fool your customer. If you go into Black Friday, then you go into Black Friday. And I think it's very important that you find a good deal that is also a good deal for you and for your consumer or your customer. So you're not cutting your own leg, but you're also benefiting from it. And you can look at it whether you make profit now or you think there's going to be a high chance of you profiting later on. So is there a chance for you to upsell, or can you nurture them later on or sell them something more, and so on. So the next I'm gonna jump in is target. So who are the audience? So you could look into getting new customers. So working really hard on that top of the funnel, acquiring new customers, and then down the line, nurturing them or selling them some other products. Or you could sell more to your existing customers. So if you have a large customer base already, maybe you need to bring someone back. You already have a lot of information about them, so this is also a good way how you can sell it to them. And I would just suggest that you think about what is the balance in terms of volume and profit. So do you want to get a lot of new customers where you probably would or potentially would discount your products quite heavily to just attract them? Or you want to increase profit, which would be more selling towards the existing ones. So this is a bit of segmentation. You have to talk with your team and think about which route should be the one. And then where do you get this audience? Do you have it in your email list? Are you gonna go with the retargeting because you were running 40 days of top of the funnel ads and now you can retarget them on actual Black Friday? Or you're going to build some new segments, look for some lists or whatever else you can think about. So now is a good time to build the traffic as the ads are still relatively cheap. It's just natural that they will increase in price when we're getting towards the Black Friday. So if you're thinking about remarketing, then now it's a good time to get that first touch, get the first top of the mind situation with your potential customer, and then close them with the remarketing when it's closer to the Black Friday. So, and just keep your funnel in mind. Always when you create ads, if you're retargeting, if you are just running email campaigns, or if you're just shooting in the dark and looking for new customers. And now the last, so promotions, and I will dive deeper into ads and especially ad visuals and how to create and what to show on a good ad visual. So our suggestion is for e-commerce brands, double down on the dynamic product ads. These are far most the best type of ads when you are selling the products and when you want to drive the sales. And yeah, like I told you, dynamic product ads are just great for selling products. But there is a problem with dynamic product ads that most of them, I think about 90% or 80%, are using the pack shots. So you have the same image of what you have in your store. You have also that one on your dynamic product ad in Facebook or Pinterest or Snapchat or wherever you use it. So, and these visuals are essentially lacking a lot of they're not grabbing the attention because the background is white, there's no branding, there's no information about the product, it's not creating any urgency, it's not grabbing attention, even though they're the best ads. And this is like a quick fix that a lot of e-commerce brands can just edit these visuals and really uplift the performance in terms of ROAS. And sadly, iOS will not help you with that either. So that's why I'm saying you should control what you can, and that is the creative. So you can actually edit these images. You have designers, or even if you're a marketeer, you can use like different kind of tools like Confect, Canva, or whatever to modify these images and make them nice, make them stand out, make them grab attention, sell your offer, sell your product. So this is what you should focus your creative. And there's a lot of talks going on about this especially now when we are moving into cookieless environments, that retargeting or collecting all this data about our consumers getting harder and harder. So we should double down on creatives. And it's quite easy. If you have a good creative, you have a good performance. And even better, if you have a great creative, you have great performance. So, and yeah, everybody knows that ad visuals are just crucial for great performance. And dynamic product ads are not exception. I would just like to emphasize a little bit more on this point. So another interesting thing is, when you see an ad on your mobile phone or, on your laptop or whatever, the first thing what you see is always, or what you think you see is the brand and then the text and then the visual and then, like the likes and shares and so on. But how your mind actually works is that it sees the visual itself first, and then just the copy, and then just the brand, and then the proof of or likes or whatever you call them. So if the visual doesn't grab your attention, then you're running into a risk that you might lose them because they're just going to pass and scroll by because there is no time to to read the copy, or maybe the copy is not so engaging. And this is the case when you look at dynamic product ads. So on your right side, we have what is the common dynamic product ad. Just like I told you before, the pack shot with a white background, and there is no information who is selling this phone, what is the price, nothing to grab my attention. And even though this ad is so simple, it still produces a quite decent ROAS of 2 to 3 times of a spend. But if you would edit or have a great visual for the same, essentially the same product, you could double your ROAS just by having a nice visual. So that is a small key that a lot of brands want to do but don't know how to do, or is limited with just Facebook's plain editor, and are missing out on actual performances. So and now I'll show you some simple ideas that everybody can take home and do with their dynamic product ads and improve their ads in general. So if you have a catalog and you're running either catalog ads or dynamic product ads, this is something that you can quickly do and improve your ads, and hopefully that's also should uplift your performance. And like I told you before, 80 to 90% of e-commerce and retail stores do not do this. So you have a great chance, just to stand out of your competitors and, just strengthen your brand by including the logos and brand assets that you have. So the first thing I would advise everybody for the Black Friday, so show your offer, show what you are giving to what is that you're selling. And you can do that very simply by just displaying a little splash or a little circle or like a price mark on either left or right corner. Make sure that it's visible, it's easy to spot. So use the colors that contrast well with each other, whether it's red, yellow, white, or you can combine it with your brand colors. So essentially, this should be something that displays your your unique Black Friday offer. And additionally, you can also include some kind of Black Friday branding on your ads. So these ads are already way better than just a general pack shot. You're giving way more information now. The customer can see your logo. The background is not white. They're getting the offer. They're getting the price. They're seeing the product. So there's a lot of more information already coming towards them that helps to make this actual decision whether they want to buy or not. Another thing, very simple, you can just use a Black Friday banner. So you can, and this is super simple, so you don't really need to be like a high-level designer or anything. You can just include a small banner here or one that goes around, put it together with a nice background, and you have already ad that stands out. So that was a quick fix how to create better looking dynamic product ads, basically, instead of just showing product on a white background that doesn't say nothing about you. And the last one, I already mentioned it. Yeah, just change the background. Imagine these ads being on your feed while you scroll the phone. It's way more engaging. It's way more stands out, especially when you're retargeting. So people already have been on your site, so they maybe already looked at the product, and now it pops up here. They see that it's on discount, or it's actually participating in the Black Friday or Cyber Monday or Christmas. So these small things would just significantly improve your dynamic product ads. And there is other things. So if you have a bit more time, if you're a bit more advanced, you can also consider including some, fear of missing out, some urgency, scarcity, limited stock, time remaining, or only, a certain amount of products that you will sell for this price. You can also build the trust, showing some reviews from the past customers or showing actual customers using your product. Maybe show some delivery details, anything that would help your potential customers to make a decision, anything that would push them towards actually buying. So, and this is important on any ads, not any ad visuals, not only on dynamic products ads, but all your ad visuals in general. Make sure to include this information so you can actually help your audience to make this decision. And yeah, if you move forward and now you got all this great knowledge from me, I just have a question for the audience. So maybe you got, okay, so you're thinking now, oh, I need to change the background, I need to include the banner, I need to put the price, so I need to also put some fear of missing out elements, or maybe I need to add some logos and so on. So there is situations where not all the designs are going to be great, and you have to find this combination. So I have 3 ads or ad visuals here. The one in the middle is just the generic dynamic product ad that you always see and everybody is using. And then we have the first one is modified in one style, and the third one is modified in a bit different style. So maybe we can take like 30 seconds and just type in the chat which you think would bring the best ROAS. So would it be the first one where you have the logo of the company, the price, and the Trustpilot ratings, and then a banner that it's a new product and a background, or just plain old simple, never rusty, I guess, or this one where you have the price, the logo, slide background. So just type in the chat which one you think would perform the best or is performing the best. Is it either 1, 2, or 3? And
Antonio says number 1. We've got 2 people, 3 people now on number 3. Personally, so I know that Facebook punishes you for having a lot of text on image. I know it's between 1 and 3. I could see it going either way. So give us the big reveal.
All right. So the big reveal, we have the number 3.
So
yeah,
it's a lot
and
better on the design for sure than one.
yeah, so it's also definitely works on the fact that like it was crowded the first ad, so there's a lot of things going on. The background is kind of blending in with the product itself. You have way too much information, so I would say it's important to segment the information. So maybe if you're running pure retargeting, then you can push on the price and discount and how much they can save. If you are running, middle of the funnel type of ads, then you should push on, hey, this product is great. We are getting great reviews. The shipping is fast. You can always return, something like that. And if you're running top of the funnel ads, then you should really focus on showcasing, the product specifications. Is this product durable? What is the battery life? What is the RAM? What is the speed, and so on. So, and then slowly you move the what you call the audience down the funnel. But yeah, simplicity and good design is what wins. But you can't be also too simple. And like I just said, just like keep in mind the funnel and the right information at the right time for your consumer. And if you can manage that, and if you can nail that, then you have a winner combination. Cool. And yeah, just keep in mind that after the Black Friday, it's not over. 30% of all retail sales occur from Black Friday till Christmas. So not everybody is going to be joining the crazy Black Friday sales. They're going to wait out. But the sales will still go on because we are just literally a month away from Christmas. So even though you get great sales during the Black Friday, you should still push for that last month when you have it Christmas, and squeeze out the most of it. And now for everybody that stayed so long with us, or I think about a half an hour we've been talking. So I have a great offer from Confect. So at Confect we want to help brands to create designs and create better designs, and we are offering free ad designs for any e-commerce store. So if this is something that you would like, just go to confect.io/black21 and submit the form with all the details, and within 24 hours we're going to get back with some cool designs for your Black Friday campaigns, and no strings attached. If you like them, you use them. If you don't like them, then you just trash them. So if that's something interesting, guys, we're giving it out there. So anyone,
oh my God, I have a feeling people are taking you up on this right now.
Yeah, so our designers are ready. We have 24 hours to produce cool Black Friday ads. So,
Yeah.
and we experience with that, so I think we're gonna be able to handle and really satisfy
Yeah,
the
that's
e-commerce
totally
stores.
awesome. And I think you emphasize the importance of designing the creative for conversion. So I really think that everybody here should be worried if they don't have creative that's going to improve performance. Ready? Here's the opportunity to do it. Antonio says, what if it's my first Black Friday? As long as you've got a working website with product, then I would say that this still works for you.
Exactly.
Now that, you talked a little bit about ad creative, I'm wondering how you think about that as it translates to product imagery on the product detail page really quick. Because that white overlay is often the shot, that middle image that you kind of showed is the worst performer from an ad creative standpoint. That's often the shot on the product detail page when you land there.
Yeah, correct. So if now we're talking like really like omni-channel experience where you serve the ad, the email, the website all in the same way. If you can do that, then it's just amazing. Then you're nurturing customer, all the way through. And at Confect, we offer that. It's sadly not many brands that use this feature, all the way. showing the same image to, at the ad, and then continuing with the same image also at the website, at the checkout, and so on. We already seeing like just crazy returns when they're, when the products are on point. Just I can give, it's a bit off, but I think it's a great example where so we have a client, and I think they have about 40 to 50,000 email subscribers, and so they're sending out a campaign every time a person visits a certain brand. Then next day they get an email, hey, I saw that you checked out this specific brand, here you go, 20% off. And the returns are just crazy. And it's just personalization at the right time, right offer. So if you can manage that and match it with the creative, then it's just great.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. We're going to move right into our next session. I hope everybody takes you up on this offer. We're going to include this in the show notes, and we're even going to let everybody know at the end of this event, we're going to we'll add a little special blurb, letting them know that they can contact you guys to get their Black Friday ads.
Cool.
I think it's super important. And the fact that you're willing to give it away for free as a little teaser to the rest of the platform and all of that, then I want everyone to take you up on this. So awesome.
Cool.
Thanks so much
Thank
for joining
you so
us
much,
today.
everybody.
Awesome. All right. With that, we're going to move right in to our next session. When I think about, we kind of design these shorter segments to showcase different tools. And sometimes, I think everybody kind of knows that the finance and accounting isn't the most exciting tool or side of your business. But when you can get somebody that squares it away for you, that helps you understand cash flow and predict what's going to happen to my finances over Black Friday, and how much inventory do we need to buy, and like what are we going to do, like and all of these headaches that occur. I think that's when looking at the money can be very exciting, because I'm sure a lot of people here are in it to make more of it and improve margins and profitability, especially during the most important time of the year. So that's why I brought in Wayne from Bean Ninjas to talk a little bit more about that. Wayne, how's it going?
Excellent. Thanks for having me, Derek. I'm excited to be here to share a bit about Bean Ninjas.
Awesome. I'm going to put your screen up here, and I'm going to let you take it away.
Absolutely. So I'll start with a stat many of you have probably seen as you are registering your LLCs or trying to decide if entrepreneurship was a path for you. 90% of e-commerce startups fail. And the results really are across three major areas. The first is inadequate cash flow. Second, product market fit. And the third is they just simply didn't have the right team to grow and scale. I'm here to help try to provide some understanding and address this first point. So if you could share in the comments, what's your biggest challenge when it comes to managing your business finances? I'll give just a few seconds, as I know I'm shorter on time today.
There is a little bit of delay on that one as well. But yeah, this is a complicated question. Let's see who dares to answer this. Biggest challenge when it comes to managing your business finances. I know I've got mine, but yeah, right now we're fundraising, so that's my current biggest challenge. But yeah, let's give everyone a second.
We've seen it all, so there's probably not a comment that would surprise me. I'll share, while folks are sharing their comments, a bit about myself and the team at Bean Ninjas. I spent a career as a former corporate climber with HP, Hewlett Packard, really focused around financial planning and analysis. What that simply meant is throughout September, October, we would begin to bring together our sales teams, our strategic leadership, our finance operations, our sales departments to commit to budgets that we would then execute and compare these teams against in the future years. It's something that I really hadn't seen being applied in small business, but it's a powerful tool when you can begin to hold teams accountable, but also have a benchmark to achieve. Once you're clear on where you stand as your baseline and you have a clear vision of where you're trying to go in the future, then throughout the year, it's easy to course correct or understand if you're on track. Bean Ninjas is an e-commerce growth accounting firm. We specialize in supporting brand operators like yourselves through their accounting and finance needs. So what I hope to do today is, rather than just situate and share with you a list of those tasks that we can perform, I hope to share with you a bit about the client journey that we typically see and the avatars that we typically work with in providing them e-commerce accounting support. So the first is Hustling Harry. So you may really know Hustling Harry or be a Hustling Harry yourself. So this is someone that's going from unsure to organized, and what they really need is a scalable accounting system to get them there. Hustling Harry's biggest problem is not knowing how much money he's making and not working within an organized financial accounting system. This is an actual quote that was shared during our discovery process from a Hustling Harry persona. I've been quickly growing and have been trying to implement QuickBooks for our accounting needs, and it's really messed up. I'm looking for someone who can assist me with getting set up correctly in Xero for my e-com store and continue to offer their expertise and serve as my bookkeeper on a month-to-month basis. I have my 2020 taxes due October 15th and still need to file my 2019. So the one important thing to understand is your financial accounting has multiple audiences. So what you need to do is identify a bookkeeping or accounting firm that can meet the needs of all three. The first is the tax man. All of us have a compliance need to submit financials each year to provide support for the tax returns that are being designed and filed within our business. What's the solution to Hustling Harry's concerns? It's really getting him organized. And what that means is setting Harry up in a cloud accounting system. We prefer Xero. Also, within that is separating his business and personal banking so that there's automation and efficiency in bringing those transactions in from those bank accounts into his cloud accounting system. Next is optimizing his chart of accounts. Your chart of accounts is a register of all those areas where you're going to post your sales activity and your expenses so that you can appropriately design the custom reports that meet your needs as an e-commerce brand operator. And those are different than the standard P&L or income statement templates that you typically see or likely have designed on your own in a spreadsheet. Next is to recruit your accounting support team. And this is different at each stage of your journey. Another key tool is designing a bookkeeping timetable. This is simply who is doing what and by when. Again, there's multiple team members you can have in supporting your bookkeeping and accounting needs, but it's important to understand each task and assigning who and when these activities will be performed. Today's conference is really centered around the future, and the future in e-commerce has been in e-commerce accounting has been heavily disrupted by technology. The ease of gathering data and having information available to you as operators is greater than ever before. Some of the tools that we roll out to our customers include the following. The first is Xero. Xero is the heart of your accounting solution. It's a cloud accounting platform, so it's available on the cloud, online, anytime, anywhere you have internet access, and even on your mobile phone. But its purpose is to support the transaction processing or the reconciliation of all your banking activity to design them within the financial reports that you as a business owner need. It also helps connect with leading e-commerce apps and sales platforms to record sales, inventory, and more. Next solution we're recommending is HubDoc within the tech stack. HubDoc is a receipt and expense management platform for document management and storage. Think of this as your online filing cabinet, a place where you can save purchase orders, bills requiring payment, large wholesale agreements that you've negotiated with potential customers. So within HubDoc, you can submit POs, receipts, and bills to be paid with ease and sync to Xero. The submission is as simple as drag and drop on your computer, directly emailed into your HubDoc account, or simply snap a picture on your mobile phone and upload it. The next, which is very particular to high volume order brands, is A2X. A2X provides sales and cost of goods sold postings from Shopify, Amazon, Walmart, eBay, and Etsy direct into your Xero accounting platform. It allows for you to spend less time on the repetitive, time-intensive task of manually inputting orders or trying to understand which orders have been paid with each deposit into your bank accounts. Next is TaxJar. TaxJar is a sales tax software that allows for you to identify nexus and then also process tax filing and tax registration forms. Last tool we're suggesting here is Inventory Planner. Inventory Planner allows for you to do inventory management and demand planning, helping manage stockouts and also produce restock POs. I mentioned before, it's important for you as that second step after designing your accounting system to build your team. Here are some team members that provide finance or accounting support within an early stage brand. The first, of course, is the founder or CEO. They provide the strategic thinking. They make the decisions based on the reports or the data that's made available to them. In some cases, that data might be as simple as the ending balance they see when peeking into their bank accounts. The next is often the tax accountant. All registered businesses have a requirement and all individuals to file year-end taxes. So at some point, there's going to be a request for you to produce some semblance of financial reports or data to provide to your tax accountant. They're responsible for delivering the tax returns, and good e-commerce focused tax accountants can point you specifically to tips and tactics to help around tax planning and business structure. The next individual I'll share in Hustling Harry's team is the bookkeeper. This individual provides some data entry, consistent allocations of cost, expert knowledge of accounting software, and reviews the work that may be done by virtual assistants or admin staff. It's also important to understand who you have on your team today that can provide some simple services. So you may have an admin or a VA that can provide some support for data entry, things like entering bills or sales invoices. And the next individual, a management accountant or an operational finance team member, some may call it a virtual CFO, helps really allow for you to dig deep into your business financials, providing insights and advice around what those columns and rows on the page are actually telling in regards to the story. Our next avatar is Stressed Out Susie. So Stressed Out Susie is transitioning from a traditional CPA with no knowledge of e-commerce to an e-commerce specialist like Bean Ninjas. Stressed Out Susie's biggest problem is being worried about paying a CPA, but still not having clear visibility and confidence into her financials. She's shared with us in her discovery form, my business made very little money in 2019, but in 2020, we had a significant jump. And for 2021, have already done over $1 million in revenue. I'm really looking to work with someone who's experienced in working with Shopify stores and who is able to work with my business on an ongoing basis. The solution for Stressed Out Susie is to help her know and grow her business. This comes through the task of creating clear deliverables and timelines around when accounting functions will be delivered. Next is documenting the financial SOPs that are worked within her business. And the next is really supporting in an enhanced reporting format with financial reporting dashboards specific to those needs she has as an e-com operator selling on Shopify. Another solution is to bring our insights and expertise in with monthly one-on-one financial reviews. We use these reviews to really understand strategically what Susie's looking to achieve in the business, but also provide clarity around those levers in areas where she may be off certain benchmarks in spend and things like cost of sales or customer acquisition, or perhaps her wages and team costs are far above what we traditionally see supporting dozens of e-commerce brands at similar size and scale. Next, I mentioned KPI dashboards. As an extension to the Xero cloud accounting product, there may be a need to bring in custom KPI dashboards that allow for you clear visibility into the key margins and performance indicators that operators need to understand to have that visibility into their business and awareness of where to impact change to course correct if the story coming out of the numbers is not one they're happy with and one they want to change in the future. Another example here of enhanced reporting, it may be through deep dives into the operational finance operations of the business. So really taking a look and dissecting where expenses are being generated. It may be that customer acquisition cost as a percentage are not allowing for the margins on the bottom line, and in that case, then the cash necessary to continue to scale and purchase the inventory required to meet the goals set forth by Susie in hoping to grow her business. So the key tech stack for Susie is everything we helped bring Harry up on: Xero, HubDoc, A2X, TaxJar. There may be a need for a more robust inventory management solution like Locate, Deer inventory that Susie might require. But the key tool that I've shared here is Fathom. Fathom will allow for you to run KPI dashboard reporting, also cash flow forecasting. As Derek mentioned, you may have a situation where you're trying to really understand how much cash do I have available to make the largest PO restock order I can to make sure I don't run out of product during my campaigns for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. And really, Fathom's focused on future-focused financial reporting. And that's the big difference between accounting and finance. Accounting is the story and the results historically of those decisions you've already made in your business. Finance is the ability to try to look ahead into your business and predict the outcomes based on that data. Our third persona is Millionaire Mark. So Millionaire Mark has come to us with a scaling business. He's done quite well in establishing product market fit, building the right team, having his finances in order, but he's really looking to take his chips off the table and achieve financial freedom through a business exit. So Mark's goal is really, his biggest problem is getting his brand prepared for sale so that he can exit for the highest valuation possible. The solution is really ensuring that Mark has reliable historical financial records that will pass due diligence. Also, we're focused on improving metrics that drive valuation. Some of the other factors are helping refine the standing operating procedures, and then also including a company finance manual. The more organized your SOPs are, the better your business is going to look to that potential buyer. Will also help around financial projections and forecast. If we can continue to show the great trajectory of growth that Mark's been able to deliver in his prior history running the business and show that those results will continue with an operator outside of Mark, it will only present a more compelling case in the future. One of the necessary tasks we'll work with Mark around is calculating seller discretionary earnings. This is simply a number, a value that comes after identifying, removing all of the add backs that typically are allowable in the sale of a business. This will help you identify and also increase the valuation of your business. So I've shared with you 3 personas. Please share in the comments, which persona do you most resemble? If you're looking for more information and support around e-commerce accounting and you empathize with one of the personas that I've shared with you today, reach out at bninjas.com and simply share in the discovery intake form that you've been referred by the future of e-commerce.
Awesome, Wayne. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Insanely good tips there. And we did have some comments from people about their biggest problems when it comes to finance. Amy said efficiency, which I think is kind of a general problem in everybody's business. Stacy said sufficient supply. So I'm imagining Stacy has builds of materials for her products, making sure that you've got the right supplies and then put it together in the right products. And Antonio said cash flow, because as we all know, advertising takes money up front, which then requires waiting for that kind of return on investment, hopefully through the first purchase. But even with some brands, we can see that it can take, till lifetime value of especially for subscription brands, can be that second or third month is when profitability and getting back that dollar that you spent actually pan out. And Antonio, that was what I was talking about earlier, is we're going to write an article on tools that merchants can use to better improve finance and cash flow, because there are a lot of kind of new ways that like credit card providers and loan providers are underwriting different loans that give you like really good leverage, sometimes even 0% interest, which is, tough to beat, and other ways that you can make sure that you've got the right cash flow and that you're investing that money or leveraging your kind of success in a way that can get you more money later on, which, kind of reinvests or comes at the small upfront cost of, let's say, a small APR percentage rate. Sorry, Wayne, I went off.
That's a great tip. We often are asked the question after we get the finances organized and we're able to articulate and display for our operators where they've spent their money. The next question is, well, how can I spend more mindful of some of these strategies? And one that you just mentioned was for things like paid media, leverage tools that are available to you from Amex for 4 times reward points up to certain limits, and also the ability to float that spend for the 30 days before payments actually come due. And just be mindful when taking those risks to truly understand your unit economics. Do a simple study. Hey, if I'm selling my good for $100 and my cost for that particular product is $40, I'm left with $60. Now with that $60, I need to spend on advertising. I need to spend on operational expenses like
Customer
software
service,
subscriptions, customer service, whatever they may be. And then also, I want to make a buck too. I've got to set aside some of that money for wages, and that you may have a team. So you want team cost, but then don't forget about profit. You want something left after those 4 major areas of spend, but help use that to identify, am I pricing accurately? Is there an ability for me to raise price? Remember, raising price is 100% increase to your margin. There's no cost for raising price. You just need to be mindful that you remain competitive. And there may be a break-even point. You may be able to afford some reduced volume of orders at that higher price where it still makes sense for you to increase the price. So work with an e-commerce accounting specialist to get you some of this deeper analysis.
Actually, Wayne, I should introduce you to the team at Price Stack. You're plugging a tool that I advise for, essentially with that called Price Stack, which can tell you what that optimal price point is using your order history data and discounting data. And it pulls in your conversion rate based on changes in pricing and says, okay, it looks like if you up your price by $5, here's about how many units you will sell next month. Right. And then it can predict revenue, predict profit margin, and you can then choose what to optimize for. So it gives you really deep insight into that. So that sounds like a tool you should be talking with your merchants for, because there's money there. Yeah, there's always money left on the table somewhere. And everybody always forgets that pricing is one of the 4 P's of marketing. It's one of the main kind of pillars of marketing. Everyone's so concerned with promotion and getting on channel and advertising, but there's a lot that can be done there. But Wayne, thanks so much for joining us. Let's make sure we've plugged Bean Ninjas in chat. If you are in need of somebody walking you through your financials, making sure you're squared away for Black Friday for 2022, that you're maximizing cash flow and revenue for your store, reach out to the team at Bean Ninjas. They're phenomenal. And I took a screenshot of your tool stack, by the way. I'm copying that over. We're going to use that as a framework for some of the operational tools that we suggest to our merchants. So thanks so much for that, Wayne.
Awesome. Appreciate you having me. Thanks so much,
All
Derek.
right. Talk to you later.
Take care.
with that, we are moving right into our next session with Greg from OmniSend. Greg, how's it going?
Well, Derek, how are you? It's great to
I'm
see you
doing
again.
great. I'm over here shaking in my boots at iOS 15. It's going to be scary times. It's I don't know, but you've got the answers. Everyone's got questions. I met with merchants just a few days ago. No idea what's going on, and I was like, "Hey, you got to clean up the list. You got to get prepared for this. This is serious stuff." So I think that we still need to scream from the rooftops here to warn people.
We're getting there. I updated the day it came out, which usually I do not because I wait for all the bugs to get worked out. But I'm like, oh, I'm a marketer. I got to update this, and I updated. Now I'm stuck. I'm one of those guys stuck with the iPhone storage almost full icons on there
Yeah.
now. I'm like, this is why I don't update on day one, but it happened, and I did it.
Same thing on the Android side is they're saying, oh, we're no longer going to back up your photos for free. You can either pay us money or they're all going to be deleted. I'm like, well, great. So I got to get the Google Drive like sync thing going on. Cause I'm like, I pay for Google Drive. I'm not paying for Samsung Drive as well, or whatever it's called. Right. They're always trying to get you. I mean, we're here talking about a lot of different SaaS products that can grow stores, but as a consumer, we also have those products, and you don't want that laundry list of tools to start adding up when you're already using something.
Yep. So Google Photos, I use that to back up, and
Yes.
I also pay for Google Drive, and they got me. Like, I'm locked in because I've got years of photos on there, and now I got to start paying for that one too. So
yeah, it's $2 a month for 2 terabytes of storage or something like that. Like, it's tough to beat.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
free plug for Google, I guess.
yeah, not even a partner. Oh man. But you can imagine how, just totally off topic, we're all starting to lug around our data with us, and the next generation, my son's generation is 7 years old. He's had data since the day he was born. We opened up a Facebook page, because we wanted to separate his life and our lives so that we weren't bombarding our own Facebook feeds with baby photos. And so he's going to have this plethora of data that he just carries around basically for his entire life. It reminds me of all the MP3s I illegally downloaded as a high schooler, and they're probably still somewhere in a folder somewhere,
Allegedly downloaded.
Yes. We're past the statute, I hear. So
there you go.
I'm too old now. Right. No one here even knows. They're like, oh, streaming is what I do. What are you talking about downloading? You don't keep music on your device. You stream it, obviously. Right. But all right, that's enough of me. I'm gonna hide your screen here. If you want to hit the hide button on the bottom of that, just to get it out of the way. I'm really looking forward to your tips on email and SMS. We have not covered this topic yet, and it is one of the most important to square away before Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So I'm looking forward to this.
Very good. Very good. And I'm going to jump right in because I'm going to need the full 30 minutes here. So I probably just wasted 4 seconds here. So just very quickly, kind of set the stage. If you're unfamiliar with who OmniSend is, we're just an email, SMS, and web push notification marketing platform built specifically for e-commerce merchants. We have over 70,000 e-commerce merchants as our customers. So omnisend.com, feel free to check us out, and I'll answer any questions for you here. We're coming up on Q4 holiday season. We all know, for any e-commerce merchants out there, that this is where the rubber hits the road. And I've been doing this for a long time, been doing email marketing for over 15 years, been trying to prep companies for over a decade now on preparing for Q4. I've kind of lived through that battle firsthand and from a consulting side. And over the time, my recommendations have gotten smaller and smaller, more compact, because there are so many things you can do here. So what I want to try to do today in today's session is provide you the impactful things, the things that I think are going to move the needle from a revenue standpoint for you. All the other things that you could do that I don't mention, great. If you have time to do them, of course, you could take some of these strategies, refine them, make them a little more specific to your particular brand. But there's some things that I think are heavy hitters that we don't want to miss, some opportunities for you to kind of maximize some revenue, maybe where your competitors are not. So really the things I want to look through today, we're going to talk about messaging strategies. So what to include in the messages that are kind of the core components of those that will help increase your conversions. We're going to talk about sending. What do we send? When do we send them? And why is that important here? How do we use complementary channels to email when necessary, and some potential use cases and maybe peak days where again, you can maximize your impact of those. And I'm going to end up with a couple overlooked items and some tips for the holiday season that a lot of e-commerce merchants either overlook or just fail to do. And they don't really think about it. They're like, oh man, I'm going to do that next year. And then they never get to it because they out of sight, out of mind. So throughout the entire presentation, show you some email examples, SMS examples, give you a little more inspiration here. And at the conclusion of the session today, I'll give you a place you can go to get even more inspiration for you to apply it to your own program as well. So let's jump in here and talk about messages. So of course, email marketing, it's all about what messages we are sending here. So it's kind of an important topic to really talk about. I'm going to jump right in and say, okay, what are the goal with the messages? First, we need to stand out. We need to get seen because inboxes are going to be extremely crowded this year. They were crowded last year, crowded the year before, but it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And I think we all know that. We're going to talk about some value adds to get the sale, to increase the conversion, things you should be doing not only for the holiday season, but year round as well that will help your program increase sales. And then I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the impact of iOS 15. Any questions, you can certainly direct them to me, but I am going to share a couple things that might impact your traditional tactical targeting approach for this year. And we're actually going to lead off with some of that as well. So subject lines, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the impact iOS 15 is going to have on subject lines, is that most people are going to opt into it. My wife did. I was like, I'm not telling you what to do, but do it. And she said, well, if I don't opt into it, it sounded really scary. And I think that's, that's obviously a ploy by Apple to make it sound very scary. But anyone opening emails on through Apple Mail, so iOS device, so the built-in native function, the Apple Mail on your Mac and your laptop, whatever it might be, marketers are going to be unable to see whether you open those messages or not. It's going to report back 100% open rate. So of course, you could do some segmentation in your email provider, say, okay, there's 40% of people. And right now from our own customers, we're seeing 40 to 50% of all opens coming through Apple Mail. So of course you could do some segmenting to say, okay, well, we've got these people on Apple Mail. These, we assume they're on Android or just using a Gmail app or a Gmail client, whatever it might be. But if we know that open rates are somewhat less reliable, it makes them kind of all reliable. But it doesn't mean they're not opening. Even if it's a false positive on the open, we still want them to open messages. My advice to you is there's really no bad subject lines. So don't let anyone scare you and say, hey, we can't do this. You'll get bulk folder for it. It's not going to happen. There's so many more things go into this. So use them to your advantage. Emojis, all caps, things like this are going to be really important for the holiday season. Now, that doesn't mean you need to do it all the time. But think about how the color will stand out when you're looking through a laptop inbox or scrolling through your phone and looking at subject lines here, not only in the subject line, but also in the pre-header text. And you can see here where that little arrow is down there. There's no emojis there, but this is what the pre-header text is for. It's there to support your subject line. Now, all the examples up above, you can see we've got repeating emojis or characters or dashes, whatever it might be. Most of those are in the actual pre-header text. So you might see, for instance, the overstock.com example, 21% off your biggest, Black Friday event. And then we've got some emojis going off. Those emojis are in the pre-header text. So we think about how we can use these to support each other to really stand out and catch that visual of the eye. These are all from my particular inbox, none of them in the bulk folder. And you can see we've got all capital letters. We have repeating characters. We have repeating emojis. Don't be scared to use them, but we want to make sure we stand out. So think about Black Friday. Think about things where maybe you have an extra big discount, extra big sale. Use the color to your advantage and have some fun with it. So we want to get seen. This just very quickly, this is what it might look like in your inbox. There's no color here, but you can see how the characters kind of break up in your eyes, naturally gravitate to those particular to that particular subject line. This is your chance to stand out here. So have some fun with your subject lines. Don't be scared that anything you do is going to land you in the bulk folder. If you're in the bulk folder, you're there for a lot more reasons than just subject lines. So don't be scared away from that. Now, the rest of your messaging, I don't care what you put in your messages, right? You can put whatever visual in your messages, whatever terminology in your messages, however you define that to be best for your brand to convey the message, do it. Now, here are the things I would do. Focus on the value adds in each of your messages. So everyone knows we're going to have a lot of seasonal shoppers. We're going to have a lot of repeat shoppers. We're going to have a lot of people who maybe bought one time or were on the verge of buying and then are going to come back who are already aware of your brand. We also have a lot that are unaware of your brand and they're signing up for the first time or they're checking your emails for the first time. Holiday season is one of the pinnacle times to say, why should they buy from me and not my competitor? And this is where we want to use that holiday mindset. But I would convey this to your email program year round. So what matters to them? Well, quick shipping probably matters to them, right? Return policies probably matter to them. Peace of mind probably matters to them. Free shipping matters to everyone nowadays. So free shipping and the cost and speed of shipping matters. Anything that you have that is either a value add that answers some of those questions or appeals to a buyer or is a competitive differentiator for you, put those in your email messages, put them in the headers, bury them in text, use secondary or tertiary call outs in your messages to really hone in on it. And free shipping, right? On any order, no minimum. Here's a great example at the top. We're just going to hit you with free shipping, but we're also telling you no minimum. Chances are they're not going to buy something for $3 and then get free shipping. It might happen every now and then, but chances are if they know they're getting free shipping, they're going to keep adding to their cart here. Some other things you could do, think about seasonal things. Here's a couple examples of like tertiary call out on the left-hand side there, right? You offer complimentary gift boxing or wrapping over a certain amount. Highlight those things, right? Personalization. If you have 24/7 customer support or something that can help live chat, that can help you navigate or a purchase or answer questions on a product, go ahead and use those as well. The example to the right here, what's new at Avenue, right? This is a way where, hey, no payments interest free, 90-day return policies. Return policies of the holiday season are amazing. I advise anyone to extend your return policies and promote that, right? We are buying gifts for other people. Some are self-gifting, but we might not give it to someone until after that return policies come up. So go ahead and extend the return policy. Chances are they're not going to return it. I've spoken to countless brands who have done that. And they're like, yeah, we did it year round because people just loved it. And the impact is very minimal. So highlight everything you can to give that consumer a reason not to leave your site, to purchase from you and actually go out there. Now, the example to the right here, the Avenue one that I was talking about, I love the SMS call at the bottom. I'm going to talk about SMS here in a little bit. But the other thing that this really works for is you could append this to every email. You can find ways to make this better, but we also have welcome messages, which I'll also talk about here in a few minutes, that might be holiday specific for you. This, for a brand new subscriber, could be a great welcome message, secondary content, or just a standalone second message in a welcome series as well, because you're providing all the reasons they should shop with you at that point. Just one more quick example for you here. Get your gifts my Christmas, right? Free shipping, all orders over $50, free returns on all orders. So satisfaction, return policies, all great things. So think about all the differentiators that you have as a brand, where you can implement this into your messaging, and think about how you can sprinkle it through your entire messaging. So not only your batch and blast messages, your scheduled campaigns, your segmented sends, but also your cart abandonment messages, your browse abandonment messages, all your life cycle automated messages, which are naturally more relevant. They're naturally more read. They're more clicked on. They're more purchased from. Think about how these things can help drive that purchase a little bit more as well. And I already talked a little bit about the impact of the privacy protections from iOS 15, but this is really where there's another impact as well. So remailing, or booster sends, as we like to call them, and omnisend, really the same thing. They're automated messages that send out to your scheduled promotional scheduled sends 24 or 48 hours after you send the initial email if they don't open them. So if you're using an email provider that automatically sends these out with a new subject line, if we're unable to determine whether 40 to 50% of people actually open, we register it as an open, you're remailing to a smaller subset of people. Now, that might be good. It might not be what you want because you're not getting maximum reach here. So what do? Well, we can always look at SMS to kind of use that as a message to everyone who's your subscriber. Again, smaller reach, but you don't have to worry about sending them an extra email out there. You can also do remails to non-clicks. So we automatically remail if we determine you have not opened it, which should exclude your Apple Mail people. And then for those Apple Mail people, if they do click, we'll obviously be able to see that, record that. So what we could do is we can automatically send that message to non-clickers at that point. So we maximize what we can. But if you're using an email provider that is just as basic, send to non-openers now, and they haven't adjusted for iOS 15, take a serious look at that and say, okay, if we do send, say, a false positive or false negative, we do send the remail to someone who has opened it. Does that matter? And if the answer is no, keep doing it, right? But if the answer is yes, think about how that's going to impact your strategy there and how you're going to work around it as well. Talked about Beyond that, again, like I mentioned, anything else you want to put in your messages, fire away. Throw them in your messages, product recommendations, great things to have there. Whatever verbiage, however many images you want to have, great, do it. Also use automation the right way. And you'll hear any sort of email provider or email marketing guy tell you that, yeah, we're going to use as much automation as you can. I'll also tell you those things. But when it comes to the holiday season, not all automation is created equal. So let me give you a couple examples here and tell you which ones are the right ones that I would update or focus on or implement if you haven't implemented them yet, right? And this is why automation is so important, though. If we look at this, so we put out these stats reports last year, quarterly, and then yearly. We just released a first half stats report. It's on our website under our resources section. It's not gated. There's no paywall, so you can just go check it out, look at it. So this chart comes from there. Automated message sends, look at the conversion rate of those, right? So much more higher than campaigns and anything else, right? They're really rocking and rolling here. That's because they're triggered off of consumer behavior. These are really high purpose messages, high intent messages. I abandon a shopping cart. I've got a pretty good intent to purchase at that point, whether it's from you or someone else, we trigger them off. I sign up. I'm on your website. I'm interested. I want to hear more. You're going to trigger that off. I'm visiting a product, but I don't cart it and I leave your site. There's some sort of intent there. And these are automatically triggered there. But this is why the automation is so important for the holiday season. So last November, when we look at this, all email orders, and this is over billions of emails sent last November, 27% of those messages or those orders came from automated messages. And during the Cyber 10, which is a period I'll talk about, but the Cyber 10, if you think about the Cyber 5, Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday, the Cyber 10 starts the Sunday before Black Friday and ends through Giving Tuesday, which is the day after Cyber Monday. So those 10 days have about 6 or 7 of the highest online e-commerce days of the entire year. It goes beyond the 5. Giving Tuesday is a huge day. So out of this 10-day period, almost half of all email orders in November were from this period, from automated messages. So these are really revenue drivers for you that can augment any sort of messages you're normally sending. So what does that mean for you? Well, look at this. This is the one that's really tell you. These 4 messages on your left-hand side here: welcome, cart abandonment, browse, and product abandonment. And really the number 3 and 4 are the same thing, just different strategy. Out of all those messages, so 95% of all automated orders on Black Friday came from those 4 messages. 91% on Cyber Monday from those 4. This is where the customer journey is taking them. This is where we're actually spending, we're getting the best bang for the buck here. So if you think about 95% of all automated orders from these 4 messages on Black Friday, that leaves 5% from all the other automations you can. So yeah, it's great you got a birthday. It's great you have a post purchase. Great you have a lapse purchase. Great you have all these other things. They're not driving revenue on these key days. And this is where we want to follow them. So if we look at conversion rates of these 4 messages as well, you could see for 2020 overall, we're at pretty good numbers here. November 2020. So we increase a little bit as shopping comes up. Black Friday specifically, higher than November. Cyber Monday specifically, higher than November. So we're seeing on these key high email volume, high intent shopping days, automated messages are driving conversions even more on these particular days. We want to use them. Now, how do we use them most effectively? Here's a couple tips to think about for each of these messages here. And let's start with the welcome message. So welcome message, we want to focus on incentive. And here's the thing I would say with all your automated messages, we've, as e-commerce brands, have really backed people into back consumers, or ourselves into a corner, I should say, of saying, yeah, we've been discounting for years and years. People expect discounts now. It's just what it is, right? Let's just call it what it is here. So think about the welcome incentive. If you do offer one, a lot of times it's 10 or 15% off your first order, but during the holiday season, a lot of times you're sending 20, 30, 40% off discounts. And it might be product specific discounts or category specific discounts, but think about how that incentive, which is designed to secure a new subscriber to purchase, is 10% going to pale in comparison. So think about if you have a standard that you're comfortable with for the holiday season that you think you can increase sales, go ahead and adjust the incentive in the welcome message, kind of match your holiday sign. The other thing as well is if you're offering a discount, say, hey, we're not moving off 10%. That's our welcome offer. That's what it is. That's great. Is it stackable? So if you're offering 30% off on Thanksgiving Day, and then we've got a 10% off here, can they use both or only one of them? So you might just want to put a little more fine print in there if they're not stackable. If they are, let them know it's stackable as well. Hey, here's an extra 10% off your order. go ahead and use it with another discount as well. So just make that very clear. I think the one thing we have here is sense of urgency with your messages as well. Welcome, browse, cart, doesn't really matter. Items sell out. They sell out pretty quickly during the holiday season. So use this in your messaging. Hey, get them before they're gone. Customer, especially customer favorites or something. Use that fear of missing out a little bit and that sense of urgency there. And then the welcome message is a really good example of holiday specific content as well. So think about if you have gift guides, you have gifts for him, gifts for her, gifts for mom, gifts for dads, whatever it might be. Think about either having secondary call outs in your messages or to use a change up your navigation bar. So, if you have a navigation bar up top, do those holiday specific navigation links in there, and that might help you a little bit better as well. From cart abandonment, kind of the same thing. Think about it, but this is where I think timing really comes into play. So if you go and have a cart abandonment, say, scheduled at 24 hours after abandonment, and then 48 hours after abandonment, and then 72 or 96 hours after abandonment, think about how much more quickly people are shopping this time of year. So you might want to adjust that. You might want to do cart abandonment at 30 minutes or 1 hour after abandonment, and then again at 12 or 24 hours. And you want to shrink that time where people are getting these messages. High intent messages, cart abandonment, they are going to convert like gangbusters. We know it specifically for the holiday season as well. So go ahead and think about the timing. Think about, again, same conversation with the incentives here. Now, here's the thing. If you say, okay, I can't really do anything with the incentives, but if you're running, think about if your brand runs, say, tiered promotions or tiered discounts during the holiday season. Maybe you want to do a tiered discount for your cart abandonment. So we're going to strip away the 10% standard discount that we normally give people. And we say, hey, let's match our holiday stuff. So, hey, we'll give you 10% off or $20 off of any carts under $35. And we'll give you the next tier under 75. And then we'll give you a larger discount with your AOV increasing even more here. Think about it. You could do that for cart abandonment. There's no reason not to. So think about really what you can do there from that standpoint. And then cart is one of these great places where if you don't implement any splits for your contacts, you might want to do that now. So what I mean by this is, hey, we know we have two people that abandoned a shopping cart. One person is under our $35 threshold for free shipping. The other person's $200, right? Maybe you want to do a quick split and say, okay, we're under 35. Let's send this message with this timing, really promote our free shipping over $35 value adds for the $200 cart. Maybe you want to split that and say, yep, you qualify for free shipping, but we have extended return policies and 90-day satisfaction guarantees or whatever it might be, and overcome some of those obstacles to purchase at that point. Same thing for purchase history as well. You could do that as in addition to, or kind of exclusionary from there and say, okay, have they never purchased from me? Let's sweeten the deal. Let's get them coming in, become a holiday shopper for us and give them a bigger discount or whatever it might be. One-time purchaser coming back for a second time, we'll give them something else. Loyal customer of ours, they're a repeat customer. Do we need to give them a great big discount? Do we want to maybe give them a bigger discount than usual because they're a loyal customer, whatever it might be? So we can split our paths a little bit there. So really think about the customer and the purchasing and shorten that timing for sure. You might also want to add a number of messages. If you're stuck at 3 messages, I've had a lot of clients in the past before add a 4th or 5th message specifically during the holiday season because they did shrink their timing and they both work well. Right. So think about if it makes sense for your brand to do so. And then finally, browse and product abandonment. So this is where someone's visiting your website. They check out a category of products or a specific product, but they don't actually cart the product. Well, if we track them as a email subscriber, we can automate messages out to these customers. And these work really well for us, right? So they're shopping for a particular reason. They're on your site, but they're just not ready to purchase. So we can automate these messages out to them. Again, think about using them for either high traffic categories or products, maybe unique products, maybe they're holiday specific products, whatever it might be. So, hey, we don't sell a lot of these. We got a great and a high margin on them, but we know when someone's there, they're actively shopping. Like that's who we want to target. Set some of these messages up, talk about those value adds, talk about what makes it unique, holiday specific. Let's move those items through. So let's put some of those out there and let's have these serve as our promotional messages for people that we've already identified as having some sort of intent with our brand and with those products as well. And again, these messages along with cart abandonment, this is a great place to use that fear of missing out, that sense of urgency there. So, hey, Greg, we saw you checking out, New pair of pajamas. These sizes are not going to last long. It's one of our most popular products. Here's some customer reviews. Get it before it's gone. Let's drive them to actually do that here. So, again, these 3/4 automated messages are going to drive the percentage of your automated sales during the holiday season. So focus on your other ones, optimize them when you get a chance, but these are the ones I would double down on to increase your sales. I want to talk a minute about holidays. So this is really SMS, untapped holiday potential. If you're not using SMS already, highly encourage you to do so. We've been seeing over the last couple of years a massive rise in this. Last year, it really spiked on Black Friday. My phone was blowing up, but all through the year. So just give you an idea, we are on pace to send 3 times more SMS messages this year than we did all of last year. This is crazy, right? And we saw Black Friday, Cyber Monday being huge days for us. SMS is a great way to really use time-sensitive messages, but cut through the inbox noise. And you can use it either as a standalone or complementary channel to email, which is awesome. So here is my selling point on SMS if you're not into it yet. Everyone texts. You hear about generational cohorts. It's a narrative that is out of date. So Gen Z is that young narrative everyone likes to poke fun of beyond the millennials. They are graduating college already. They're in the workforce. They're in their young 20s. Millennials are in their early 40s now. So me and Derek, we're Gen Xers. So I'm not going to date Derek, but we're both Gen Xers here. We're texting every day. Millennials are in their young 40s. They are not young anymore. In fact, my parents are still texting every day, and they are baby boomers. So everyone texts. It's just a trusted opt-in channel now, and it's part of our standard communication channel. So go ahead with your pop-up forms and start asking for SMS mobile numbers here. It's a great indication where if you collect the mobile number, you don't have to do anything with it, but it is the indication of, yeah, do my subscribers want to opt into it or do they not? And if they do not, that's your indication. It's like, okay, we're good without it, right? They want email. They want something else. If they opt into it, that's your indication that, yeah, they want to hear from me here. So this is really good here. We had a company, Divatris, who was unsure about SMS. And they're like, okay, we'll throw it on our sign-up form because we can. 8 months, 70,000 subscribers. And they're driving almost half the revenue on SMS now. It's huge, right? So this is really big for you. Give you a couple holiday-specific stats. So 19% of all November SMS orders last year came on Black Friday. 72% SMS orders came during that 10-day period. So this is huge, right? Out of all our channels that we sent last year on Black Friday, 2.5% of all tracked orders came through SMS as well. So I always tell people, hey, would you like to add 2.5% to your Black Friday sales? And they're like, yeah, well, of course we would. Now, here's a couple of things, caveats with SMS here that you might want to look at. So you can see conversion rates. I'm not going to go through the whole chart. This is more here for post-event viewing, but you could see for 2020, pretty good. First half of this year, a little bit lower, but this is what happened last year. I anticipate when Q4 is done, conversion rate for the entire 2021 year will be higher than it was in 2020. We're found that same thing. But what you can see here is overall last year, Black Friday, higher conversion rates. Cyber Monday, higher conversion rates in the year. Cyber 5, look at Giving Tuesday, day after Cyber Monday. Part of it, that last day of that Cyber 10, almost 9%. Other thing here is Black Friday and Cyber Monday last year combined, those 2 days, more sends total than all of November 2019. So you think about those 2 days or more than the entire month the year before. It is a growing channel. And, it is something that you should be looking at here. So here's the great thing about SMS. People see it very quickly. So instead of sending an email where you're unsure they're checking their inbox, you can send this very quickly. Hey, our Black Friday sale is about to expire, blah, blah, blah. Items are selling out fast. Get it now before it's gone. We know people are going to see that. If you're running flash sales throughout the course of the year, we know we get our flash sales coming up. They're going to see here. You can also use it to drive to your email channel as well. So, hey, check out all our Black Friday sales. We just sent the email. Check out all your Black Friday sales. Hop on over. So, we're really good at that point where we can use it, again, as a complementary channel. Automation, we can put SMS into the same automation as all the other ones. So you think about from a welcome series standpoint, if they sign up for both, we can send them a welcome email, welcome SMS. We got the discount in front of them with our channel they want. Cart abandonment, same thing, right? We're expiring cards. So we can hit people on three emails and then an SMS message, or 2 emails and an SMS versus 3 emails for only our SMS subscribers. And really, this is what it can look like. It's very simple automation, but again, we can do splits and just say, okay, SMS here, email over here, and this is where we want to combine them. So don't overlook SMS. It is a huge channel. By this time next year, if you're not doing it, I think you're going to be left behind. But my phone's ready. I mean, my phone went off 3 times for marketing messages while I was giving this presentation so far. So it is coming here. So definitely a huge opportunity to increase your sales this holiday season. So definitely look into it. And then just very quickly on sending here. So I know we're pushing time, but I want to get into this very quickly here. So it's no longer about specific days. It's about long periods. So think about, I tell people plan for the marathon, right? So think about Gray November. It's a term I've been using for years where we're seeing discounts happening earlier and earlier. Sales will start in late October this year. They were last year. They will again this year, hot and heavy. Does not mean you need to give away your best offer in late October or early November, but you should be ramping up your email sends. You should be ramping up and trying different sales, especially from a testing standpoint, to figure out what you want to move. You might want to try to clear out old inventory to increase those sales as well, to figure out what you might have laying around or not laying around after the holidays as well. So try to move through those. And then it's no longer about these key days, right? Black Friday, still a huge day. Cyber Monday, still a huge day. Those will be your 2 biggest online spend days of the entire year. But think about the Cyber 5 and the Cyber 10 there. So Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday, that is kind of a period. Black Friday week will start that Sunday before, Monday before for some e-commerce brands, but go all the way through Giving Tuesday. So, think about how we can use these periods and tie them in from a tactical standpoint. So here's what we're looking at. Year over year lift in sends. You can see Black Friday up over the year, Cyber Monday, but look at November as a whole. It's higher. That just tells us they're happening earlier and earlier. Those sales are kicking off and people are also increasing their sends through the holiday season earlier and earlier. And then conversion rates match that. We look at the conversion rates here. They're ridiculous. These are campaign sends and they're converting at, 14% on Small Business Saturday, 12% on the day before Cyber Monday, compared to November as a whole, which is better than 2020 as a whole. So people are checking their emails here. And this is a huge component here. So think about sending early, sending off, and see what you can do from it. And then here's what you want to do, right? Plan for October, early November. I would send probably 2 to 3 times on those 10-pull days. So Thanksgiving, which is a 10-pull day now, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. That's where you're going to see your email volume creep up. That's where you're going to see inboxes crowded. Use SMS to your advantage, kind of break through that. But I would also send SMS to those subscribers, which are generally more naturally engaged with you as well. Also, it helps with email fatigue. So you say, okay, we don't want to send everyone an email today. We want to give them a breather, but maybe you still want to send the SMS to get some people in there as well. Use it for time-sensitive promotions. And then again, we have automation. If you have those 3 to 4 automations set up and running, use those to your advantage and use those to pick up any sort of slack or quiet period you want to give up to people. And then finally, just a couple overlooked items and opportunities for you. So the first one, I'm going to skip through this slide here, but transactional messages, optimize them, highly read, highly converted from, and they go to everyone, not just email subscribers. So, you could see the overall conversion rate of these messages, use them to your best advantage. Web push messages, again, you don't have to use them. This is still an up and coming channel, but we've seen massive growth this year. And the conversion rates are astronomical. Look at Giving Tuesday, 75% conversion rates. Now, this is something, if you're going to dabble into it, where I would dabble into it this year, do web push messages in the cart abandonment flow. So while they're there, we can try to recapture them before they even abandon or quickly after they abandon. We can use that and try to drive them back to make a very quick purchase. And again, it is an opt-in channel, so not everyone's going to get it, but if they opt into it, they want to get it. So think about this from a conversion rate standpoint. This is a huge opportunity for you. And then 2 more slides, I promise, and I'm out of here. And happy for any questions you guys can have for me. Optimize your sign-up forms. Make sure they're working. Make sure people know who has access to them. If you do need to edit them or have access to them during the season, if something goes down, we don't have to be sending 20 emails back and forth. It's like, who can update this? Who can do this? Test them now. Make sure people are being assigned to the right list. Make sure the automations are kicking off with these people that are coming in and ask for SMS here. And then finally, use more targeted retargeting. So if we have through OmniSend specifically, we can push and sync segments out to Facebook, Instagram, and to Google Ad Network. So here we can use our email data, our SMS data to figure out, okay, do we need to send to our whole list in Facebook and Instagram, or can we just send the people who are maybe visiting and retarget them that way, or not visiting and just retarget those people, increase your ROAS, decrease your cost of ads there, which is the name of the game. So finally, from a takeaway standpoint, I know it's a lot of information, but send early and often. Don't rely on those 10-pull days, right? Focus on those 3 or 4 key automations and test out SMS here. Very quickly, we have 2 holiday lookbooks, again, ungated, no paywall, on our website under the resources library section. One specifically for fashion apparel, one for every other brand. We got tons of examples of emails in there, some of these same strategies we talked about. So feel free to check it out over there. And then here's my email address. If you need to get a hold of me, I am right here for you. So greg@omnisend.com. And I'm sorry I went 2 minutes over. Told you I was going to use it all, but I will kick it back to you.
That is totally fine. Yeah, you used every minute. We needed it in order to go through all of these kind of strategies and tactics in order to make sure that people had best practices in place. I cannot imagine that people remembered everything that you just went through, which is why everyone here needs to go to the show notes and make sure to use that as a very simple shortcut to this session. And of course, you will also have access to this session on demand so that you can watch it back, pause it, go do what Greg suggested, adjust and learn and grow from there. Greg, thanks so much. It's been a total pleasure. And we've plugged you here in chat to check out OmniSend at ecomtech.link/OmniSend.
Always a pleasure, Derek. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks so much. With that, we're going to move right into our next session. From OmniSend to OmniConvert, we're bringing in Valentine. Thanks for staying up late with us. How's it going, man?
Hi, Derek, and hello, everyone. It's going well. I'm still up and ready.
Awesome. All right, here I'm adding your slides to the screen. I'll change over this image in just a second. I'm really looking forward to this session. I'll let you take it away.
Excellent. So here are 5 ways to get leverage from your existing customers. You've heard the tactics about how to address new customers. And in this session, I'm going to show you from my point of view as an entrepreneur, how to leverage your existing customers on this Black Friday. So I used to be an e-commerce entrepreneur myself, and I know how it is to juggle with all the things at the same time. At some point, when I've launched my own e-commerce, my wife got my second child, and this is my lifetime value, these 2 kids. I'm a serial entrepreneur from Bucharest, Romania, and I'm passionate about customer lifetime value, how to improve conversion rates, and everything regarding to optimizing things. So I've had my share of losses in this life of trials and errors, and my path so far was to stay for 20 years in B2B and B2C. I'm currently leading OmniConvert, a tech company with 8 years of experience in data-driven growth solution for e-commerce companies. And now I'm also the founder at Customer Value Optimization Academy, CVO Academy, a place where we have instructors and bright minds that are helping e-commerce companies to improve customer lifetime value. So with no further ado, let's focus a bit on the current landscape. So we have the e-commerce going strong. We are saying rest in peace to cookies, because zero-party data, and that means zero-party data becomes vital, and first-party data as well. Ad costs are surging, and there's a fierce competition in the agencies arena, which means that agencies need to differentiate themselves and to really move the needle for their e-commerce stores. In 2020, the CPM on Facebook alone has doubled, and that means we need to focus on customers that matter. According to our data, one single ideal customer profile of an e-commerce generates as much margin as 376 low-value customers, which we call the breakups. You can find more stats into this CLV benchmark. So it's not fair to and nor smart to treat everyone the same, because the ICP that you have, as you can see, this goose over here, which is fighting with the bull, can resist to your poor customer experience or your bad user experience and other hiccups that you made. So my suggestion is to leverage our existing customers better, and here is how. First of all, segment your customers using RFM. RFM means recency, frequency, and monetary value. So instead of looking at all the customers like they are the same, you look at customers based on how recently they've bought, how frequently they've bought, and what's their CLV or monetary value. So based on the RFM, you'll be able to find out that you have segments of customers that you weren't aware of, like the soulmates, which on a scale from 1 to 5, they will get the highest scores for recency, frequency, and monetary value. In this case, you can see that, I don't know, less than 2% of the customers are generating almost 10% of the margin. And the lovers, if you look at them as well, you will end up realizing that, hey, the returning customers are the ones that we should be after. But what happens? Let's see how RFM really works. So we have here the new passions. We call the new passions the one that have the highest revenue, but only one order, and they bought in the last 30 days. As time goes by, if they don't place any order, they still stay as new passions. But if they place another order, they are being labeled as potential lovers. If they place 2 more orders in the next 30 days, they are being called lovers. But as time goes by, some of them are not doing anything, and they are being 70% of them are being transformed into not to lose. Some of them are still potential lovers. If they place another order, they are being transformed as lovers. And if these lovers are placing 2 more orders, they are being transformed into soulmates, like the best customers out there. But in 6 months, let's say, things are dramatically changed. If you take a look now, you have 6% soulmates, 16% lovers, 13% ex-lovers, because those lovers that haven't placed any order, they are being labeled as ex-lovers, and 65% of all the customers are being labeled as Don Juans. That's something that our technology does automatically. Don Juans, because they are like Don Juans, right? One-night standers. They came, they placed a high order, but they are gone. So that's why it's important to look at this type of data, because you might end up realizing that your business is actually being supported by few customers, like soulmates or lovers, like you can see in this real case over here. 30% of the revenue coming from only 5% of the customers. So the next thing that you can do once you have the RFM segmentation is to build lookalike audiences based on your soulmates. So soulmates are the power customers, and lookalike audiences are being suggested even from Facebook that need to be between 1,000 and 50,000 people, and it's a source audience that should be made up of your best customers rather than all your customers. That could lead to better results, right? So this is in the help section of Facebook as well. We are testing this, and it's dramatically improving the outcome. So how does it work? You build the audiences based on the soulmates RFM segment. You launch lookalike campaigns on Facebook. The Facebook algorithm does its job, and then the users are attracted thanks to the high relevant ads, and then directed to the website where some of them are converted. And then it's the same cycle goes on and on. You can do this, and you can actually realize, hey, how impactful the Facebook ad campaigns can be, because now not having cookies but serving the first party data, if you have, of course, 1,000 customers.
Oh, we lost you for a second there. We've lost your audio here. Very interesting. How did that happen?
I don't know,
That
but
was
it
interesting. For a
happens.
second, I thought it was a little bit of a tech delay, but if you want to try
Okay, so
sharing your screen again, we'll take it over, take it back.
Okay, so I wanted to show you how to do this exactly in our app, but there are other apps as well, even though I don't know of any of them. So you can build an audience based on the custom date, right? So you can select the time interval and you can go directly to last year in November, and you can select this type of time interval. So you will have these customers with this revenue and this customer lifetime value. So the beauty is that you will not have to focus on new customers if you have existing customers that bought in that particular period. I don't know yet. So you can still hear me, right, Derek?
Yes, you are good to go now. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going to share my screen again. So mainly you focus on customers that were bargain hunters, that haven't placed orders on your shop, or that placed orders on your shop. That's up to you. Fact is that chances are that they are way more receptive, and that means the message towards them shouldn't be, hey, Black Friday is coming. No, Black Friday is coming again for you, and it's up to you how creative you are to play around with the messaging and with the offer that you have for them. I will have the fifth way just in a few minutes to show you what can you do about this type of messaging. Then the next way is to retarget customers based on their purchase behavior. So customers are buying different type of products, right? But if you don't have a single SKU on your website and you have different products, you could look at which are the products that you would like more to be pushed. Like you have, let's say, 5 types of products, A, B, C, D, E, and you can look at the products that are also going to have a high NPS. Let's say people are or a customer review, a good customer review, because that means those customers will be willing to stick around, because otherwise you will push the pedal in acquisition, you will acquire customers that will never come back, and eventually maybe you will not break even after this Black Friday. So it's a financial game, and my suggestion here is to look at the returns, to look at the NPS, and also to look at the share of revenue, and then push those products or brands or categories which were the most effective. And the beauty is that you have this treasure, and it's your existing data. Too many people are focusing on action without having the strategy and without analyzing their existing data. So don't do this. You better believe it, yeah, like Kramer says over here. So in order to go further, I have a strategy that one of our customers did tremendously effective campaign. So this is what I call the wish list teaser, right? So there's an effect which is called the Zeigarnik effect. Zeigarnik from a Russian scientist that discovered this cognitive bias. He observed the fact that the waiters, when they are taking orders, they were incredibly good at remembering what the customers ordered before serving their drinks, but afterwards they haven't recalled anything. So the Zeigarnik effect states that the people remember our unfinished or interrupted tasks better than completed tasks, and that means that's how the brain works. If it's something undone, you simply will remember it. If something is already done, then that's it. Maybe that's why we are, as human beings, are never pleased with ourselves, and we are always striving for finishing, for achieving other goals, rather than being content about what we've done. And that's maybe a good thing, because that's how progress happens, right? So how to use this Zeigarnik effect? If you have an existing number of customers, you can build a list of customers you actually want. According to RFM, those would be soulmates, lovers, ex-lovers, and new passions, because these are having the highest potential.
Valentine, we lost audio again. I don't know why. Something's flicking on and off over there. Just to mess with you, but you're back. I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry for that, guys.
No worries.
So I was telling that between 1st and 10th, the 1st and 10th of October, you can build a list of customers you actually want. Then once you build it, you can start already teasing them with a special Black Friday offer, Black Friday type of offer, only for what they choose in their wish list. So you actually push people that you really want to reacquire and readdress with a special Black Friday offer only for what they are going to choose in their wish list. And you can incentivize however you want. You can actually promise that they can win their wish list, and you can get a lot of intelligence about that. So from the 1st and 10th of October, so 10 and from the 10th to 31st of October, you capture demand, right? And you get intel about what kind of products are the most wished, right? So after that, once you decipher that early on, you can launch the campaigns and capture orders with 1 up to 2 weeks before Black Friday. So you can name it however you want. This campaign, it's up to you to be creative. Some of them call them Black Friday Pro, or pre-Black Friday, or special Black Friday, or whatever. And then you can ship them the products in advance. That means less workload during your normal Black Friday. So mainly there are many benefits out of that. One is that you can reactivate customers because they will feel precious, and they will feel like if they place the products in the wish list, and if you do your job well with your drip campaign to remind them to add something in their wish list, they will also remember that when the Black Friday kicks in, and all the campaigns from other vendors are going to kick in, because you will compete with a lot of vendors, including Amazon, of course. They will remember that, hey, I've added those items in my wish list. And that means you can, let's say, steal the start, right? Going further, and this is a bonus, you can you can actually place the seeds for the next orders during your Black Friday campaign with the most unappreciated and most effective campaign, which is the unboxing campaign that has 100% open rate. And this is more like a Trojan horse, right? Like those guys that were hidden in a gift that Greeks sent to Troy, right? They've hide it. The soldiers in the gift, they acted like they are gone, and voila, it's a surprise. So that's what you can do as well. So these are the 7 reasons why you need to consider inserts, because you have a lot of new customers coming, and you need to fight for their attention, and you need to fight for their continuous business. So the first thing is that it respects the under promise over deliver principle, right? You give them something, you do an insert in their package. Another thing is that these are cost effective. The next thing is that you can personalize the inserts only for specific RFN segments, only for the new passions, the ones with the high purchase potential, right? Then the cost of delivering this message has already been paid, so it's a double strike. Then you can do cross sells that are highly relevant. And another thing is that the package inserts are a great way to get rid of the products that actually don't sell. So it's a pity to keep them over there in your warehouse. Then effective inserts can increase the CLV, and they do that on autopilot, right? Because you don't do pretty much anything about it. You've just planted the seed, and again, Zeigarnik effect, right? So it's something that they haven't finished, right? So because they need to pay back. That's the human nature, to pay back when someone gives us a surprise or something unexpected, which is actually pleasant, right? Even though it works vice versa as well. The type of package inserts that could be used: the thank you letters, the discount coupons, the surprise gifts, the books, the product catalogs, product samples, product reviews invites, or the bookmarks, right? Actually, bookmarks were being used by Amazon in their early days. If you don't know that, it's a fantastic story about it. So how to decide over what type of products to add over here? We have, on this axis, we have the usage of those products, if there are gifts, and here is the cost of those products, right? So that's up to you to decide. If it's a hat, it's not such a high cost. and the usage, but not the usage as well. The usage is not there as well. Or coasters, or wine openers, or bookmarks, or watches and wallets and t-shirts. So you might want to stay in a place where the usage is high and the cost is low. So over here is the third quadrant is the best for you, but it's up to you to decide and to understand how you can do this with your own products that you're selling. So that being said, what is important is that the last customers will never tell you that they are lost, right? So when you plan ahead, when you plan Black Friday, you should plan ahead for repetitive customers, not only for one night standards like we call them. So that's it. My gift for you is to let's say help you with this customer segmentation. That's what we do. We grab data, we use reveal, we allow you to generate actions on autopilot with on various channels like Klaviyo, like Facebook, Google AdWords, and so on. So if you connect with me on LinkedIn, I will give you a pleasant surprise. And another thing is that if you want to hear more about customer lifetime value and ongoing optimization and optimizing not only for acquisition but also for retention, remember this link. Use this link because it's a free course with the bright minds that have worked for the CVO Academy to give you this free course. So pretty much that's it. That's my let's connect on LinkedIn. That's my email address in the case you want to connect with me. Derek, I think that's it. If there are questions, I'm here for you.
I love it. Awesome. And I'm looking at the course again. I know I've taken a look at it in the past. Definitely somebody that people should be looking to sign up for so that they can better utilize their existing customers, make more revenue, convert more, all the things we need to do, not just in preparation for Black Friday, but also what happens after we get a huge bump of business and possibly some, bargain hunters or one-time purchases on Black Friday and how to convert them. So everything is looking good. I've shared the link here, and we also have it in the show notes. One final time, go to the show notes, bookmark them. Okay, that is it. Valentine, thanks so much. We're going to move right into our next session and our closing keynote for the day. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you, everyone. Bye, Derek.
Awesome. Hit the wrong button as he was leaving. Anna, how's it going? How is life? How is business?
Good morning. Yeah, good. How are you guys?
Doing good. What time is it for you?
It is 7:10.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Not
in the morning.
too early, but yeah,
Not
a
too
little
bad.
early.
You guys, what time is it there in the afternoon?
It's 2:00 for me in the afternoon, and I know we've got people from all across the world. That was Valentine from Romania, so I think it was 11 p.m. for him.
Yeah,
We
everyone's
had
stepping over the time zones.
Denmark, Dubai, Paris. So we have a truly international presentation and audience today.
And
So
a good
with that
day.
said, I'll just add your slides to the screen. I'll let you introduce yourself and take it away.
Great. Thanks, Derek. Hey, everyone. My name's Anna. I'm from House of Cart. We're a Shopify and Klaviyo agency based in Australia. We have clients all over the place, predominantly in Australia, but we do have clients everywhere. At the moment, things are massively busy with COVID. I think the last time we spoke with Derek and we did a e-com, things were already cranking up, and now I feel like everything's just cranking up again. The competition out there is huge. The niches are filling up really fast. There's businesses struggling, but there's also businesses really having some great success. We have a lot of clients that are not doing so well with COVID, but then we do have a lot of clients that COVID has been amazing for. And, the retail space is just exploding and online is exploding. We can't keep up with the demand for new Shopify stores. And now with the Shopify 2.0 being rolled out and new themes rolling out, competition is definitely getting fierce to step up your game, to look and feel the best, have, the best user experience, the best customer journey, to really amp up those conversions. So, in Australia, Black Friday, Cyber Monday is relatively new-ish. It's been around for a while, but I feel like this year it's really going to explode. It's definitely the talking point in a lot of groups and a lot of conversations. It's now we're just stepping in and meeting the global people that are everyone's, throwing this sale out in this massive sale season. So, for us, we're really stepping up our game with all our clients. We're seeing, all our US and UK clients really jumping in that weren't previously doing sales. We do find a lot of people are a bit unsure. They don't really know how to put their best foot forward. What do we need to be doing? Is it just throwing a sale code out there? So we've really taken some time over the last couple of months, and it's been a great learning curve for us as well. The first time we've been offering Black Friday, Cyber Monday marketing promotions out for our clients. So it's been an awesome experience to learn, and our clients are really excited for what they've got coming up. It's the biggest thing that we can say is, it's about being prepared. It is coming up pretty fast. We're rolling into October tomorrow. We're finding most of our clients have already started their preparations. September was a big prep month, figuring out what you're doing, how you're going to do it, what you need to do, who you need to work with, what resources you need. Now's the time to be really implementing that and to make sure that you are ready to roll. Because it is going to be a big win, I feel, for a lot of retailers and online stores. The pandemic's really shifted how consumers are spending. In Australia, we're still in full lockdown. I live in a place where we're fortunate not to be in lockdown, but the rest of Australia is. No one's at the shops. No one's at the shopping malls. Everyone's online. Our postal system is just breaking. Post is taking a lot longer. There is millions and millions of parcels in the post every day waiting to be delivered. So, we see this and clients see this as a massive opportunity. If you've struggled a bit this year, this is your time now to really amp it up and potentially, cash in for this massive sales season. It's just about, are you ready? We did, as I say, we did get a lot of clients saying, what do we do? Do we just set up a couple of codes? Are we just going to have some product, that's going to be in a sale collection? And we just say, this is our Black Friday sale. That's often just not enough. It is a big sale season. It's something very different. You really do need to be prepared. So, to have the X factor and to really be different from the other brands, your competition in your niche, you need to make sure you have a plan and that you actually execute it. And my biggest thing that I've learned in business is being prepared, planning things out, working out what it is you're going to do, strategize, and actually putting that in place, not just flying by the seat of your pants and throwing some sales stuff around, really preparing, and that's when you're going to really succeed. Now and, hopefully up in the last couple of weeks, you've already been doing it, but making sure you're assessing your brand and your business, what's going on, what can you offer, where are the holes, where are the gaps, what do you need to be doing, and making sure that you've really looked at all different aspects about what you're going to be doing. Planning out that strategy is the most important thing. So you've got a plan in place, for all the possible things that could happen, all the possible things that you want to do and what you need to do to achieve them, booking things in early, making sure you've got stock, making sure, everything is ready socially with your assets and your site and all that comes with it, thinking of all the different scenarios. So you've got all your bases covered. So your site and your processes are all in place to handle what may come once your sale starts. October's, coming around pretty quickly. It's rolling around this week. This is when you need to set the plan in action. You need to decide what it is that you're going to do, have everything in place and start implementing it and, getting those things in place, making all the changes you need to make, making sure everything around your sale is ready to go. Everything that you've decided to do needs to be locked and loaded by the end of October. Everyone that you're deciding to work with, everyone that you're needing to have assistance with, anyone that's doing, creating stuff for you, any of your graphics designers that are doing assets for your site, locking them in now, getting everything, anyone that's going to be writing copy for you, or if you're going to be doing it yourself, making sure you've got a timeline. This week I'm going to do that. Next week I'm going to do that, and make sure you're hitting those targets so that it's not a stress ball when you get to the end of October and then all of a sudden there's a few weeks and you're feeling nervous and stressed about what you've got going on. Because November is the time to get going. It's time to execute the plan. All the marketing needs to be rolling out. all the sales need to be getting in front of your customers. And we're actually finding, a lot of people are going to be starting early this year. I know the dates are set in stone, but people have been really flexible. And I guess a lot of it's coming down to, well, we're finding anyway, especially in Australia, shipping times are massive at the moment. We normally have an express service in Australia, which is next day guaranteed. That's just not happening anymore. And people are very aware that, we're now looking at 21, to 35 days for delivery, and that's from Australia to Australia. So, being very aware that, people are shopping for Christmas. People are shopping for the holiday season. They want to get those orders, in and delivered early so that they tick them off their list. The earlier, the better. So we're even finding we've got a lot of clients who are rocking up and you're going to start, a week earlier and getting those pre-stuff in. And I've got a few things further down that I'll show you that's a really great way to, even push that for the early sales to beat everybody else, to cash in on that little bit of extra money. Some really, crucial preparation tips. Now here I am, I'm talking, this is all about your Shopify store. This is all about your Klaviyo account. I'm not going to go into too much detail about what you need to do email marketing wise. I've got a little bit there, but Shopify is my main jam, and I can give you some good tips on what you need to be doing. Make sure you're preparing and testing your site. Get a bunch of friends, get a really, really tech savvy friend, and then get a really non-tech savvy friend or family member to jump on and do some test orders. Give them some dummy codes, get them to jump around the site, get them to write a list of what went wrong, what they found hard. And especially it's really important when you've got a non-techie person, and you're throwing them into a high fast sale, and then you've got customers messaging you, oh, I don't know how to do this, I've done this. You need to make sure that you know the process and how it works. So then when you get those questions, you're able to answer them really quickly and help them check out and, avoid them bouncing. Because getting caught after the fact, is just not a good position to be in. Things like broken links, sites not loading properly, maybe there's stock issues on one of your products that you're popping up for sale. Making sure you double check everything, go through, ensure you've got all your stock levels right, ensure your collections are sitting right, ensure your products are sitting in the right places, check that everything's adding to cart, check all your buttons and links are working, really, really hone down on the whole journey around your site to getting to cart and getting to checkout, down to just checking what you've got on your follow-up emails. Is the thank you for your purchase email working? Have you noted down in there that there's extended shipping times? Have you changed your banners to really reflect what's going to be going on in the sale? And also making sure, a big thing I can suggest, and I've made sure all my clients are doing it, make sure there's a contact somewhere. Set up a live chat. Facebook, one of our favorites is Facebook live chat from Amiga apps. It's simple, easy, it's recognizable by every single person, Facebook app. And it's just awesome. It links to your Facebook page and you can chat to them. There's no email back and forth. There's no them jumping in a queue on another chat bot. You can quickly chat to them. So if they are at cart or they're having issues, they can chat to you quickly and you just don't miss that sale. It's just sometimes that difference between, them getting too frustrated and not wanting to check out, moving on to the next store, or you getting that cash and they make that sale with you guys. So that's a really important part. Having a look at your product descriptions, making sure that, if you're selling that t-shirt, it just doesn't say this is a black t-shirt. Tell me about the t-shirt. Give me FOMO. Why do I want to buy the t-shirt? How good is it going to make me look? How good is it going to make me feel? How, where does the fabric come from? How was it made? All these things to make it absolutely irresistible to push those conversions. Just having those simple product descriptions sometimes just not enough, especially if you're in a space where there's a lot of competition. If you've got a product that's a little bit iffy to understand and people don't quite, does it come with certain instructions? Is there a certain process to the product? Is there something special about the product? What puts it above the rest? Why should I buy it from you guys and not them? Wording is next level killer, for nailing those conversions. And the lack of them can be such a conversion killer. So, this is the time to, if you've been thinking about getting a copywriter, to maybe, step up your game with copy. even if it's just for your sale products. You know, you have 5 products on sale, reach out to a copywriter and ask for, you know, just those 5 products to get that copy really nailed down. And even sort of some of your slogan stuff to do with your BFCM if you can. Planning out your marketing content calendar is super, super important. You know, I mean, most people now that are in that space and are already planning their content have really, you know, decided and know that that's the way to go. Planning it out, getting some online tools to help you, making sure you know when things are going out, having them preset in, you know, leaving it to the last minute and then knowing you've got a post. Oh no, okay, I've got a spelling mistake, jumbling around. You're going to hit your mark, you miss your marks, and you're not going to hit your target. You know, making sure that you're prepared, the stress is gone, you've got it all planned out, the days and when, you know, you're going to have everything roll out, the nights before that you're going to have all your site changed, everything's going to look ready, so that it's in an organized fashion. You know, there is something to be said about the less stress, the better when it's going to be busy, you know, and making sure that you're prepared and ready and organized. It's a really good feeling. I'm a super organized person. So, you know, and I understand that feeling of not being organized in a situation where you really need to be. And it's going to put you above the game, and it's going to, you know, make it a lot easier when it all starts happening for you guys. And making sure, you know, those discounts are all set up, checking those discount codes. So, you know, just double checking that everything's working, checking that you're copy and pasting the right things. Have you got all the links set up? And, you know, those products are all linking to the discounts are set to the right products. All your inventory is okay. You know, definitely check that, you know, you've got 10 in stock, you've got 10 in stock, you know, making sure you're not overselling and leaving any disappointed customers. So it's just about making sure everything is set in stone and ready to roll. Okay. Some tips to help you boost engagement. You know, you've got this massive sale, you know, it's another big fear of my clients and just in general, even without sales, you know, when I talk to a lot of clients, especially when they either new stores and things like that, they get a lot of this fear about, you know, they're out there in the web. Is anyone watching? You know, is anyone actually taking notice? You know, it's really hard to really put yourself out there and, you know, is anyone actually seeing my sale? Is anyone actually seeing my products? You know, I'm struggling to get the traffic on, you know, and that's one of the biggest things my clients are nervous about, and just really driving that organic traffic, you know, and there's so many things you can do to really push and to make sure you're getting your sale in front of people, and just in general that you're getting your site seen. You know, some of it's about putting yourself out there, which is a scary thing. You know, start going live on Facebook. I know it's very daunting. It's really, really scary for a lot of clients, again, because you're having that same fear as, is anybody going to watch? Am I going to sound silly? Am I going to say the wrong things? You know what? Unscripted live Facebook lives are some of the best and most captured ones, because it's just being real and raw. You know, if you run a business, you're a family business, you run it from home, you've got kids at home, you're just a partner team, you just, you know, you're in business with your best friend. Talk about that. Be that person. Be those people. You know, tell them about your business, tell them about your product, tell them about your passion, tell them about your sale. Those kind of things people want to listen to. They don't want to listen to scripted stuff and, you know, just selling. So, you know, have a look at how other people are doing their lives and jump on and start talking about your sale. Tell them what you've got going on. You know, preempt what's going to be coming up and say, look, you know, just really try and connect with them. Tell them how excited you are. And yeah, just try really hard to just not be nervous and just give it a go. You know, don't fob it off because you think you don't want to. If you can do one thing this holiday, the sale season, is go live a couple of times in, you know, some of your Facebook groups or on one of your pages. Because once you've done a few, you'll want to do more because they are great. Working hard on your Black Friday, the email subject lines. So we have, you know, in the last year or so taken on Klaviyo into our agency. We have a full-time Klaviyo executive, Dana, who's amazing. And it's something I'm also learning myself, and something that's, you know, I'm seeing the value of and how important it is, which is the subject lines. You know, it's fascinating to watch how they can be so hit or miss with your emails. And now I'm starting to take note, which I never really did before, about when I get emails in my own inbox. what I'm getting from different businesses and how creative they can be, you know, you should be looking at that now. What are other companies sending me? What are they putting in their subject lines? What things attract me and what things don't? You know, and really working on those for your own business, and what you're going to be putting out there this year. There's lots of emails going around at the moment. You know, you can even simply Google Black Friday email subject lines, and there'll be a lot of suggestions in there, which can give you some really good tips. You know, get creative. You know, it's not about this is my sale, jump on. You know, that's just not going to catch. You know, using little emojis, making sure that the wording is really engaging and conversational in a very short snap is really going to help you. You know, if you get stuck and you want to find any, as I say, jump on Google. We've noticed just jumping around, having a look. There's some super, super great content out there with some really good suggestions that you can tweak to your own. A mystery offer in your email, you know, depending on what you're going to do, if you're going to do a 4-part email, making sure you've got some sort of little deal in there, some sort of little dangle of the carrot, you know, an extra little code that they get by being signed up to your email, free little gift, whatever it may be. There's heaps of stuff you can think of, and it can be very cheap in terms of, you know, it could be something that you've got, you know, 100 of and you just want to, you know, you want to get rid of, and you can just have a little gift that might go with it. It can be all sorts of different things. Again, you know, Google mystery offer and see what comes up. I did have I was doing some research when I was looking at all of this, and I, you know, had a look on there, and there were some really great suggestions about what it could be. So definitely have a look at doing something just to give that little bit of a bonus. The hashtags for Black Friday, I've started noticing them popping up all over the place on Instagram. So definitely have a look at doing that. I also noticed there was a couple of little social media agencies that were also offering some really great little packages to help you with that. Offering out, you know, we'll help you find some great hashtags to use. We'll, you know, do that a little analysis for your business. So it's definitely something to look at, and making sure you're using the right hashtags, getting in on, you know, the niches and the groups that you're in, and making sure that, you know, you're using the right ones to be found. Teaming up with another small business. This is a massive one. You know, when I was in my clothing store, my children's clothing store I had a few years ago, it was probably one of the most fun things I used to do as a business once a year. We would do events like this. We would all team up together, and, you know, there's power in numbers. So, you know, we'd get 10, 15 little brands together. We'd all offer a discount. We'd all put in, say, $100 and something each, which meant we had a bit of marketing budget. We'd get some promo made up. We'd get some, you know, someone in the group would be great with graphics, so they would take care of the graphics. But it was about the fact that we had that power that we could all share around. And, you know, there was 15 of us. You know, some of us had small amounts of followings. Some of us had massive amounts. You know, make sure you grab a couple of big, you know, big Instagram accounts on there, some medium-sized ones, and then a bunch of small ones. And it's about bouncing off each other, making sure that you're all kind of in the niche. So just say you're in the, you know, the children niche, you know, you can have all different kind of, you know, children and baby brands, all complementing each other. You can share discounts, and you can all jump around. And it means you're getting that extra exposure. And it also comes across really nice. You know, I love, you know, I've always been about collaboration over competition. And that kind of feel we used to find our customers used to love. You know, they'd discover a new brand that would help them. They love the idea that we're all backing each other, like also like a virtual market. And just giving that community kind of feel around your niche is also really nice too. And often you'll make some lifelong friends in business that you can use over and over again with sales and stuff. So it does go a long way. It's one of the best things I did with my small business. And definitely for the sales season, I think it's a great idea as well. Making sure you're jumping on all your platforms. You know, I've said this before in previous things, and I mentioned it a lot. You know, make sure you are where your customers are. You know, if your customers are not on TikTok, don't spend hours working on TikTok content. You know, if you're finding your customers are really only on Facebook, they don't really engage too much on Instagram, you know, spend more time on Facebook. You know, make sure you're across everything that's relative, but put your time in where they are. You know, be where they are. Like if Instagram's where it's at for you and everyone's in there, and, you know, that's where the conversation's happening, make sure you jump in those conversations, get in and make comments, follow as many threads as you can, try and put as much promotion as you can. At the moment in Facebook, there's a lot of, the Afterpay groups and things like that, the massive big sale groups. We have a lot of them in Australia. They're going crazy at the moment. Everyone's putting up who's doing sales, who's going to be doing Black Friday. These are the times to really put down your name, say, hey, we're going to be doing a sale. Here's my sign up. Get your Klaviyo sign up link to your list and pop the links down, getting them to sign up now. So you've got that traction. So you've got something building. So there's, something for them ready when you're ready. Don't make it passive, have a landing page. This is also something this year that we've decided to really, focus on with what we're offering for our Black Friday, Cyber Monday promotions. As I said, it's not just about putting up a discount code and having a little sale collection. It's really important to have a landing page, something that's dedicated to the sale, making this journey really next level in terms of converting them, making sure that, it's not just jumping on your site. It looks exactly the same. There's maybe a little sale sign in the top corner with a couple of little products. Then I've got to kind of find the code. What's that? That's not what it needs to be. You need to be not aggressive, but you need to be very forward about where the sale is, what the sale's how it's happening, what you're offering, what's going on. And a landing page is a perfect place to do that. So I'll talk about a little bit about more the landing page at the end when I get my last slide. But some other sales ideas we've got, hourly sales and flash sales are looking pretty cool this year. There's some great little apps you can use, for those things as well. But, thinking about, dropping deals for the day. There's this deal at this hour. There's this deal at that. That's pretty cool. It's like they play along with a game. Thinking of creative outside the square ideas for your sale is also going to keep engagement up. If you can, and this also goes for just in general, free shipping is just always going to be the way to go. I know it's not ideal for everybody. I know it doesn't work for every business, but if there's any way you can, this season, the sales season, do free shipping. We would highly recommend it. Even just for that period, it will get you over the line with conversions. And, hopefully you're getting enough sales that it all just is relative. One of the big things we're seeing, iChange, things like that we've got going on here, which is, offer or donate a percentage of your sales to charity. It's a lovely way to interpret, who you are as a brand, what kind of values you have. And it's just a lovely thing to have on your site. We're noticing a lot of clients setting that up. There's a lot of good sites that you can set that up with now, Google, Shopify, donate sales via Shopify, things like that. You'll see a lot pop up of things you can offer. And it's just a really lovely little icing on the top for, showing who you are as a business, which is really important right now. And choosing a charity that means something to you guys. And you can kind of tell a story around that. And it creates a bit more content as well to be able to use, what you're doing and why you're doing it and why it's important to you. For your products this year, have a look at product bundling, buy this, this, and this, and this is the price. So really looking at what you've been selling over the year, analyzing what your products are, what people have been buying together, what you can potentially bundle, what's been successful already, and bundling that way, giving a discount. It could be a mystery box. We have had a lot of clients in the past, I noticed, do mystery boxes very well, and they've been very successful. It's also a great way to get rid of some good product and sometimes some product that's not selling that well. So mystery boxes are also really nice, and it's a good chance for customers to maybe experience different products that they might not be buying from you for whatever reason. Getting those products into people's hands and maybe it then becomes a product that people buy a bit more. Selling gift cards is a massive one, and I think it's going to be a lot bigger this year, especially because a lot of the countries are still in lockdown. Some of the people aren't able to actually get to shops this year, and I think gift cards are going to be big. I've been setting up gift cards a lot on my client stores, more than I have before. A lot of businesses that weren't doing it now is like, okay, I'm getting gift cards set up. And they're getting used. People are buying the gift cards. There's a lot of gifting going on. So it's definitely something, if you haven't already got it set up, get it set up and make it more prevalent on your site so people can see that. The VIP discounts is really important too. again, that comes down to, you know, all those people that you're pulling in early, getting on your email list, make sure that they're valued, make sure that because they did that early and they jumped on and they gave you that support early on, that you give them something back, you know. So there's an early bird discount, the VIP discounts, just something a little bit extra for those important people to feel that there's a reason why, you know, they stay on the email list, they stay on your VIP list and things like that. Okay, so in terms of, you know, what we're saying you need to do for your store, so we are suggesting, you know, transferring the look of your store to really give it that Black Friday, Cyber Monday vibe. And as I said before, it's not about just leaving your store looking the same. So when they get there, there's nothing too exciting. Always treat your store like a shop window. If you had a shop down at the mall, Halloween's coming, you wouldn't just leave it as it is. Christmas is coming, you wouldn't just leave it as it is. You know, you would theme it, you know, you would make it look amazing. So when I walk past, I go, oh, look at all that cool Halloween stuff. I'm shopping for Halloween, I'm in there. You know, Black Friday, Cyber Monday is no different. And your store is no different from a shop front, you know, making it look different. So, you know, what we're doing for our clients is we've got a theme store package where it's, you know, it's changing out the banners, changing out the announcement bars, changing out the collections and the banners around them, just really stepping out a few things. You know, it's pretty simply done in terms of, you know, duplicate your store, duplicate your theme in the back end, put your old one, you know, unpublished, and your new one just for the week or the 2-week period, however long you're going to run everything for and promote it, making sure it's themed and it's got a really nice look and feel. You've got access to the collections and the products that you're selling right up front. So there's no missing anything, you know, and then when it's all done and dusted, you can switch your old one back and you're done. So, you know, we're seeing that as a super important thing to do this year to really skyrocket the conversions around the whole process. A guided landing page to really focus on the purchases and showcase your offerings. You know, it's designed to walk the customer through the next steps of their purchase, you know, making sure you're covering all angles. It's, you know, where you can showcase all your offerings on that one beautiful page and really show them the must-haves rather than just the options. You know, showing them, you know, all the deals you've got going on and making the whole page a real journey to guide them through the purchasing experience and to get them to cart and to get them to checking out. You know, it's ensuring the quality customer journey for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and, you know, it will stand out. You know, they will remember that journey and it, you know, the ease of purchase and how nice it was to purchase. So, you know, it's definitely something, as I say, it's not about being passive, and you can direct that traffic straight to that landing page. You know, that beautiful, beautiful landing page that's themed. It's got all the sale information. You've got everything that could be, you know, questionable around the sale on there, all the content, all the products, all the discounts, everything there, all the buttons ready to go. And there's some great landing page templates out there. We're offering it as a package to our clients. So we'll build out that landing page for you and get all the graphics up there looking beautiful, you know, and just stepping it up in terms of how it looks, you know, very different to what it could look maybe if you just create a normal product page, whatever in your theme at the moment. And pre-launch hype. So, you know, we're suggesting an early bird sign up. And that early bird sign up can be, you know, as soon as starting, like pretty soon, you know, getting that link out there, getting the early bird hype, really building up the anticipation, getting the link inside groups, and all those early birds, you know, offering them early bird access, offering them, you know, a day before everybody else where they get to shop. You know, we are limited on stock, so the early bird people do get, you know, the better discount and the first in, first serve with the product. You know, if you've potentially got stuff that sells out or you've got limited runs, you can create that urgency around that, you know. So, you know, all the early bird people, they get 24 hours early access, and, you know, it's first in, first serve. So if the stock sells, it stock sells. So giving them that reason to sign up, and then you've also got them for future. So it's a super important part of it. And then making sure you follow up with like a really killer 4-part email, you know, minimum 4-part email campaign where it's, you know, reminding them a couple of days before, 2 days before, they're getting those emails, sales coming, this is what's going to be happening, this is potentially what's going to be on sale, a few little teasers. And then depending on how long you're going to run it for, whether you're just doing the Friday or the whole weekend or the Monday, making sure, you know, you've got the 2 emails on Black Friday, you know, first thing in the morning, here's the sale, releasing it, or a follow-up in the afternoon to really let them know what's going on. And then the extension, or, hey, you know, we've decided to extend, making sure that communication's keeping on going all the way through the sale. So you don't just drop and run and then hope that they're going to come. You know, you might get me at a time where I'm busy and I forget the email and I don't jump back on. Then you might remind me again when I'm sitting on the couch and I've got my phone in my hand and a glass of wine and my credit card ready. So it's about making sure you hit me at the certain times when you're just making sure that there's a chance I'm going to jump on the site and start shopping. So, you know, it's super important to make sure that you've really got the consistency with your email. And all of the things on this, you know, that I've mentioned here about the theming your store, landing page, getting your pre-launch, email campaigns, you know, they all take preparation. You know, now is the time to start. Get yourself ready now. Make sure you've got a plan, execute it beautifully. And, you know, we really hope and we know that the sales will roll in for you guys. So make sure you level up this season. And that's all from me. So, yeah, as I say, jump in. Don't be scared to just get it done, get prepared, execute it well. And I really wish everyone a really good success for the sales season.
So many amazing tips, Anna. Thanks so much. And on the back to the cause marketing one you talked about, we have so many great tool providers that help add like components of cause marketing to the campaign, which I do think is an important component of Black Friday. And it actually can be a way that increases revenue and conversion rate while giving back, which I think is really the most important thing, because when you show that you're giving to a cause, they're more likely to buy.
Love it.
And then, you know,
and we've
and
noticed
so
a huge jump on it at the moment too. And it's really nice. It's really nice, especially with the way the world is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so many different things to do. And of course, in order to fulfill on all of those amazing tips that you gave us, you guys are going to have to go to the show notes, and this session will be available on demand so you can watch it back again and take action from it. Anna, thanks so much. We've got to go into our closing remarks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
All right. That is it for day 1. We are coming back tomorrow with quite a lot of sessions. Should I bring up the schedule for you guys, perhaps? How about we do that really quick? I probably could have prepared that in the background. Give me 1 second. Share, screen, window, Chrome tab. There it is. Should be able to see this right here. Perfect. Awesome. So let's just take a look. We're opening with Kunle Campbell. He is, you know, from 2X eCommerce, a legend. He's going to give us a different blueprint. So a little, I think everybody's had a little bit to see. We saw Chris's, we saw Greg's from OmniSend, and then Ann is here. Everyone's got some different ideas and things to strategize on there. Zizi from Beam City is going to talk about really great ways to optimize ad spend during Black Friday. Big problem. We've got Helen from Cheeky Wipes being interviewed by Richard Hill from, what is it? It's not Ecom One. It's the other partner, SEO Labs or something like that. I'm blanking on it right now. And that will be a really great interview talking about her brand and how she became health conscious and sustainability focused with a product that everyone thought they had to throw in the trash. Then we've got the team at Story Pop talking about visuals, which of course, very important. Polar is after that. Ty Givens talking about squaring away some of our customer service practices. The great Kurt Elster will be tearing down websites, and you will be able to submit your own website for teardowns by him in real time. So you can drop, even right now, if you want to drop your URL in chat, I'll be sure to review and send that over to him. He can't get to everybody, but put your website in there and we'll be happy to see if it makes the cut. Katya from Grin, always a pleasure talking influencer marketing and organizing our campaigns around that. Carol from Rush, you're really going to want to see what this tool can do. I'm going to leave it at that. Lauren from Trusted Site. Oh my gosh, this is a tool that is, I think they have like 250,000 users. And it's just one of those instant wins for your business. It also, along the lines of Rewind, helps ensure that you are secure. There's no malicious code on your site and things like that. Savannah from Shopping Gives, and I did give them a quick plug along with some of our other cause marketing tools, which you're going to want to incorporate cause marketing into your business. If not for Black Friday, I recommend it as an ongoing strategy. And then finally, Tomas from New talking about reviews, bringing them in from Amazon, from Walmart, from Etsy, and everywhere else you might sell so that you can better provide social proof across your website and all of your channels. That's all tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. I will see you back here then, 9 a.m. Pacific, in case you wondered. It's 2:46 now. We had a great day one, and I really look forward to seeing you guys back here again tomorrow.